Chapter 1544. On the way back to the Moon Illumination sect in the Dao Martial Saint Land, Duan Lingtian's heart grew heavier and heavier. Now, he was thinking about his two fiancées all the time. Ke was fine since he could confirm her safety for now. As for Li Fei, although he guessed she and the three little fellows had gone to look for Xuan Ai, the journey from Cloud Continent to the Dao Martial Saint Land was extremely dangerous. Would they be able to arrive safely? He was extremely worried about this. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian did not even have the mood to read the Sovereign Heart Sword. However, even if he did not read the Sovereign Heart Sword in detail, Duan Lingtian's current sword Dao had already reached the first stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. That half a year of meditation was not for nothing. As for the sword technique he performed as though he had an epiphany, it went from simple to complicated and from complicated to simple again. This was the interpretation of the first stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. The first stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword was also known as the Sword in the Heart. Although it was only the first stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, in terms of power, it had already surpassed the highest stage of the aerolite strike that Duan Lingtian had cultivated. Naturally, the prerequisite was that he did not rely on the energy of the saint inscriptions when he cast the aerolite strike. In other words, the first stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword had already surpassed the highest stage of the human rank top saint grade martial tactics offensive technique. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, apart from some eminent saint stage powerhouses, he was confident he could defeat, or even kill other martial and Dao cultivators below the saint stage. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, it was still very safe for him to bring Feng Wu Dao and the others along. Soon after, he brought Feng Wu Dao and the others to the entrance of the Moon Illumination sect's estate. Currently, Duan Lingtian was already a popular person in the Moon Illumination sect. Due to this reason, the few outer court disciples guarding the entrance greeted him respectfully as senior brother Duan when they saw him, and welcomed him respectfully. They did not even check Feng Wu Dao and the others. What a joke! Not only was this senior brother Duan an outstanding talent among the younger generation in the Moon Illumination sect, but he was also elder by Li Hong's junior brother. How would they dare to stop him from bringing people into the sect? Duan Lingtian, those Moon Illumination sect's disciples seem to respect you a lot, Chen Xiaoshui said in surprise. The others were more or less surprised. Earlier, they could see that the respect the few Moon Illumination sect's disciples had for Duan Lingtian came from the bottom of their hearts. Especially when they looked at Duan Lingtian, their gazes were filled with admiration for the strong. For a moment, they were curious about how Duan Lingtian managed to achieve so much in the Moon Illumination sect in just 3 years. If they knew that Duan Lingtian had only entered the Moon Illumination sect for less than a year, they would most likely be dumbstruck. Senior Duan! Senior brother Duan Lingtian! Senior brother Lingtian! Along the way, Feng Wu Dao and the others were numb to the greetings of Dao venerables. When Duan Lingtian led Feng Wu Dao and the others through the outer court, almost all the outer court disciples they met along the way greeted and bowed at him. Due to the fact that he was not in a good mood, Duan Lingtian merely nodded his head nonchalantly when the group of outer court disciples greeted him. Soon after, Duan Lingtian led Feng Wu Dao and the others into the inner court and into Bai Li Hong's mansion. Under Duan Lingtian's instructions, the people in Bai Li Hong's mansion brought Feng Wu Dao and the others to rest. As for Duan Lingtian, he went to look for Bai Li Hong immediately. Junior brother, why are you back so soon? Bai Li Hong was surprised when he saw Duan Lingtian. Was his junior brother not going back to accompany his two sisters-in-law to give birth? Did my two sisters-in-law give birth when you returned? Did my nephew and them come with you? Bai Li Hong asked with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Senior brother. When Duan Lingtian heard Bai Li Hong mentioning his two fiancées, the worry that he had put down resurfaced in his heart again. He could not help but tremble. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian finally replied to Bai Li Hong. What's wrong? Did something happen? Bai Li Hong asked hastily when he saw Duan Lingtian's expression had turned grave. Faced with Bai Li Hong who was worried about him, Duan Lingtian felt warmth in his heart. Then, he told Bai Li Hong everything that had happened. Dragons? 5-clawed golden dragon? After knowing the ins and outs of the matter, Bai Li Hong's expression turned grave. Although his knowledge of dragons was based on written records, it was still a legend. However, the dragon clan in the written records was an extremely terrifying force. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, very few forces were willing to offend the dragon clan. Especially after he found out how powerful Di Ju was, Bai Li Hong felt a wave of helplessness in his heart. According to his junior brother's description, Di Ju's strength was even higher than the few saint stage powerhouses in their Moon Illumination sect. Apart from that, Bai Li Hong also learned about Ji Mei. Junior brother, since Ji Mei is sisters-in-law's twin sister, and she's so kind to sisters-in-law, I'm sure she won't harm sisters-in-law. However, I've never heard of Zoroastrianism before. Bai Li Hong comforted Duan Lingtian. When he reached the end of his sentence, he could not help but shake his head. As for the other sisters-in-law, since she's your sweetheart and is pregnant with your child, I'm sure she's a blessed person. You don't have to worry too much, junior brother, Bai Li Hong added. When Bai Li Hong saw Duan Lingtian's expression soften when he heard his words, he struck while the iron was hot, and continued to persuade Duan Lingtian and comfort Duan Lingtian. One must admit that Bai Li Hong was indeed a wily old fox. In the end, he managed to calm Duan Lingtian down a lot. Senior brother, I've brought some seniors and friends with me this time. Soon after, Duan Lingtian told Bai Li Hong about Feng Wu Dao and the others. Bai Li Hong was very straightforward. Just let them stay at my place. I don't have anything else here except for a lot of empty houses. Since they're your seniors and friends, they're naturally my friends as well. Thank you, senior brother. Duan Lingtian quickly expressed his gratitude. Junior brother, you're here again, Bai Li Hong said with a slightly displeased expression on his face. I forgot. I won't thank you again if I need your help again, senior brother. Duan Lingtian smiled awkwardly. Let's go. Bring me to meet your seniors and friends, Bai Li Hong said. It would be rude if I, as the host, didn't go and greet my friends who came from afar. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian and Bai Li Hong went to meet Feng Wu Dao and the others. When Feng Wu Dao and the others saw Bai Li Hong, they were dumbfounded. Although they had heard from Duan Lingtian that he had a senior brother in the Moon Illumination sect, and his senior brother's position in the sect was quite high, they thought Duan Lingtian's senior brother was the son or disciple of the Moon Illumination sect's high-ranking officials. It did not cross their minds that it would be a white-haired old man. Moreover, it was obvious the old man was not a simple person. Everyone, since all of you are my junior brother seniors and friends, naturally, you're my friends as well. From today onward, all of you will stay here. I'll apply for an identity token for all of you tomorrow. From tomorrow onward, all of you will be inner court disciples of the Moon Illumination sect. Bai Li Hong smiled as he spoke to Feng Wu Dao and the others. Inner court disciples? Although they knew Bai Li Hong was not a simple person, Feng Wu Dao and the others were still stunned when they heard his words. They were inner court disciples as soon as they entered the Moon Illumination sect? They had heard from Duan Lingtian everything about the Moon Illumination sect on their way here. They knew the inner court disciples of the Moon Illumination sect were usually at the Saint Rudiment stage or above. Even the weakest outer court disciples were at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage or the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage. However, they had not even entered the Mortal Shedding stage, and yet, they became inner court disciples as soon as they entered the Moon Illumination sect? Duan Lingtian's senior brother. Don't tell me he's the sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect? Qin Shao Shui looked at Nan Gongyi and asked through voice transmission in shock. Even if he's not the sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect, he must be someone with great influence in the Moon Illumination sect. Otherwise, how could he be so capable? Nan Gongyi, who was stunned, regained his senses when he heard Qin Shao Shui's voice transmission and replied. While Feng Wu Dao and the others were still in shock from Bai Li Hong's words, Bai Li Hong raised his hand and took out a huge pile of 6th-grade saint stones. Take these 6th-grade saint stones as my meeting gift to all of you. Also, I'll apply for a crystal card for all of you tomorrow. At that time, I'll transfer some merit points to all of you so you can exchange them for Saint-grade martial tactics and pills at the Merit Pavilion. As for the Saint weapons, I'll personally customize them for all of you. Bai Li Hong smiled. Feng Wu Dao and the others thanked him immediately when they heard his words. Naturally, they did not know how big the meeting gift from Bai Li Hong was. The last promise was enough to make half of the people in the Moon Illumination sect jealous. The saint weapons that Bai Li Hong customized for them were undoubtedly inscribed with the most suitable saint inscriptions for them. Once they used such a saint weapon, their strength would not be as simple as 1+1. All of you must be tired from the journey, so I won't disturb your rest. After bidding farewell to Feng Wu Dao and the others in Duan Lingtian, Bai Li Hong left. After Bai Li Hong left, Feng Wu Dao and the others looked at Duan Lingtian one after another. Feng Wu Dao took the lead and asked, Lingtian boy, who's your senior brother exactly? Duan Lingtian, don't tell me your senior brother is the sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect? Chen Xiaoshui asked as well. My senior brother is an inner court elder of the Moon Illumination sect. However, due to some reason, my senior brother's position in the Moon Illumination sect is extraordinary. Even the sect leader doesn't dare to slight him when he sees him. Chapter 1545. As for the reason, I can't explain it to you in a short time. However, you'll find out when you stay in the Moon Illumination sect longer. Duan Lingtian added. Duan Lingtian was touched when he recalled the welcome gift his senior brother Bai Li Hong mentioned earlier. His senior brother had arranged everything for him. What Feng Wu Dao and the others lacked the most when they came to the Dao Martial Saint land was all kinds of cultivation resources. The welcome gift his senior brother mentioned earlier had undoubtedly solved this problem completely. Uncle Feng, teacher. All of you should have a good rest. Have a good rest today. There are still many things to do tomorrow. Duan Lingtian finished speaking to Feng Wu Dao and the others. Under the puzzled gaze of Feng Wu Dao and the others, Duan Lingtian bade farewell and left. Duan Lingtian said, We still have many things to do tomorrow? What do you mean? Duan Lingtian is still the same as before. He likes to keep us in suspense. Chen Xiaoshui and Nan Gongyi began to talk at the same time. Feng Wu Dao and the others who had rested for a night finally found out what Duan Lingtian was talking about when they saw Bai Li Hong the next day. Apart from giving each of them an inner court disciple identity token, Bai Li Hong had also given each of them a crystal card. Not only that, he had personally brought them to the Merit Pavilion of the Moon Illumination sect and allowed them to choose their own cultivation method to borrow. He had also recommended many saint-grade pills for marrow cleansing and jade tokens that introduced various matters in the Dao Martial Saint land to them. During this process, they finally understood the meaning of the merit points in the crystal cards in their hands. As it turned out, the merit points were the most important currency in the Moon Illumination sect. Moreover, using the merit points to borrow the saint-grade martial tactic made them realize that the martial skills they used to cultivate on Cloud Continent were like trash compared to the saint-grade martial tactic in the Dao Martial Saint land. After they had tasted the sweetness of the saint-grade pills, they were even more shocked. At this moment, they even felt that their past selves were like country bumpkins who had never seen the world. A few days later, Feng Wu Dao and the rest finally found out about Bai Li Hong's identity in the Moon Illumination sect. They were dumbstruck. 3-star Saint Inscription Master. Bai Li Hong, Duan Lingtian's senior brother, was actually a 3-star Saint Inscription Master. In fact, during the few days they had spent in the Moon Illumination sect, they had obtained a comprehensive understanding of the Dao Martial Saint land from the jade tokens they bought from the Merit Pavilion. They found out that apart from martial cultivators, there were also Dao cultivators in the Dao Martial Saint land. Among the martial cultivators, there was a special existence known as the Saint Inscription Master. Among the Dao cultivators, there was also a special group of existences known as Dao Talisman Masters. In the 9 sect alliances that they were currently in, a 3-star Saint Inscription Master was the highest ranked Saint Inscription Master. In the entire 9 sect alliances district, there were only 2 3-star Saint Inscription Masters. Due to this, the 2 3-star Saint Inscription Masters had a special status in the 9 sect alliances district. Due to this reason, when they found out that Bai Li Hong was one of the 3-star Saint Inscription Masters and the only 3-star Saint Inscription Master in the Moon Illumination sect, they were shocked. At this moment, they finally understood what Duan Lingtian meant when he said those words earlier. That fellow, Duan Lingtian. Isn't this a little too exaggerated? How many years has it been since he came to the Dao Martial Saint Land? He actually managed to obtain a backer like Elder Bai Li Hong. Moreover, he even became Elder Bai Li Hong's junior brother. Nan Gongli said with an expression of disbelief on his face. Moreover, his words spoke the thoughts of Feng Wu Dao and the others. Even Xiong Quan, who had always been confident in Duan Lingtian, was shocked when he learned about Bai Li Hong's background. He did not expect his young master would be able to achieve such a feat in merely 3 years after coming to the Dao Martial Saint Land. As expected of my young master. Xiong Quan's heart was filled with pride. While Feng Wu Dao and the rest were shocked by Bai Li Hong's identity, many outer court disciples and inner court disciples in the Moon Illumination sect had also learned about Feng Wu Dao and the rest. In the past few days, at least 8 out of 10 outer court disciples and inner court disciples were talking about Feng Wu Dao and the rest. This was because they were just too dazzling. Naturally, unlike Duan Lingtian, who was dazzling in the past, Duan Lingtian had relied on his strength to gain the attention of everyone. On the other hand, Feng Wu Dao and the rest did not gain the attention of everyone because of Bai Li Hong's care. Due to this reason, many people looked down on Feng Wu Dao and the rest. They felt they had entered through the back door, and became inner court disciples as soon as they entered. This caused many outer court disciples and inner court disciples to be so jealous that they were about to go crazy. A few days after Duan Lingtian returned, Lu Huan, who had just walked out of his closed-door cultivation room, also learned about the news of Duan Lingtian's return. He's actually still alive! Lu Huan's expression was extremely grave. The thing he did not want to see the most had happened. Before Zhao Feng was killed by the mysterious powerhouse, he did not manage to kill Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I can't believe you're so lucky. Unless you're going to hide in the sect like a turtle, I, Lu Huan, will definitely make sure you die a graveless death. Lu Huan said through gritted teeth as his eyes gleamed fiercely. His words were filled with monstrous hatred. It was as though he had enmity with Duan Lingtian for killing his father and stealing his wife. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of what was happening outside. He had been sitting in his room for a few days and nights. From the beginning until the end, he had not changed his posture at all. In order not to worry Bai Li Hong, he acted calmly in front of Bai Li Hong. However, he still could not let it go. However, after a few days and nights, Duan Lingtian finally came to a realization. Right now, it's useless no matter how much I think about it. The most important thing now is to raise my strength. Only by raising my strength will I have a chance to look for Kerr and snatch Kerr back. Although even the 5-clawed golden dragon Diju did not know about the existence of Zoroastrianism, Chi Mei's strength far surpassed Diju's. However, just the strength that Chi Mei displayed that far surpassed Diju was enough to show that the fire worship sect was not simple. Now that Kerr had been taken away by Chi Mei, if he wanted to snatch Kerr back in the future, he would definitely have to face the Zoroastrianism. If he was not strong enough, he might be killed before he even saw Kerr. As for little Fei, Duan Lingtian could not help but worry when he thought about Li Fei. Logically speaking, with the 3 little fellows' alertness, there shouldn't be any problems when they bring little Fei to look for Xuan'ai. I just hope that they didn't encounter any accidents along the way. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not know that Li Fei and the 3 little fellows had encountered more than one accident on their way to the Green Wave Han mansion. Fortunately, they managed to turn the misfortune into a blessing each time. Otherwise, he might not be able to see Li Fei and the 3 little fellows again in this lifetime. When Duan Lingtian realized that it would be a waste of time if he continued to be depressed, he immediately entered the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. As soon as he entered, he heard Hua Lao's voice. Don't worry, they're fine now. Huh! Upon hearing Hua Lao's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned. Then, he regained his senses and realized that Hualao was talking about Kerr and Li Fei. Hualao, how did you know? Seeing how serious Hualao was, Duan Lingtian could not help but ask. Don't forget about my origin. Although I'm not good at divination, I've been exposed to it a little. After being with you for so long, I think I can roughly deduce whether the people around you are a blessing or a curse. Hualao said. Hualao, why you're not joking, right? Upon hearing Hualao's words, Duan Lingtian was a little agitated as well. He was afraid that Hualao was only comforting him. When have I ever joked with you? Hualao asked. Hualao, since you've already roughly deduced, why didn't you tell me earlier? Why did you just watch me sit there like a fool for a few days and keep talking to myself? Duan Lingtian asked with a wry smile, while he was pleasantly surprised that little Fei was also safe. It's rare to see you like that. What's the harm in watching you for a few more days? On the other hand, Duan Lingtian almost vomited blood when he heard Hualao's words. He secretly cursed this old man for being such a mischievous child. Why did he not see through him before? Huh! All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. He vaguely felt that something was calling out to him. To be more precise, it was calling out to his heart. Hualao could not help but feel puzzled when he saw Duan Lingtian's solemn expression. Then, he saw Duan Lingtian walking toward the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda as if he was possessed. For a moment, he could not help but follow Duan Lingtian out of curiosity. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could only feel his heart trembling. It was an involuntary trembling that he could not control at all. When he was walking toward the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he noticed that his heartbeat was gradually calming down. However, the feeling of being called out to was getting stronger and stronger. It seems like there's something calling out to me from the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Duan Lingtian thought to himself before he entered the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. He could not figure it out. He had never felt this way when he was in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. What's that? Soon after, Duan Lingtian entered the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. After he entered the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he finally knew what was calling out to him. The Jasper Celestial Sword. The thing that was calling out to him was the Jasper Celestial Sword that had been lying quietly on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It was also one of the 6 celestial treasures hidden in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The Jasper Celestial Sword was a celestial supreme treasure on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. In the past, when the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was opened, he wanted to take the Jasper Celestial Sword for himself. However, he realized that the Jasper Celestial Sword was too heavy. It was so heavy that he could not even lift it. After he had broken through to the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage, he purposely came here to try, but he still could not lift the Jasper Celestial Sword. However, the Jasper Celestial Sword was actually calling out to him. At this moment, his heart seemed to have resonated with the Jasper Celestial Sword. Could it be because of the Sovereign Heart Sword? Just as Duan Lingtian was filled with doubts, a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind. He immediately thought of this. Chapter 1546. Now that I think about it, this is the only possibility. Ever since I inherited the Sovereign Heart Sword, I've never entered the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda again. Today is the first time I've entered the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda since I inherited the Sovereign Heart Sword. It shouldn't be a coincidence that I've encountered such a situation. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, his heart was filled with excitement. How could he not be excited? The Jasper Celestial Sword was a celestial supreme treasure just like the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Moreover, it was a celestial supreme treasure that specialized in killing. If he could use it, it would definitely be better than any saint weapon. In front of a celestial supreme treasure like the Jasper Celestial Sword, even the 10 super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapon ranking could not compare to it, let alone a saint weapon that was inscribed with a 9-star saint inscription. Since it's calling me, does that mean I can use it? Such a thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind for no reason. The moment the thought appeared, it was difficult for him to suppress it. At the same time, under Hualao's shocked gaze, Duan Lingtian extended his hand and touched the hilt of the Jasper Celestial Sword. It was obvious that he wanted to pick up the Jasper Celestial Sword. However, Hualao did not think that Duan Lingtian would be able to pick up the Jasper Celestial Sword. When Duan Lingtian extended his hand and touched the hilt of the Jasper Celestial Sword, he realized that his heart had become extremely calm. The Jasper Celestial Sword also gave him an extremely intimate feeling. It was as though there was an extremely intimate connection between them. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt as though his heart had become one with the Jasper Celestial Sword. It was difficult to tell them apart. Under such circumstances, Duan Lingtian held the Jasper Celestial Sword and exerted a little force in his hand. The force that he used was not even 1/10 of his full strength. However, it was this insignificant force that allowed him to pick up the Jasper Celestial Sword. That was right. As Duan Lingtian lifted his hand gently, the Jasper Celestial Sword that seemed to weigh 1,000 catties was easily picked up by him. When the Jasper Celestial Sword was in his hand, Duan Lingtian felt as though it was connected by blood. Upon seeing this scene, Hualao was stunned. That was because even with his current strength, although he could barely pick up the Jasper Celestial Sword, it was practically impossible for him to do it so casually. But now, the Jasper Celestial Sword was in Duan Lingtian's hands, as if it was weightless. At this moment, Hualao cast the secret spiritual technique, Divine Eye, to probe Duan Lingtian's cultivation base. At this moment, he desperately wanted to confirm Duan Lingtian's cultivation. Although he knew what was going on, Duan Lingtian's actions still shocked him. The Jasper Celestial Sword was actually picked up by him. With the Jasper Celestial Sword in his hand, Duan Lingtian even had the lofty aspiration of with a sword in hand, I can conquer the world. When Duan Lingtian tried to infuse his true energy into the Jasper Celestial Sword, his expression changed completely. This was because the moment his true energy entered the Jasper Celestial Sword, it was as though the Jasper Celestial Sword had transformed into a bottomless pit as it greedily devoured his true energy. Even the true energy in his chi was being devoured by the Jasper Celestial Sword through his 99 sane veins. At this moment, Duan Lingtian realized for the first time that having more sane veins was not necessarily a good thing. With the help of the 99 sane veins, in less than 10 breaths, Duan Lingtian's true energy was almost completely devoured. This caused Duan Lingtian to panic for a moment, and he quickly put the Jasper Celestial Sword down. After the Jasper Celestial Sword left his hand, it stopped devouring the remaining true energy in his chi. When he looked at the Jasper Celestial Sword again, a faint green energy could be seen on the originally plain and unadorned sword. However, the green energy did not last for long before it gradually dissipated. It absorbed all of my true energy, and it dissipated in just a short while. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly. At the same time, he regretted being so impulsive earlier. You can actually use it? While Duan Lingtian smiled wryly, Hualao looked at Duan Lingtian as though he had just seen a ghost. Disbelief was written all over his face. You're only at the perfection saint rudiment stage on this planet. You haven't even formed your true energy yet. How's it possible for you to pick up the Jasper Celestial Sword? Moreover, you can actually use it. What's going on? When Hualao reached the end of his sentence, he still had a puzzled expression on his face even though he was very knowledgeable. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not hide anything from Hualao. Therefore, he told him about how he obtained the Sovereign Heart Sword that was left behind by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. At the same time, he also told him that he had already mastered the first stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the Sword in the Heart. I see. I didn't expect someone would be able to comprehend the Sword Heart on such a mundane planet. Sword Saint Feng Qingyang is considered a peerless genius even in the Devata realms. After he ascends, based on his attainments in the Sword Tao, it won't be long before he becomes famous in the Devata realms. Hualao could not help but sigh emotionally when he heard about Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. Is it really that exaggerated? Duan Lingtian asked in confusion. He found it hard to believe. Who was Hualao? He was the only three-legged golden crow in the world. When he was at his peak, his strength was comparable to a celestial god. It was truly shocking that Sword Saint Feng Qingyang would be praised by Hualao, who was very knowledgeable. It's not exaggerated. Hualao shook his head and said solemnly, in the Devata realms, including the Jade Emperor Heaven, there's only one person who's comparable to him in the Sword Tao. Although this was the first time Duan Lingtian heard Hualao mention the Devata realms, he knew about the Jade Emperor Heaven. There were many existences in the Jade Emperor Heaven that he was familiar with. For example, the Heavenly Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven was the Jade Emperor in the ancient myths and legends of Hua Nation on Earth, where he lived in his past life. Many celestials in the ancient myths and legends were also existences in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Hualao was also in existence in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Based on Hualao's words, it was clear the Jade Emperor Heaven was only one of the Devata realms. That person is also from the Jade Emperor Heaven. Just like you, he's also a human from the mundane planet Yan Huang. Although the number of sane veins he opened is nothing compared to those from planet Yan Huang, he's the second person to leave the Jade Emperor Heaven and become a heavenly emperor of another Devata realm. Hualao continued to say. Who's he? Upon hearing Hualao's words, Duan Lingtian's curiosity was piqued. Not only was he comparable to Sword Saint Feng Qingyang in the Sword Tao, but he had also left the Jade Emperor Heaven and become a heavenly emperor of another Devata realm. Gongsun Xian Yuan! In response to Duan Lingtian's question, Elder Hua slowly spat out 4 words. Gongsun Xian Yuan? Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard Hualao's words. As an earthling and a citizen of Huaxia, how could he not know this name? The Yellow Emperor, Gongsun Xian Yuan. Planet Yan Huang, the descendants of Yan Huang. The word Huang represented the Yellow Emperor. The descendants of Yan Huang could be said to be the descendants of the Yellow Emperor. The Yellow Emperor was their ancestor. Gongsun Xianyuan used the Xianyuan sword to kill the heavenly emperor of a Devata realm outside the Jade Emperor Heaven and became the new heavenly emperor of that Devata realm. When Hualao mentioned Gongsun Xianyuan, the Yellow Emperor, he could not help but feel awe and respect for him. He's so powerful! Duan Lingtian was shocked. Although he had heard of Gongsun Xuanyuan's legend, he had mostly heard of Gongsun Xuanyuan's deeds on ancient Earth. However, he had never heard of Gongsun Xuanyuan's deeds after that. Naturally, it was not something ordinary people would know. Hualao, you said the Yellow Emperor is the only person in the Devata realms you know who's comparable to Sword Saint Feng Qingyang? Duan Lingtian gasped when he recalled Hualao's words. Yes. Hualao nodded solemnly. I wonder how long ago Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was. If he didn't ascend after Gongsun Xianyuan, I'm certain his strength is on par with Gongsun Xianyuan. Perhaps he has already become a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm. Ascension. It was White Sun Ascension again. This was not the first time Duan Lingtian had heard about the White Sun Ascension. However, he did not know what it meant. Hualao, what does ascension mean? What does it have to do with Devata realms? Duan Lingtian could not help but ask. Ascension means that when one's strength reaches a certain level, it resonates with the Devata realm and triggers the Ascension Tribulation. Once one overcomes the Ascension Tribulation, one can enter a Devata realm through the heavenly path that is specially created for one. Hualao explained. There are a total of 81 Devata realms in the colossal world. The Jade Emperor Heaven is only one of them. For example, if people from planet Yan Huang ascend, they'll arrive at the nearest Jade Emperor Heaven. However, I don't know which Devata realm the people from this planet go to after ascending. Hualao continued to explain. When I said you'll have a chance to return to planet Yan Huang, I wasn't joking. As long as you ascend to the nearest Devata realm, you'll be able to teleport to the Jade Emperor Heaven through the transporting formation between Devata realms. Once you're in the Jade Emperor Heaven, you'll be able to find a way to return to planet Yan Huang. Hualao explained in one breath. Hualao's words shocked Duan Lingtian greatly. There were 81 Devata realms in the colossal world? The Jade Emperor Heaven was only one of them. I'm afraid there are only a handful of mundane planets in the 81 Devata realms who are capable of forming the sword heart on a mundane planet. For this reason, don't underestimate the person who left you the sovereign heart sword. Chapter 1547. Elder Hua, you keep talking about sword heart, but I wonder what it is. Duan Lingtian asked curiously. It's not easy for me to explain the sword heart. All you need to know is that it's the peak of the sword Tao on a mundane planet. There are countless people who have the sword heart in the Devata realms, but most of them have the sword heart in the Devata realms. It's not a big deal. After all, the cultivation environment and resources in the Devata realms are extremely good. Unless one is a sword cultivator who is born stupid, almost all of them would be able to attain the sword heart. However, it's a different story if one comprehended the sword heart on a mundane planet. Those who comprehended the sword heart on a mundane planet would be baptized by the divine energy of the Devata realms during their ascension to the Devata realms. Their sword heart would transform and become the divine sword heart. In the Devata realms, those who possessed the divine sword heart were all people who attained the sword heart on a mundane planet. As I said earlier, such people are rare even in the 81 Devata realms. Gongsun Xianyuan from the mundane planet Yanhuang planet is one of them. Feng Qingyang is also one of them. Hualao explained slowly. When he reached this point, he paused for a moment to give Duan Lingtian some time to digest the information. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. At this moment, he finally realized how powerful Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was. Even in the Devata realms, Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was a peerless sword Tao genius. Moreover, Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was from a very long time ago. According to Hualao, Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was a sword saint. Currently, Sword Saint Feng Qingyang might have become a heavenly emperor in a Devata realm. He was on par with Gongsun Xianyuan, the Yellow Emperor. Duan Lingtian's heartbeat quickened. He could not calm down for a long time. The sovereign heart sword he had obtained was actually passed down by such an awesome person. According to what you said earlier, the highest stage of the sovereign heart sword that you've inherited, the heart and sword amalgamation, should be the stage where you've developed the sword heart. If you're able to develop the sword heart before you ascend, your future achievements won't be inferior to Sword Saint Feng Qingyang and Yellow Emperor Gongsun Xianyuan. Hualao continued. And Hualao's words made Duan Lingtian inexplicably excited. The Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang, was still fine. He didn't know much about him. However, the Yellow Emperor, Gongsun Xianyuan, was someone he was very familiar with. He could even be said to be his ancestor. After all, his soul came from Hua Nation on Earth. He was a descendant of Hua Nation and a descendant of Yanhuang. When Duan Lingtian thought about how he would have a chance to achieve something like Gongsun Xianyuan, the ancestor of Hua Nation, he could not suppress his excitement. Now, even I'm a little envious of your good fortune. Not only did you obtain the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda's approval, but you also obtained the sovereign heart sword that Sword Saint Feng Qingyang passed down to you. That's a supreme sword Tao mental cultivation method that can develop the sword heart on a mundane planet. Sometimes, I even wonder if you're the reincarnation of a deity. Otherwise, how could you have such good fortune? Hualao sighed as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he smiled awkwardly. At this moment, he did not know what to say. Ever since his soul had transmigrated to this world from Earth in his previous life, everything he had experienced felt like a dream. However, he also knew that all of this was not a dream. It was all real. When Duan Lingtian recalled the fortuitous encounters he had encountered along the way, he could not help but sigh emotionally. Indeed, his good fortune was extraordinary. Regardless, after listening to Hualao's words, Duan Lingtian's horizons were broadened. He learned about the heavens. He also learned about the value of the sovereign heart sword that Sword Saint Feng Qingyang had passed down to him. Moreover, according to Sword Saint Feng Qingyang's message in the sovereign heart sword, he seems to be a member of the Fog Rain progeny, and I'm the only successor of the Fog Rain progeny. Duan Lingtian was also filled with doubts about the Fog Rain progeny since Sword Saint Feng Qingyang did not explain it to him in detail. If it's possible, try your best to focus on the Sovereign Heart Sword in the future. Only in that way will you have the chance to develop the Sword Heart. Of course, a Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method like the Sovereign Heart Sword will be of great help to you when you cultivate other martial arts. You don't have to worry about your other martial arts falling behind. Hualao told Duan Lingtian. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian did not know what Hualao meant. However, when he tried to perform the various saint-grade martial tactics that he had learned in the past, he realized that apart from being able to perform them at will, there was also a hint of sword intent that originated from the Sovereign Heart Sword. The Sovereign Heart Sword was similar to a martial tactic, but it was also separated from it. In fact, it was even above a martial tactic. The Sovereign Heart Sword was a technique that led to a myriad of techniques. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian had never forgotten about his research on the Jasper Celestial Sword. Since he could already pick up the Jasper Celestial Sword and perform it at will, in his opinion, he should be able to use the Jasper Celestial Sword now. However, before he tried to use the Jasper Celestial Sword, he still spent some time to replenish the true energy in his Qi. After recovering his true energy, Duan Lingtian was extremely careful when he infused his true energy into the Jasper Celestial Sword again. He was afraid that the situation would repeat itself and his true energy would be sucked dry by the Jasper Celestial Sword again. After experimenting for a while, Duan Lingtian discovered that he was indeed able to use the Jasper Celestial Sword. Naturally, with his current strength, it was impossible for him to unleash the full strength of the Jasper Celestial Sword. Even so, the strength he displayed when he infused his true energy into the Jasper Celestial Sword was still ridiculously powerful. Duan Lingtian made a rough estimation. He infused 30% of the true energy in his Qi into the Jasper Celestial Sword and casually swung the sword. The strength he displayed was not inferior to the strength he displayed when he unleashed his full strength. If I infuse 50% of the true energy in my Qi into the Jasper Celestial Sword, I'm 90% confident that I can kill an imminent saint stage powerhouse. After experimenting infusing 30% of the true energy in his Qi and 50% of the true energy into the Jasper Celestial Sword and swinging the sword twice, Duan Lingtian had a rough idea. However, if it's a saint stage powerhouse, even if it's the weakest saint stage powerhouse, with my current cultivation base, I might not be able to kill him even if I infuse all of the true energy in my Qi into the Jasper Celestial Sword. The difference between a saint stage powerhouse and a non-saint stage powerhouse is too huge. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. With his current cultivation base, even if he fully activated the Jasper Celestial Sword, he would only be able to instantly kill an imminent saint stage powerhouse. He might be able to threaten a saint stage powerhouse with just one swing of his sword, but he would not be able to kill him. However, if my cultivation base breaks through to the paramount saint rudiment stage, my Qi will expand again, and my true energy will become even more vast. At that time, if I infuse all of the true energy in my Qi into the Jasper Celestial Sword, even an ordinary saint stage powerhouse might not be able to withstand my sword. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he could not help but feel excited. Although he could defeat opponents with a higher cultivation base with his current techniques. However, after he broke through to the paramount saint rudiment stage, he would only be able to defeat an imminent saint stage powerhouse at most even if he used all of his techniques, regardless of the Jasper Celestial Sword. The difference between a saint stage powerhouse and a non-saint stage powerhouse was too huge. Even with his techniques that far surpassed people at the same level as him, and his terrifying physical strength, it was still difficult for him to defeat a saint stage powerhouse when he was not at the saint stage. However, everything would be different with the Jasper Celestial Sword. By the time he broke through to the paramount saint rudiment stage, none of the powerhouses at the bottom of the saint stage would be able to withstand his sword with all of his might. However, I can't do that unless I have no other choice. After all, If I exhaust all of my true energy, I'll be like an arrow at the end of its flight. If someone manages to seize the opportunity at that time, I won't be able to escape death. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. After experimenting for a while, 80% of the true energy in Duan Lingtian's qi had been depleted, and he had to start recovering it again. After spending some time to recover his true energy, Duan Lingtian did not leave the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda in a hurry. Instead, he stayed on the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and cultivated seriously in an attempt to break through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. Once he broke through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage, he would not be afraid of ordinary Saint stage powerhouses with the Jasper Celestial Sword in his hand. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian cultivated even more diligently. While Duan Lingtian was cultivating with all his might, there were also people in the Moon Illumination sect's inner court who were in a bad mood. Duan Lingtian really doesn't want to come out. Lu Huan's expression was grave. It did not cross his mind that Duan Lingtian had not left Bai Li Hong's mansion ever since he came back. He did not even have a chance to make a move on him. Don't tell me I have no choice but to let him continue like this? Lu Huan paced back and forth with a frown on his face. His expression was so grave that it seemed like it could drip water at any time. If he stays in Bai Li Hong's mansion for a few years, don't tell me I have no choice but to let him continue to grow like this? No! This can't go on! Lu Huan gasped and shook his head continuously as though he had gone mad. With Duan Lingtian's innate talent, he'll most likely be stronger than me in a few years. I can still deal with him now, but I won't be a match for him in a few years' time. Although Lu Huan was unwilling to admit it, he had no choice but to admit it. Duan Lingtian's innate talent in martial Dao was indeed so high that it was shocking. I can't let him continue to grow like this. Chapter 1548. A month later, a few Moon Illumination sect's disciples found a corpse not far away from the Moon Illumination sect's monastery gate. There was a Moon Illumination sect's disciple identity token hanging on the corpse's waist. Moreover, it was an inner court disciple's identity token. The entire Moon Illumination sect was in an uproar. Killing a Moon Illumination sect's disciple near the Moon Illumination sect, an inner court disciple on top of that, was undoubtedly a slap to the Moon Illumination sect's face. Who was so bold? When the Moon Illumination sect was in an uproar because of the inner court disciple's death, a shocking piece of news soon arrived. The inner court disciple who was killed witnessed Elder Zhao Feng's death with his own eyes. That's why he was killed! Nobody knew where this news came from, let alone who spread it. However, this news swept through the entire Moon Illumination sect in just a few days. The Moon Illumination sect was in an uproar again. Elder Zhao Feng was dead? The first to be shocked were the nominal disciples in Zhao Feng's mansion. All of them were dumbfounded when they learned about Zhao Feng's death. No wonder the sect leader came to ask us if Elder Zhao Feng told us where he went. Perhaps the sect leader already knew something had happened to Elder Zhao Feng at that time. The group of nominal disciples in Zhao Feng's mansion looked at each other. They could guess a lot of things at once. At the same time, many inner court elders who usually hung out with Zhao Feng also visited Zhao Feng's mansion to confirm whether this was true or not. When they learned that Zhao Feng had left for a long time and had not returned, they realized the news was not groundless. After the confirmation of these inner court elders, it did not take long for the entire Moon Illumination sect to confirm that something had happened to Zhao Feng. In the Moon Illumination sect's forbidden area. Smack! A teacup was smashed on the ground and shattered into pieces. The person who smashed the teacup was an old man. Currently, the old man's face was as grave as it could get. Soon after, the old man left his mansion and went to a mansion nearby. Sect leader, didn't you say nobody in the sect knows where Zhao Feng went? Why did someone spread the news that an inner court disciple had personally witnessed Zhao Feng's death and was even silenced? The person the old man was looking for was none other than Jiang Wei, the sect leader of Moon Illumination sect. Jiang Wei did not look surprised when he saw that the old man had come to question him. Instead, he smiled bitterly and said, "Martial uncle, the news is completely groundless. I've been investigating for a few days, but I still can't find out where the news came from or who spread it. There must be someone behind this, Jiang Wei said with certainty. I don't care if someone is behind this, I have to get to the bottom of this matter. If Sect Master can't do anything about it, I'll investigate it myself. These old bones of mine haven't moved for a long time. Perhaps I can take this opportunity to move a little more, the old man said in a deep voice. Marshal Uncle Qian, don't worry. I will definitely find out the cause of Zhao Feng's death as soon as possible, Jiang Wei said confidently. Marshal Uncle Qian, just wait for the good news. He was really worried that the old man would do it himself. He knew the old man's temper. For that illegitimate son of Zhao Feng, he could do almost anything. Sect leader, my patience is limited. After giving Jiang Wei a deep look, the old man turned and left. After the old man left, the respectful expression on Jiang Wei's face was no longer there. It was replaced with a grave expression. Although the old man was his senior, he was still the sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect. The old man's threatening attitude made him feel extremely displeased. He felt like his dignity as the sect leader was being challenged. However, when he thought about the old man's strength that was not inferior to his, the dissatisfaction in his heart disappeared. Moreover, the old man was still the guardian of their Moon Illumination sect no matter what. He was duty-bound to help the old man. I hope you've hidden yourself well. Otherwise, once I find you, I'll make sure you die a graveless death. The moment Jiang Wei thought about the person who spread the news of Zhao Feng's death, his expression turned grave. Up until now, apart from myself and Marshal Uncle Qian, the only person who knows about Zhao Feng's death is Lu Huan. Apart from that, I think only the person who killed Zhao Feng knows about his death. As the sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect, Jiang Wei was, naturally, very meticulous. Due to this reason, the first person he suspected was Lu Huan. One must admit that Jiang Wei was really smart. The first person he suspected was the mastermind who spread the news. However, as the mastermind, how could Lu Huan give himself away so easily? Due to this reason, even though Jiang Wei tried to test Lu Huan again and again, his efforts were in vain. It's time for me to release another round of shocking news. When Lu Huan saw Jiang Wei leaving his mansion again, a cold smirk crept up on the corner of his mouth. Duan Lingtian by Li Hong. Get ready to receive my gift. I don't believe you, Duan Lingtian, will be able to sit still after hearing this news. Lu Huan muttered to himself, as his eyes gleamed fiercely. When the commotion caused by Zhao Feng's death and the entire Moon Illumination sect had died down, another piece of news spread out and shocked the entire Moon Illumination sect. The reason Elder Zhao Feng left that day was to avenge his personal disciple, Feng Fan, who knew there's always someone better than him. Not only did Elder Zhao Feng fail to avenge him, but he even lost his life. This was the news that spread in the Moon Illumination sect again. Similarly, no one knew where the news came from, and no one knew who spread the news. However, this news was as shocking as the previous one. It caused an uproar in the entire Moon Illumination sect. As it turns out, Feng Fan is Elder Zhao Feng's direct disciple. No wonder he has a saint weapon that's inscribed with a 2-star saint inscription when he's just an outer court disciple. No wonder he didn't have the intention of becoming a disciple of the outer court elders even though he was a powerhouse who was ranked on the Earth ranking. At this moment, many outer court disciples' doubts were answered. As it turned out, there was a reason behind all these doubts in the past. Avenge Feng Fan. I remember the person who killed Feng Fan seems to be senior brother Duan Lingtian, right? Soon after, someone said in shock. That's right. The person who killed Feng Fan was none other than senior brother Duan Lingtian. However, it was Feng Fan who took the initiative to issue a death duel invitation and invited senior brother Duan Lingtian to a death duel. Even if he's dead, it's only because he's not strong enough. He can't blame senior brother Duan Lingtian, right? If Elder Zhao Feng really went to seek revenge from senior brother Duan Lingtian, then he really doesn't have the bearing an inner court elder should have. That's right. Once the death duel invitation is issued, it's up to fate. This is the rule passed down in our Moon Illumination sect. Even if he's an inner court elder, he still has to abide by it. I heard senior brother Duan Lingtian left the sect for a period of time. Don't tell me Elder Zhao Feng was killed after he left? I wonder what the person who spread the news is trying to do. Don't tell me he's trying to say the person who killed Elder Zhao Feng is senior brother Duan Lingtian? Ridiculous. Even if senior brother Duan Lingtian is a Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator now, it's almost impossible for him to kill Elder Zhao Feng. Elder Zhao Feng is a paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. Elder Zhao Feng is ranked in the top 3 among the inner court elders. Not only is he a paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse, but he's also a powerhouse at the peak of the paramount Saint Rudiment stage. It's almost impossible to kill him without the strength of an imminent Saint stage powerhouse. Don't forget that senior brother Duan Lingtian has Elder Bai Li Hong behind him. Elder Bai Li Hong's strength is comparable to an imminent Saint stage powerhouse. Don't tell me you suspect Elder Bai Li Hong killed Elder Zhao Feng? Unlike the previous news, this news was getting more and more intense because it was related to Duan Lingtian, who had been in the limelight in the Moon Illumination sect recently. In the end, many people even suspected that Zhao Feng had been killed by Bai Li Hong. It's a pity that Bai Li Hong happened to meet the sect leader when he left my mansion. Otherwise, even the sect leader would suspect him. Although Lu Huan was satisfied with the effect of the news he spread, he also felt a little regretful. However, even if the sect leader knows it's impossible for Duan Lingtian to kill Zhao Feng, this matter won't end so quickly. Perhaps Bai Li Hong found a powerhouse who protected Duan Lingtian on his way back to his hometown to kill Zhao Feng? Lu Huan smiled sinisterly. All in all, Duan Lingtian won't be able to get away from this matter for the time being. I can only hope that he'll be so annoyed by this matter that he'll go out for a walk. The moment Lu Huan thought of this, his eyes gleamed fiercely. This was his true motive. Meanwhile, the Moon Illumination sect's forbidden area was not calm at all. Junior Uncle Qian, I'm willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath and guarantee with my life that when Elder Zhao Feng's soul pearl shattered, I saw Elder Bai Li with my own eyes. Jiang Wei said to the old man in front of him. If Elder Bai Li was the one who killed Elder Zhao Feng, there's no way Elder Bai Li would be able to rush back so quickly. Moreover, as far as I know, Elder Bai Li had been staying in Elder Lu Huan's mansion for a long time before that. In other words, Elder Bai Li happened to be in Elder Lu Huan's mansion when Elder Zhao Feng was killed. It's impossible for him to kill Elder Zhao Feng. At this moment, Jiang Wei really wanted to hack the person who spread the news again and again into 1,000 pieces. Before the first wave had subsided, another wave had arisen. He really wanted to see the world plunged into chaos. Perhaps he didn't do it himself. Instead, he found a powerhouse to protect Duan Lingtian. The old man narrowed his eyes as a cold gleam flashed in them. He said coldly, "No matter what, I'll confront him about this matter. Junior Uncle Qian, you're putting me in a difficult position." Chapter 1549. Sect Leader, I know you're troubled because he's a 3-star Saint Inscription Master. Don't worry, Sect Leader. As long as he can prove that he has nothing to do with Zhao Feng's death, I'm willing to swallow my pride and apologize to him," the old man said in a deep voice. Now that things had developed to this stage, Jiang Wei knew he could no longer reject the old man. Even if he wanted to, he could not. The old man had already made up his mind, and it was not something he could interfere with. "Junior Uncle Qian, since you've made up your mind, I'll follow you," Jiang Wei said. The old man did not say anything else and allowed Jiang Wei to follow him. Soon after, both of them arrived at Bai Li Hong's mansion together. When Bai Li Hong received the report that the sect leader had arrived, he was not surprised. He had already heard about the news that was spreading like wildfire outside. However, it had nothing to do with him, so he was not worried at all. Although he was not worried, he still felt a little heavy-hearted. If the news was true, did it not mean Zhao Feng had tried to kill his junior brother? He thought Lu Huan was the only one who wanted to kill his junior brother. He had overlooked Zhao Feng. Fortunately, nothing happened to junior brother. Otherwise, how could I face teacher? The moment Bai Li Hong thought of this, he felt a little fearful. However, he was surprised when he arrived at the main hall. This was because the sect leader, Jiang Wei, was not the only one who came to his mansion. There was another familiar face as well. It was none other than one of the few saint stage powerhouses in the Moon Illumination sect. It was none other than the supreme elder of the Moon Illumination sect, Qian Kong. Greetings, sect leader, Elder Qian. Although Bai Li Hong was a 3-star saint inscription master and had a special position in the Moon Illumination sect, he did not dare to be arrogant in front of Jiang Wei and Qian Kong. Elder Bai Li. Jiang Wei smiled in response to Bai Li Hong. If it was any other time, Qian Kong would have smiled in response as well. However, he did not beat around the bush and said, Elder Bai Li, I'm here today because of Zhao Feng. Rumor has it that Elder Qian and Elder Zhao Feng were once master and disciple. Although I don't know the reason, Elder Zhao Feng didn't become Elder Qian's disciple. However, under such circumstances, Elder Qian is still so concerned about Elder Zhao Feng's matter. It's really admirable. Although he was shocked that Qian Kong was here because of Zhao Feng, Bai Li Hong still responded with a smile. He had also heard about the matter between Qian Kong and Zhao Feng. He had always wondered why Qian Kong did not accept Zhao Feng as his disciple. Although I believe in Elder Bai Li's character, I still hope to get a clear answer from you. Is Zhao Feng's death related to you? Qian Kong stared at Bai Li Hong with burning eyes as though he wanted to see the slightest change on Bai Li Hong's face. It has nothing to do with me. Bai Li Hong still had a smile on his face, but he shook his head. Do you dare to swear that you have nothing to do with Zhao Feng's death? Qian Kong continued asking. Upon hearing Qian Kong's words, the smile on Bai Li Hong's face froze. He asked in a deep voice, Elder Qian, you don't believe me? It's not that I don't believe you, I just want to confirm it. Elder Bai Li, as long as you're willing to swear that you have nothing to do with Zhao Feng's death, I, Qian Kong, am willing to bow and apologize to you. Qian Kong spoke again with a shocked expression on his face. Naturally, Qian Kong's words shocked Bai Li Hong as well. Qian Kong was willing to bow and apologize to him for Zhao Feng? Did he hear wrongly? Bai Li Hong could not help but look at the sect leader, Jiang Wei, who had been silent all this while. It was as though he wanted to get an answer from Jiang Wei about why Qian Kong cared so much about Zhao Feng. Unfortunately, although Jiang Wei knew the truth, it was impossible for him to reveal it. Elder Bai Li, the relationship between Elder Zhao Feng and Elder Qian surpasses that of a father and a son. Jiang Wei could only say this. Surpasses that of a father and a son? Upon hearing Jiang Wei's words, Bai Li Hong scoffed. If the relationship was really better than that of a father and a son, why did Qian Kong not take Zhao Feng as his disciple back then? Elder Qian, you're doubting my character by asking me to swear on the lightning penalty oath. I, Bai Li Hong, have never lied in my entire life. However, since you want me to swear on the lightning penalty oath, I'll do as you wish, Bai Li Hong said solemnly as he looked at Qian Kong. After he finished speaking, he swore on the lightning penalty oath in front of Qian Kong and Jiang Wei. The oath stated that Zhao Feng's death had nothing to do with him. Boom! 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 9 claps of thunder sounded, and the lightning penalty oath came true. The lightning penalty did not descend from the sky. This meant Bai Li Hong was not lying. Jiang Wei sighed in relief immediately. He was really worried this matter had something to do with Bai Li Hong. If that was the case, he would be stuck in the middle. Qian Kong was like a guardian of the Moon Illumination sect. Bai Li Hong was the only 3-star saint inscription master in the Moon Illumination sect. Both of them were very important to the Moon Illumination sect, and he did not want to lose either of them. Now that things had come to this, it was finally a happy ending. Elder Bai Li, I apologize for my rudeness. Qian Kong was a man of his words. After Bai Li Hong swore on the lightning penalty oath, he bowed and apologized to him. Although he wasn't very sincere, he still lowered his arrogant head. Elder Qian, if there's nothing else, please forgive me for not seeing you out, Bai Li Hong said indifferently. Based on his words, it was obvious he was asking his guest to leave. He knew he was a good-tempered person, but Qian Kong's actions today had infuriated him. Junior Uncle Qian, let's go. Naturally, Jiang Wei could feel Bai Li Hong's feelings. He immediately persuaded Qian Kong to leave as well. There's no hurry. However, Qian Kong shook his head. At the same time, he looked at Bai Li Hong and said, Elder Bai Li Hong, please ask your junior brother, Duan Lingtian, to come out. Elder Qian, what do you mean? Bai Li Hong's expression changed drastically as he asked in an unfriendly tone. Elder Bai Li, I believe Zhao Feng's death has nothing to do with you. However, I can't confirm that this matter has nothing to do with your junior brother, Duan Lingtian. Therefore, please ask your junior brother to come out so I can confirm it. Qian Kong said. What? Elder Qian Kong, do you intend to ask my junior brother to swear on the lightning penalty oath that he has nothing to do with Elder Zhao Feng's death? Bai Li Hong sneered. That's right. Qian Kong nodded as a matter of course. Elder Qian, I swore on the lightning penalty oath earlier not only because I respect you, but also because I didn't want to make things difficult for the sect leader. Otherwise, with my temper, I wouldn't have swore on the lightning penalty oath. To me, it's an insult to my character, Bai Li Hong said with a cold face. His words were firm. Elder Bai Li, I've already apologized to you, Qian Kong said in a deep voice. You've apologized? Bai Li Hong smiled brightly. Elder Qian, if you put it this way, then I would like to ask. If I apologize to you after this, are you willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath according to my request? Why not? Qian Kong said nonchalantly. Very good. Elder Qian, please swear on the lightning penalty oath that you've never done anything improper with your mother. What do you think? Although I believe in your character, I'd still like to confirm it with the lightning penalty oath. Bai Li Hong ignored Qian Kong's sudden change of expression and said coldly, These words could not be said to be not poisonous. Even Jiang Wei's expression changed. True energy surged in his body. He was afraid Qian Kong would attack Bai Li Hong in a fit of rage. He was prepared to protect Bai Li Hong. His heart was filled with bitterness and helplessness. Why did he not realize Elder Bai Li's mouth was so vicious in the past? Even if Qian Kong dared to swear on the lightning penalty oath, he would not swear on it. This was because it was a great insult to him. Not only was it an insult to him, but it was also an insult to his mother. Bai Li Hong, how many years has it been? You're the first person to arouse my killing intent. Qian Kong stared coldly at Bai Li Hong as killing intent flashed in his eyes. If it was not for Jiang Wei, whose strength was not inferior to his, and if it was not for the fact that he was the one who insulted Bai Li Hong's character first, he would have made his move long ago. Elder Qian, I just want to take this opportunity to tell you that some lightning penalty oaths can't be made just because you haven't done it before. Bai Li Hong was not afraid of Qian Kong at all, as he said nonchalantly. After he finished speaking, he did not wait for Qian Kong to reply before he looked at Jiang Wei again. Sect leader, I'm sure you've already investigated my junior brother's background. Do you think he has the ability to kill Elder Zhao Feng without my interference? The lightning penalty oath I swore earlier is enough to prove that Elder Zhao Feng's death has nothing to do with me and my junior brother. Bai Li Hong said solemnly. Elder Qian Kong has already insulted my character today. I won't let him insult my junior brother's character as well. If I, Bai Li Hong, can't even protect my junior brother, how am I supposed to continue living in this world? When Bai Li Hong reached the end of his sentence, he became agitated. Elder Bai Li, please calm down. It's my fault for not telling Junior Uncle Qian about this. Jiang Wei became anxious when he saw how agitated Bai Li Hong was. At the same time, he looked at Qian Kong and said, Junior Uncle Qian, since Elder Bai Li swore on the lightning penalty oath that he has nothing to do with Elder Zhao Feng's death, I'm sure it has nothing to do with his junior brother, Duan Lingtian. I've investigated his junior brother, Duan Lingtian. He's from Mound Hill City, one of the 18 cities under our Moon Illumination sect. Moreover, he's from the mortal continent and doesn't have any other background. With his strength, it's impossible for him to kill Elder Bailey. With his background, it's also impossible for him to get someone more powerful than Elder Zhao Feng to help him. Jiang Wei finished his words quickly, mainly to dispel Qian Kong's doubts. He was worried Qian Kong would pick a fight with Bai Li Hong again. Upon hearing Jiang Wei's words, Qian Kong's expression eased a little. However, his eyes were still filled with killing intent when he looked at Bai Li Hong. Bai Li Hong looked at him fearlessly as though he was not worried Qian Kong would attack him. Humph. Chapter 1550. No matter what, Bai Li Hong was still a 3-star saint inscription master. He was important to the Moon Illumination sect. Qian Kong knew Jiang Wei would stop him if he made a move. Moreover, Jiang Wei would be displeased, so he held himself back and did not make a move. If he was alone, he would not be afraid of Jiang Wei since his cultivation base was at the saint stage. However, he still had many descendants in the Moon Illumination sect. If he wanted his descendants to live a good life, he could not offend Jiang Wei. He had to know when to stop. Just like now, Jiang Wei had already explained to him. If he still did not know what was good for him, it would mean he was deliberately going against Jiang Wei. Elder Bailey, I'm really sorry for the trouble I've caused you today. After Qian Kong left, Jiang Wei sighed in relief and apologized to Bai Li Hong with a wry smile on his face. Sect leader, this has nothing to do with you. You don't have to apologize. Bai Li Hong shook his head. Naturally, he would not vent his anger toward Qian Kong on the sect leader. The sect leader had always taken care of him. Otherwise, he would have left the Moon Illumination sect long ago because he could not resist the temptation of other forces. No matter what, I'm partly responsible for this. How about this? I heard many of your junior brother's friends and family have joined the sect. I'll give them 1 million merit points each as an apology to you, Elder Bailey. Jiang Wei was a shrewd person. He knew Bai Li Hong would definitely reject him if he compensated him directly. That was why he said he would give Feng Wu Dao and the others merit points. As it turned out, he was right to do so. In that case, thank you very much, sect leader. Although Bai Li Hong wasn't willing to accept Jiang Wei's compensation, this compensation was related to his junior brother's family and friends. Moreover, such a large amount of merit points would be of great use to his junior brother's family and friends, so he didn't refuse. You're too kind, Elder Bailey. Jiang Wei sighed in relief when he saw Bai Li Hong had tacitly accepted the apology. He bade farewell and left. As the sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect, it was only natural that Jiang Wei would agree to it. In just half a day, an inner court elder came to Bai Li Hong's mansion and transferred the merit points to Feng Wu Dao and the others. 1 million merit points each. Currently, Feng Wu Dao and the others were no longer the hotheads who had just arrived at the Moon Illumination sect. Naturally, they knew what merit points meant. Due to this reason, all of them were dumbfounded. Are these merit points given to us by the sect leader? Only after that inner court elder left did Feng Wu Dao and the others withdraw their gazes from the crystal cards in their hands. For a time, they looked at each other and saw astonishment in each other's eyes. They had no idea what was going on. To them, the sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect was high and mighty. With their current status, they would never be able to come into contact with him at all. However, such a high and mighty existence had actually given each of them 1 million merit points for no reason. It must have been Elder Bailey who fought for us, Sima Changfeng asserted. At this moment, the others also deeply felt that this was the case. Only that Elder Bailey possessed such enormous prestige. By the time Duan Lingtian learned about this matter, it was already a few days later. As soon as he came out of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he came to look for Feng Wu Dao and the others to see if they were getting used to staying in the Moon Illumination sect. At the same time, he also learned from Feng Wu Dao and the others that they had obtained 1 million merit points each. When he heard that the merit points came from the sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect, he was a little surprised as well. At this moment, he could faintly sense that things might not be as simple as they seemed. What a joke! Feng Wu Dao and the others had obtained 1 million merit points each. In total, it was close to 10 million merit points. Even if the sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect did not lack merit points, it was impossible for him to give them away like this. Moreover, he had given them to a group of people who had just entered the Moon Illumination sect. Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian immediately went to look for Bai Li Hong. "Senior brother, I heard that the sect leader gave Uncle Feng and the others 1,000,000 merit points each. What's going on?" When Duan Lingtian saw Bai Li Hong, he did not beat around the bush and asked. When Bai Li Hong saw the doubt on Duan Lingtian's face, he smiled faintly. "Actually, it's nothing much. It's just that the sect leader insisted on giving me an apology. He knew that I wouldn't accept it if he gave it to me directly, so he came up with this idea. I have no choice but to accept it." "The sect leader gave you an apology?" When Duan Lingtian heard this, he was even more confused. "Why did he give you an apology?" "Because of Xiao Feng." Bai Li Hong stared deeply at Duan Lingtian. During these few days, Bai Li Hong had been thinking about this question over and over again. Was Xiao Feng's death really a coincidence? Although he didn't think that his junior brother had the strength to kill Xiao Feng, it was too much of a coincidence. In the past, Xiao Feng had left the sect on his own many times, but nothing had ever happened to him. However, this time, something had happened while he was hunting down his junior brother. He had lost his life as soon as something happened. "Xiao Feng?" When Duan Lingtian heard Bai Li Hong's words, he raised an eyebrow. "I think I've heard of this person before. He seems to be Feng Fan's master whom I killed before." Although Duan Lingtian looked calm on the surface, ripples could be seen in his heart. "It seems like Xiao Feng has a soul pearl as well," Duan Lingtian thought to himself. "Junior brother, there are 2 pieces of news that have been spreading outside recently. I'm sure you haven't heard about it, right?" Bai Li Hong asked with a smile. "What news?" Indeed, Duan Lingtian did not know about it since he had been cultivating in closed-door cultivation on the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to break through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. Although he had not made the final breakthrough yet, he had already reached the final bottleneck. Feng Wu Dao and the others did not know about the 2 pieces of news since they did not go out recently. Therefore, it was impossible for them to tell Duan Lingtian about it. Then, Bai Li Hong told Duan Lingtian about the 2 pieces of news that had been spreading outside. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. "I can't believe so many things have happened outside while I was in closed-door cultivation. Senior brother, who do you think is the one who spread these 2 pieces of news? Is there even a need to guess?" Bai Li Hong narrowed his eyes. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes as though he was about to devour someone. "Indeed, there's no need to guess." Duan Lingtian smiled. "As for the compensation from the sect leader, it has something to do with the news. A few days ago, the sect leader and Elder Qian Kong came together to confirm if Xiao Feng's death had anything to do with me." When Bai Li Hong reached this part of his sentence, he told Duan Lingtian what had happened a few days ago. "Elder Qian Kong?" Duan Lingtian was puzzled. "He's the supreme elder of the Moon Illumination sect. He's one of the few saint stage powerhouses in the Moon Illumination sect," Bai Li Hong explained. "Saint stage powerhouse?" Duan Lingtian was shocked. "Could it be that he's related to Xiao Feng? Since Xiao Feng's death could make Qian Kong go that far, it was impossible for him to believe that the 2 of them had nothing to do with each other. I also didn't expect Qian Kong to apologize to me for Xiao Feng's death. To be able to make a saint stage powerhouse bow down to him, the relationship between him and Xiao Feng must not be simple. It's impossible that they're not even master and disciple," Bai Li Hong said confidently. "Maybe he's his illegitimate son," Duan Lingtian said casually. It did not cross Duan Lingtian's mind that his casual remark, which sounded like a joke, happened to hit the mark. "Senior brother, the lightning penalty oath that you made Qian Kong swear on is really ruthless. At that time, Qian Kong must have wanted to kill you, right?" Duan Lingtian seemed to be smiling, but his heart was heavy. The reason Bai Li Hong had acted that way was to protect him. However, when he turned around, he did not even admit to killing Xiao Feng in front of Bai Li Hong. Of course, he wanted to kill me. Bai Li Hong smirked. Unfortunately, the sect leader won't let him have his way. Moreover, even if he really kills me, he won't have an easy time in the Moon Illumination sect. At that time, not only the sect leader, but the other saint stage powerhouses in the sect will be dissatisfied with him as well. He might be able to walk away, but he won't be alone unless he doesn't care about his descendants. Although Bai Li Hong said it casually, Duan Lingtian could feel the danger that Bai Li Hong was facing at that time. He was touched, but at the same time, he was afraid. If something happened to Bai Li Hong because of him, he would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. Senior brother, there's something that I haven't told you yet. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian said to Bai Li Hong, I killed Zhao Feng. Boom! When Duan Lingtian's words entered Bai Li Hong's ears, it was like a bolt from the blue. His junior brother had killed Zhao Feng? Originally, although he guessed Zhao Feng's death had something to do with his junior brother, it did not cross his mind that his junior brother was the one who killed Zhao Feng. He only thought his junior brother had a hidden background and could order some powerhouse to kill Zhao Feng. However, after listening to Duan Lingtian's words, he realized he had made a mistake. Junior brother, why you really killed Zhao Feng? Bai Li Hong asked in disbelief after being stunned for a long time. Senior brother, there's no need for me to lie to you about this. Before I left the sect, I purposely spread the news that I was going back to my hometown to lure Lu Huan in. Who knew Zhao Feng would come after me instead of Lu Huan? It was completely out of my expectations. Duan Lingtian said. He wanted to kill me, but unfortunately, he died in my hands in the end. Junior brother, you should have told me about your plan in advance. The reason Lu Huan didn't chase after you was because I kept an eye on him after you left. Bai Li Hong smiled wryly. Under my watch, how could he have the chance to chase after you? Senior brother, you. Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless by Bai Li Hong's words. He was wondering why Lu Huan did not chase after him with his character. As it turned out, it was his senior brother who stopped Lu Huan. Junior brother, if you have any plans in the future, it's better for you to discuss them with me. I don't want to ruin your good deed again. Bai Li Hong sighed. He emphasized the word good deed. Senior brother, I shouldn't have kept it from you. Chapter 1551. Junior brother, you actually managed to kill Zhao Feng. That Zhao Feng was at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. In terms of strength, among the people below the Saint Rudiment stage in the sect, only a few vice-sect leaders, another inner court elder, and I were able to suppress him. What level has your current strength reached? Bai Li Hong asked with a solemn expression. He was curious about Duan Lingtian's current strength. To tell you the truth, senior brother, I'm not afraid of anyone below the saint stage right now. Duan Lingtian did not hide the truth and replied bluntly. His words were filled with confidence. Naturally, there was something else he did not say. When he had broken through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage, he was confident he would be able to kill an ordinary saint stage powerhouse. You're confident you'll be able to kill an imminent saint stage powerhouse? Bai Li Hong sucked in a cold breath. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Although an imminent saint stage powerhouse was strong, with his current strength, he only needed one strike to kill his opponent if he used the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword. Looks like I really don't have to worry about your safety anymore, junior brother. Your current strength has already surpassed me as your senior brother. Bai Li Hong sighed emotionally. He did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words at all. At the same time, he was also happy for Duan Lingtian. This meant his junior brother would be able to protect himself now. No matter how strong I am, senior brother will always be Duan Lingtian's senior brother, Duan Lingtian said solemnly. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Bai Li Hong nodded with a smile on his face. Junior brother. Suddenly, Bai Li Hong seemed to have recalled something. The smile on his face disappeared as he said to Duan Lingtian solemnly. You can just tell me about your current strength, but you can't reveal it to others. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll get into trouble. I understand. Duan Lingtian nodded. He was not stupid, so he naturally knew what Bai Li Hong meant by inviting trouble. If the Supreme Elder, Qian Kong, were to find out about his current strength, he would probably denounce him at the first possible moment. It was because his current strength was sufficient to easily kill Zhao Feng. Apart from that, it's obvious that Lu Huan was the one who released those 2 pieces of news. He must know that he can't do anything to us. But he still did it, so he must have something in mind. Bai Li Hong added. It's not hard to guess what he's after. He must have seen that I haven't left the manor for a long time after returning, and was deeply afraid that after a few years of secluded cultivation, I would become even stronger than him. At that time, the initiative between him and me would completely change. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he spoke with certainty. That should be the case. Bai Li Hong nodded in agreement, and then laughed mockingly. Unfortunately, he probably never imagined even in his dreams that junior brother's current strength is far superior to his. Junior brother, you can even kill Zhao Feng, so killing him is as easy as killing a chicken or cutting grass. Since he can't sit still, I'll play along with him and have some fun with him. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly as he said coldly. When he left the Moon Illumination sect, he was not afraid of Lu Huan at all. At that time, he had not obtained the legacy of the Sovereign Heart Sword, and he could not use the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword. Currently, his strength was incomparable to before. Naturally, he was not afraid of Lu Huan at all. This time, senior brother, I won't cause any trouble, Bai Li Hong said awkwardly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, junior brother, I suggest that you wait for a while before making your move. At this moment, I'm afraid there are other eyes on you apart from Lu Huan. Bai Li Hong seemed to have recalled something as he spoke with a solemn expression. Senior brother, are you referring to Qian Kong? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Yes. Bai Li Hong nodded. I have a feeling that the relationship between Qian Kong and Zhao Feng is not ordinary. It has even surpassed the relationship between a direct disciple and a direct disciple. Based on Qian Kong's behavior a few days ago, he definitely won't let Zhao Feng's death go so easily. Due to this reason, I'm worried he's watching your every move. Understood. Duan Lingtian nodded. He had a plan in his heart. In that case, I'll wait until I've broken through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage before I look for Lu Huan to have some fun. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he emphasized the word have some fun. In the following days, Duan Lingtian began to repeat what he did before. He cultivated quietly on the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, ignoring everything that happened outside. Soon after, the words of Jiang Wei, the sect leader of Moon Illumination sect, spread out. Elder Bai Li has already sworn on the lightning penalty oath that he has nothing to do with Elder Zhao Feng's death. If anyone dares to slander Elder Bai Li again, they'll be punished severely. These were Jiang Wei's exact words. When Jiang Wei's words spread out in the Moon Illumination sect, the entire Moon Illumination sect was in an uproar again. As it turns out, the 9 claps of thunder a few days ago were the resonance of the 9 heavenly tribulation when Elder Bai Li swore on the lightning penalty oath. Since he swore on the lightning penalty oath, this matter definitely has nothing to do with Elder Bai Li. I can't believe the sect leader actually asked Elder Bai Li to swear on the lightning penalty oath just for Elder Zhao Feng. Isn't he afraid Elder Bai Li will be disappointed by his actions? Elder Bai Li is the only 3-star Saint inscription master in our Moon Illumination sect. If he's offended, he can just leave the sect. The other 8 great sects and the Mountain Shade Black Market can't wait for Elder Bai Li to join them. The sect leader has indeed gone overboard with this matter. Similar discussions spread out in the Moon Illumination sect. Most of them were on Bai Li Hong's side. At the same time, the other few supreme elders in the Moon Illumination sect's forbidden area had also learned about this matter. They immediately went to look for the sect leader, Jiang Wei. Sect leader, you've gone overboard with this matter. If Elder Bai Li leaves the Moon Illumination sect because of this, you'll be the sinner of the Moon Illumination sect. Humph! It was just a Zhao Feng. Forget about the fact that Elder Bai Li didn't kill him, even if he did, so what? Compared to Elder Bai Li, he's worthless to our Moon Illumination sect. The few supreme elders began to question Jiang Wei as soon as they saw him. At this moment, Jiang Wei felt wrong. He immediately looked at Qian Kong, who had a grave expression on his face. Junior Uncle Qian, don't tell me you want me to take the blame for this matter? Qian Kong was dragged here by the other supreme elders. Although he did not want to come, he knew he had to come at this time. Naturally, he did not come to denounce Jiang Wei. Instead, he came to stop the other supreme elders from denouncing Jiang Wei. As expected, the moment Jiang Wei's words left his mouth, the other supreme elders looked at Qian Kong one after another. Junior brother Qian, what's going on? Junior brother Qian, don't tell me you're the one who made Elder Bailey swear on the lightning penalty oath instead of the sect leader? If that's the case, you're too muddle-headed. Senior brother Qian, I know Zhao Feng almost became your disciple, but he failed in the end, didn't he? Why do you care so much about his life and death? It's not worth it to offend Elder Bailey because of him. The few supreme elders were either Qian Kong's senior brothers or junior brothers. All of them were from the older generation in the Moon Illumination sect. They were not as polite as Jiang Wei when they spoke to Qian Kong. What if he's my son? Faced with the accusation from his senior brothers, Qian Kong's face was terrifyingly grave. In the end, he told them about his relationship with Zhao Feng. The entire place fell silent at once. It was obvious the few supreme elders of the Moon Illumination sect did not know about the relationship between Qian Kong and Zhao Feng. When they heard Qian Kong's words, they were stunned for a moment before they smiled wryly. If that was the case, they could not blame Qian Kong anymore. After all, they would have done the same if they were in his shoes. Jiang Wei, who was standing at the side, sighed in relief at this moment. He did not care what the people below said about him. However, he had to care about the opinions of these few people before him. Not only were they his seniors, but they were also the guardians of the Moon Illumination sect. In Jiang Wei's opinion, this was the best outcome. However, he didn't know that from a certain point of view, this matter was only the beginning, and it was still far from the end. In the inner court of the Moon Illumination sect. That Duan Lingtian is so calm? Lu Huan's expression was extremely grave. Initially, he thought Duan Lingtian would lose his cool because of this incident. However, Duan Lingtian's composure had completely exceeded his imagination. At this moment, he felt embarrassed and helpless. Could it be that all the things he had done secretly were all in vain? He was unwilling to accept this. He was really unwilling to accept this. However, what could he do even if he was unwilling to accept this? Wait. I don't believe that Duan Lingtian will continue to hide in Bai Li Hong's mansion, Lu Huan said through gritted teeth. At the same time, in a place near the central district of the Moon Illumination sect, a figure flew out of an independent mansion behind a mountain that was covered in mist. In just a blink of an eye, it disappeared into the clouds. Soon after, the figure arrived in the depths of the mountain. Master, you're finally back, Han Xuanai said excitedly when she saw the beautiful woman with the voluptuous figure before her. Xuanai, I've already asked my friend to divine the whereabouts of Sister Kerr. She's safe now. However, she'll face a great calamity soon. That calamity is related to her life. Whether she can survive it or not will depend on her luck. The beautiful woman sighed when she saw Han Xuanai. A beautiful smile appeared on her face. When Han Xuanai heard the beautiful woman say that Kerr was safe, a smile appeared on her face. However, horror dawned on her when she heard the beautiful woman's words. A great calamity that's related to her life? Master, Senior Prophet. Did he really say that? The friend her master mentioned was the Oracle Man who was famous in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Chapter 1552. The Oracle Man was a legendary figure in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Even Han Xuanai's father, the mansion master of the Green Wave Han Mansion, had never seen him before. She, on the other hand, had seen the Oracle Man once with her master when she was young. At that time, the old prophet had even divined her fate. He had said that she would travel to the distant mortal continent, the Cloud Continent, with Qing Nu in a few years. At that time, a great fortuitous encounter would be waiting for her. Until now, she still did not know what the great opportunity the Oracle man had mentioned was. However, the trip to Cloud Continent was the happiest day of her life. There, she got to know Brother Ling Tian, Sister Kerr, Sister Fei, Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White. In front of them, she was free and unrestrained. They were not like the people from the Green Wave Han mansion who treated her like a little princess. Master, is there a way to resolve Sister Kerr's calamity? Han Xuanai's voice began to tremble. She did not want anything to happen to her kind sister. She did not want to see her brother Ling Tian sad. If something really happened to Sister Kerr, how would Brother Ling Tian be able to accept it? That old fellow said she can only rely on herself? The beautiful woman sighed. No! I'm going to Half Moon Island. I'm going to look for Sister Kerr. Han Xuanai turned around to leave as she spoke. She's no longer on Half Moon Island or Cloud Continent. The beautiful woman's words caused Han Xuanai's body to freeze completely. She turned around and looked at the beautiful woman again. Master, where's Sister Kerr now? I can't tell you exactly where she is. The beautiful woman shook her head. However, I came back this time mainly to tell you that I'll be leaving for a while. Master, you're leaving? Before the beautiful woman could finish speaking, Han Xuanai's expression changed slightly. In her eyes, this master was no different from her mother. Since her master had said so, it was obvious that he would be away for a long time. Naturally, she was reluctant to part with him. Yes. The beautiful woman nodded. I'm leaving this time because I have an extremely important matter to do. As for you, your big sister Fei, and those 3 little fellows, you can return to Cloud Continent to take a look. According to that old fellow's deduction, your big brother Ling Tian should have already returned to Cloud Continent. Perhaps this time you can confirm his whereabouts. Brother Ling Tian. Hearing the beautiful woman's words, Han Xuanai's eyes lit up. As for the dragons... At this point, the beautiful woman raised her hand and took out a small, exquisite sword. She passed it to Xuanai. If you come across dragons, just inject your true energy into it. As for what happens next, you don't have to worry. After handing the small sword to Xuanai, the beautiful woman disappeared without a trace. Master! Han Xuanai, who held the small sword tightly, suddenly felt like crying. All these years, her master had been staying in the Green Wave Han mansion and silently accompanying her. Now that she had left, she did not know when they would meet again. Although her master had long told her that she would leave one day, she did not expect that this day would come so soon. However, when Han Xuanai recalled that her master's cultivation base was far superior to her father's, she felt relieved. With her master's cultivation base, she could go anywhere in the world. As long as she was still around, there would be a day when they would meet again. Xuanai, from today onward, you can officially cultivate my red dust progeny's mental cultivation method. You don't have to worry anymore. It's time for the successor of my red dust progeny to step onto the stage. Her master's voice resonated in Han Xuanai's ears in a timely manner. After the beautiful woman left the Green Wave Han mansion, she continued to head north. Zoroastrianism, Zoroastrianism. I can't believe that the Zoroastrianism's saint girl who had gone missing for so many years is actually someone by his side. I hope the Zoroastrianism won't go too far this time. Otherwise, even if my 7 Absolute sect is weak, I won't let this matter go so easily. Currently, the successor of my 7 Absolute sect's first Absolute, the Fog Rain progeny, has also appeared. Perhaps, just like what that old fellow, the prophet, said, it's time for my 7 Absolute sect to step onto the stage. The beautiful woman muttered to herself. A long time ago, the 7 Absolute sect was a famous first-rate force in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Later on, when the Dao Martial Saint Land was divided into 2, the 7 Absolute sect left the mortal world and went into seclusion. It was only then that it was gradually forgotten by the world. Ever since the 7 Absolute sect was established, the number of people in the sect had never exceeded 20. However, this sect with less than 20 people had once stunned the Dao Martial Saint Land for an era. It was also during that era that a person entered the sights of the people in the Dao Martial Saint Land. He was none other than the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang. One man and one sword, he was invincible in the Dao Martial Saint land. One was a sect that stunned the Dao Martial Saint land for an era, while the other was a powerhouse who stunned the Dao Martial Saint land for an era. Not many people were aware that the Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect. There were 7 absolutes in the Seven Absolutes sect. The Fog Rain progeny was the first absolute. The Prophet progeny was the second absolute. The mortal world was the 7th absolute. Other than these 3 absolutes, there were 4 other absolutes that were also lurking in the Dao Martial Saint land. When the time came, they would come out of hiding and make a high-profile appearance. I heard from that old fellow, the Prophet, that the successor of this generation's first absolute, the Fog Rain progeny, has a ridiculously high fortuitous encounter. Even he can't predict it. Perhaps I'll be lucky enough to witness the 7 absolute sect's former glory. Thinking of this, the beautiful woman's autumn eyes seemed to reveal a bright and beautiful luster. Just as Han Shu and I was about to return to Half Moon Island and Cloud Continent with Li Fei and the 3 little fellows, a sudden incident happened. A sudden incident caused Han Shu and I to temporarily cancel her itinerary. The child in Li Fei's stomach was about to be born. In by Li Hong's mansion in the inner court of the Moon Illumination sect. Why do I feel so uneasy recently? It's as if something's going to happen. In the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duan Lingtian frowned. No matter what, he should have broken through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage by now. However, due to the sudden uneasiness, he could not focus on his cultivation at all, let alone break through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. After forcefully cultivating for a while, Duan Lingtian realized he was getting more and more agitated. He had no choice but to leave the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and walk out of his room to relax. At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not think about anything else. All he wanted to do was to go out for a walk. Due to this reason, he left the Moon Illumination sect's estate after leaving Bai Li Hong's mansion. He did not even seem to hear the greetings from the Moon Illumination sect's disciples along the way. He was in a daze as though he had lost his soul. What's wrong with Senior Brother Duan Lingtian? Something doesn't seem right. Look, Senior Brother Duan's eyes are so dull. What happened to make him so dejected? At this moment, the Moon Illumination sect's disciples along the way also noticed that something was amiss. At this moment, Duan Lingtian looked like he had lost his soul. Duan Lingtian, you've finally come out. Lu Huan had been waiting outside the Moon Illumination sect for a long time. When he saw Duan Lingtian leaving the sect alone, he secretly followed him after confirming that Bai Li Hong did not follow him. Naturally, he was very careful. He did not even plan to make a move nearby. Huh! Lu Huan, who was following behind Duan Lingtian, soon noticed the abnormality in Duan Lingtian's emotions. Don't tell me he noticed me? However, he sighed in relief when he realized Duan Lingtian was not acting strangely. Half a day had passed. Although Duan Lingtian was merely walking, he was already far away from the Moon Illumination sect. When Duan Lingtian entered a dense forest, Lu Huan finally could not hold it in anymore and was ready to make his move. Boom! As a thunderous explosion reverberated in the air, Lu Huan, the inner court elder of the Moon Illumination sect, launched a sneak attack from behind Duan Lingtian. Not only that, the moment he made his move, he pushed his palm out with all his might in an attempt to kill Duan Lingtian. A smile crept up on the corner of Lu Huan's mouth when he saw his attack was about to land on Duan Lingtian and kill Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, he had finally gotten rid of his greatest threat after today. However, as a louder explosion reverberated in the air, the smile on Lu Huan's face froze completely. Goodness! What did he just see? Lu Huan could clearly see a layer of light shield rose from the surface of Duan Lingtian's body out of nowhere when his attack was about to land on Duan Lingtian. Upon closer inspection, the layer of light shield was actually consolidated by streaks of rapidly moving golden sword rays. Not only that, but the light shield also blocked his attack with all his might. Horror dawned on Lu Huan's face when he saw the golden light shield merely swayed a little and did not collapse. At this moment, it was only natural that he realized he had underestimated Duan Lingtian. Stagnant territory! Without any hesitation, Lu Huan instantly set up his territory that shrouded the area within a 100-meter radius. Lu Huan's territory was called the Stagnant Territory. Within this territory, apart from himself and those whose cultivation base was higher than his, the true energy in their bodies would more or less be obstructed. It was as though there was an inexplicable force that was preventing them from unleashing their full power. At the same time, Lu Huan also took out his saint weapon. In the void above his head, the spiritual Qi consolidated weapon and spiritual Qi consolidated beast appeared. At the same time, Duan Lingtian had also turned around. At this moment, his lifeless eyes had regained some color. He was not surprised when he saw the person who launched the sneak attack on him was Lu Huan. He said nonchalantly, "Elder Lu Huan, you really won't let go of any opportunity to kill me. You must have instigated Zhao Feng to hunt me down, right? So what if I did?" Lu Huan sneered. "Unfortunately, he's too useless. He was killed by someone else before he could kill you. What if I say, I was the one who killed Zhao Feng?" At this moment, Duan Lingtian's voice resonated in Lu Huan's ears again. Chapter 1553. You! Lu Huan was obviously stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's true energy voice transmission. Then, he said in disdain, "You think you can kill Lao Feng? Dream on! You'll know soon enough whether it's a dream or not." Duan Lingtian replied nonchalantly. At the same time, in the void above his head, his genuine Qi had also transformed into the celestial dragon's celestial body. Around the celestial dragon's celestial body, there were wisps of blood vigor pulsating continuously, making the celestial dragon's celestial body seem lifelike. All of a sudden, a dragon's roar reverberated in the air. The divine dragon phenomenon's gigantic body moved and charged toward the god weapon phenomenon and the giant beast phenomenon that were condensed in the void above Lu Huan's head. Lu Huan was dumbfounded when he saw the divine dragon phenomenon. Dragon? It was actually a dragon. At this moment, he even forgot about being shocked by Duan Lingtian's cultivation base at the Perfection Saint rudiment stage. There was only one thing in his mind, and that was Duan Lingtian's true energy consolidated beast technique had actually condensed a dragon. Moreover, it was a dragon condensed using blood essence as the foundation. Boom! Boom! Lu Huan finally regained his senses after two loud bangs. At this moment, regardless of whether it was his god weapon phenomenon or the giant beast phenomenon, they were all easily suppressed and crushed by Duan Lingtian's divine dragon phenomenon. You! When Lu Huan was looking at Duan Lingtian in shock, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and instantly took out the Jasper Celestial Sword. He only used 30% of his strength, and swung it casually. Chi! 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 At this moment, the sound of something shattering reverberated in the void. It was the stagnant territory that Lu Huan had consolidated using his true energy consolidated territory technique. It instantly shattered into pieces. It was destroyed by Duan Lingtian's sword. "I am possible!" Lu Huan's eyes widened when he saw this. There was only shock on his face. In just a blink of an eye, his true energy consolidated weapon, true energy consolidated beast, and true energy consolidated territory were all destroyed by Duan Lingtian. Only Lu Huan knew how he felt at this moment. Whoosh! Before Lu Huan could react, the Jasper Immortal Sword in Duan Lingtian's hand flickered again, and a beam of sword light shot forward with lightning-like speed to cut off Lu Huan's sacred artifact. It was as simple as chopping firewood. Lu Huan groaned in pain. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, it was as if he had seen a ghost. You! How could you? How can he be so strong? Duan Lingtian continued Lu Huan's words with a faint smile. Elder Lu Huan, do you believe me now? Do I still feel like I'm talking nonsense? Impossible. Impossible. It's impossible for you to be so strong. Lu Huan was still unwilling to believe it. After all, it was too unbelievable. How long had it been? Duan Lingtian, who used to be like an ant in his eyes, had already become more powerful than him. Furthermore, the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was extremely terrifying. With a casual wave of his hand, he destroyed his stagnant element domain. Nothing's impossible, Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. At the same time, the jasper immortal sword in his hand flickered again, and a beam of sword light shot out. This time, it was aimed at Lu Huan's chest. Lu Huan, who was prepared for this, immediately cast his defensive technique. At the same time, he moved his body in an attempt to dodge the attack. However, would he be able to dodge it? Whoosh! The sword ray whizzed past like an arrow piercing through the sky. It easily penetrated the light shield that Lu Huan cast with his defensive technique. Before Lu Huan could dodge it, it pierced through his heart. Lu Huan, the inner court elder of the Moon Illumination sect, died just like that. He was killed by an inner court disciple who had entered the sect for less than 2 years. After putting away Lu Huan's saint weapon and spatial ring, Duan Lingtian destroyed the corpse with ease. Then, he returned to the Moon Illumination sect's estate. In reality, he did not intend to kill Lu Huan when he came out this time. He just wanted to come out and relax. This was because when he was cultivating earlier, he felt like his heart was in a mess. It was as though something was going to happen. However, after Lu Huan caused such a ruckus, the messy feeling in his heart disappeared. Duan Lingtian did not notice that at the same time when he killed Lu Huan, a figure had disappeared in a secluded place. This figure came and went without a trace. His strength was far above Duan Lingtian's. Only a powerhouse at the saint stage or above could hide in the dark without being noticed by Duan Lingtian. I can't believe this. Duan Lingtian has hidden his strength so well. In this case, Qiming must have died in his hands as well. Not only that, but the sword in his hand gives me an extremely dangerous feeling. How strange. The saint stage powerhouse who left after Duan Lingtian gradually revealed himself. He was a sturdy middle-aged man. The sturdy middle-aged man was none other than Tai Wu, one of the Mountain Shade Black Market's saint stage powerhouses in the 9 Sect Alliance's district. Ever since the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch leader had ordered the cancellation of the mission against Duan Lingtian, Tai Wu had been curious about Duan Lingtian. Recently, he had even been lurking near the Moon Illumination sect on a whim. Today, he discovered Duan Lingtian had actually left the Moon Illumination sect's estate when he was waiting for him. Moreover, what was even more interesting was there was a Moon Illumination sect's inner court elder following Duan Lingtian. He even wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. From the beginning until the end, he had been watching from the side. Initially, he thought Duan Lingtian would be killed. However, the outcome was completely out of his expectations. The person who died was not Duan Lingtian but the inner court elder of the Moon Illumination sect. The divine dragon phenomenon and the mysterious treasured sword. At this moment, in his eyes, Duan Lingtian seemed to be covered by a veil that was difficult to see through. That mysterious treasured sword was so powerful. It would be a lie if he said he was not moved by it. However, every time he coveted the sword, he realized his heartbeat would speed up for no reason. It was as though the sword was a great threat to him, and could even threaten his life. Due to this reason, he did not act rashly. I'm really curious. I wonder what kind of expression the people from the Moon Illumination sect will have when they see Duan Lingtian killing their sect's elder. A sinister smile appeared on Tai Wu's face as he glanced at the Tao talisman in his hand. As a saint stage powerhouse, Tai Wu's speed was much faster than Duan Lingtian. Moreover, Duan Lingtian looked more like he was taking a stroll when he returned. For this reason, Tai Wu had arrived in the sky above the Moon Illumination sect's estate much earlier than him. The moment Tai Wu appeared in the sky above the Moon Illumination sect, the few saint stage powerhouses in the Moon Illumination sect's forbidden area, including sect leader Jiang Wei, immediately noticed him. At this moment, Tai Wu raised his hand and crushed the Tao talisman in his hand. At this moment, a mirror image appeared in the sky above the Moon Illumination sect. It was extremely clear. If Duan Lingtian was here and saw this, he would definitely be shocked. This was because it was exactly the same as the 3D mirror image on Earth in his past life. The doubt talisman that Tai Wu tossed out was a mirror image talisman. The mirror image talisman could store whatever one saw. Whether it was people or objects in one's field of vision, everything could be stored in it. After crushing the doubt talisman, Tai Wu concealed himself. At this moment, Jian Wei and the others were also attracted by the mirror image in the sky. This was because they knew one of the two people who appeared in the mirror image. "It's Lu Huan!" One of the Moon Illumination sect's supreme elders exclaimed softly. "Who's that young man? Lu Huan seems to be following him." A few of the Moon Illumination sect's supreme elders were looking at the mirror image in the sky. In the mirror image, a purple-clad young man was walking in front while Lu Huan was tailing him closely. Naturally, these old fellows from the Moon Illumination sect did not recognize Duan Lingtian because they had never seen Duan Lingtian before. Although Jian Wei had long known about Duan Lingtian's existence and had investigated Duan Lingtian, he had never seen Duan Lingtian before. Due to this reason, it was only natural that he did not recognize him. However, even though Jian Wei and the other Moon Illumination sect Saint Stage powerhouses did not recognize Duan Lingtian, it did not mean the others in the Moon Illumination sect did not recognize Duan Lingtian as well. When the mirror image appeared in the sky, the entire Moon Illumination sect was in an uproar. "It's the sky mirror image!" Many knowledgeable Moon Illumination sect's disciples exclaimed softly. "The sky mirror image can only be displayed by the mirror image talisman. Although the mirror image talisman doesn't have a specific grade, it can only be drawn by a doubt talisman master who's at least a 4-star doubt talisman. Who's the one who's so generous to use a mirror image talisman?" Many of the Moon Illumination sect's elders were shocked. "Look! It's Elder Lu Huan. He seems to be following someone." Many of the Moon Illumination sect's inner court disciples recognized Lu Huan. "The person he's following seems to be Senior Brother Duan Lingtian?" "That's right. It's Senior Brother Duan Lingtian. What's Elder Lu Huan trying to do? How dare he follow Senior Brother Duan Lingtian? Don't you know? How did he do that?" "Senior Brother Duan Lingtian is from Mound Hill City, and his teacher is Fang Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City. Elder Lu Huan and City Governor Fang Hui are mortal enemies. It's only natural that he wants to kill Senior Brother Duan Lingtian." The entire Moon Illumination sect was in an uproar because of the mirror image that appeared in the sky. Many of them were worried about Duan Lingtian. In Bai Li Hong's mansion, Feng Wu Dao and the rest also saw the mirror image in the sky. The mirror image in the sky could be seen from any corner of the Moon Illumination sect. It was impossible for them not to see it since they were cultivating the Saint-grade martial tactic in the courtyard. "What's that?" Feng Wu Dao and the rest did not know about the mirror image talisman, so they had no idea what the mirror image in the sky was. *T. When Bai Li Hong saw the mirror image in the sky and saw Lu Huan attacking Duan Lingtian, horror dawned on his face. Those who were not in the know might have thought he was worried about Duan Lingtian. However, ever since he found out about Duan Lingtian's strength, he was not worried about Duan Lingtian's safety at all. Duan Lingtian's strength had already surpassed his. Even if Lu Huan attacked him from behind, he would not be able to hurt him at all. There was no need for him to guess. He knew the outcome would be Lu Huan's death. Chapter 1554. "Who's that? How vicious!" Bai Li Hong's expression was grave. He wanted to tear the mirror image in the sky apart, but he knew there was nothing he could do. Once the mirror image talisman was activated, unless one was a Saint Stage powerhouse, it would be impossible to destroy it. At this moment, Bai Li Hong hated himself for being too weak. He could not tear the mirror image in the sky apart for his junior brother. Sect leader and the others are fine, but if Qian Kong sees this, the moment Bai Li Hong thought of this, he became even more anxious. "Duan Lingtian? He's Duan Lingtian?" At the same time, Jian Wei, the sect leader of Moon Illumination sect, also learned that the purple-clad young man in the sky screen mirror image was Duan Lingtian. Horror dawned on him immediately. Naturally, he knew about the conflict between Lu Huan and Duan Lingtian. However, It did not cross his mind that Lu Huan would be so deranged that he actually wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Jiang Wei was slightly regretful. He regretted that he did not secretly execute Lu Huan first. He could imagine how furious Elder Bailey would be if he saw this. He might even vent his anger on him and the entire Moon Illumination sect. That was not something he wanted to see. At the same time, apart from Qian Kong, horror dawned on the other Supreme Elders as well. Their thoughts were similar to Jiang Wei's. They were worried Lu Huan would see the scene of Lu Huan killing Duan Lingtian. "We must shatter the sky screen mirror image!" Jiang Wei and the Supreme Elders' eyes turned cold as they prepared to attack together to destroy the sky screen mirror image. However, just as the true yuan on their bodies surged and they were preparing to attack, the image in the sky screen changed. It was this change that caused them to be stunned. At the same time, they involuntarily dispersed the true yuan that they had gathered. In the sky screen mirror image, Lu Huan launched a sneak attack on Duan Lingtian. He wanted to kill Duan Lingtian with a palm strike. At this critical moment, a layer of golden light rose from Duan Lingtian's body and easily blocked Lu Huan's palm strike that seemed to carry the wrath of a thunderbolt. What a strong defensive move! At this moment, everyone in the Moon Illumination sect who saw this was trembling in fear. The defensive move Duan Lingtian executed caused them to be shocked. Looking at Elder Lu Huan's attack, it's obvious he didn't hold back at all. I didn't expect senior brother Duan Lingtian would be able to block his attack so easily. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Since when did senior brother Duan Lingtian become so strong? How? Is senior brother Duan Lingtian could be human? All of the Moon Illumination sect's disciples were stunned by the mirror image that appeared in the sky. Duan Lingtian was Duan Lingtian Tian to you Duan is. Was Duan was. Even an ordinary Paramount Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator would not be able to easily block Lu Huan's all-out attack, right? Usually, Bai Lihong would heave a sigh of relief when he saw this because his junior brother was safe. However, not only did he not heave a sigh of relief, but his heart was even heavier now. He did not want to see what was going to happen next. At the same time, Feng Wudao and the others who were staying in Duan Lingtian's mansion were worried for him when they saw Lu Huan launching a sneak attack on Duan Lingtian. They only heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Duan Lingtian had blocked Lu Huan's attack. What's with the mirror image that appeared in the sky? Why does it feel so real? Feng Wudao and the others were puzzled. In the end, Sima Chang Feng was the first to react. Do all of you remember there's a Dao talisman called the Mirror Image Talisman recorded in the jade token we bought from the Merit Pavilion? The scene before us is almost identical to the effect of the Mirror Image Talisman. Seems like it. It's really the effect of the Mirror Image Talisman. It seems like only a Dao Talisman master above 4-star can draw the Mirror Image Talisman. Are there any 4-star Dao Talisman masters in the 9 Sect Alliance's district? Upon hearing Sima Changfeng's words, Feng Wudao and the others finally regained their senses. That golden light shield seems to be formed by streaks of golden sword rays. Such a powerful defense, it's obvious that it's an extremely high-grade defensive technique. In the sky, the few Saint Stage powerhouses from the Moon Illumination sect saw through Duan Lingtian's defense with just a glance. Duan Lingtian is actually so powerful? Jiang Wei was also shocked by the scene before his eyes. After a while, a smile appeared on his face again. I can't believe there's such a monstrous martial Dao prodigy in our Moon Illumination sect. With a little training, it's not impossible for such a prodigy to lead our Moon Illumination sect to a higher level in the future, and make our Moon Illumination sect a 6th-rate force. At this moment, Jiang Wei's heart was filled with excitement. The way he looked at Duan Lingtian was as though he had just seen a treasure. Apart from Qian Kong, the eyes of the other Supreme Elders glittered when they saw this. Although they had heard of Duan Lingtian before this, they thought he was just a lucky guy. If it was not for Bai Lihong, he would be nothing. However, at this moment, they finally realized the young man whom Bai Lihong had taken as his junior brother was not an ordinary person. He was not even 40 years old, but he was already so powerful. How heaven-defying would he be when he grew up in the future? Qian Kong's expression was extremely grave. This is Duan Lingtian, Bai Li Hong's junior brother? I can't believe he's so powerful at such a young age. It seems like Xiao Feng's death has something to do with him as well. The moment Qian Kong thought of this, killing intent flashed in his eyes. Soon after, the image in the sky changed again. In the image, Duan Lingtian turned around and confronted Lu Huan. At this moment, Lu Huan cast his True Energy Consolidated Weapon, True Energy Consolidated Beast, and True Energy Consolidated Territory. He even took out his Saint weapon and prepared to kill Duan Lingtian with all his might. Although the image recorded by the mirror image talisman was silent, people who could read people's lips could read people's lips. However, there were some people who could read lips. They could tell what the other person was saying from the movement of their lips. Coincidentally, Qian Kong was one of them. Lu Huan opened his mouth, causing his expression to turn grave. You want to kill Zhao Feng with just you? Dream on. This was what Lu Huan said. You'll find out soon whether it's a dream or not. This was what Duan Lingtian said. What happened next shocked everyone in the Moon Illumination sect. To be more precise, it shocked everyone in the Moon Illumination sect who saw the image in the sky. Faced with Lu Huan, who had used all his techniques, Duan Lingtian also cast his True Energy Consolidated Beast technique. At this moment, everyone realized Duan Lingtian was already a Perfection Saint Rudiment Stage Martial Cultivator. The True Energy Consolidated Beast was the symbol of a Perfection Saint Rudiment Stage powerhouse. However, what shocked them even more was what happened next. They could clearly see the giant beast phenomenon above Duan Lingtian's head was a dragon. It was a divine dragon. A real divine dragon. To most of the people present on the scene, a dragon was no doubt a legendary existence. Among the people present on the scene, only Feng Wudao and a few others had seen a dragon before. However, Duan Lingtian had consolidated the divine dragon phenomenon. Moreover, judging by the blood energy surrounding the divine dragon phenomenon, it was obvious it was consolidated with the blood essence. In other words, Duan Lingtian had obtained the divine dragon's blood essence in the past. At this moment, many people, including Jiang Wei, could not help but feel jealous. They were jealous of Duan Lingtian's fortuitous encounter to obtain the divine dragon's blood essence before he reached the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage. In the next moment, they clearly saw Duan Lingtian's divine dragon phenomenon easily defeated Lu Huan's divine weapon phenomenon and giant beast phenomenon. How powerful! As expected of a divine dragon. I can't believe the giant beast phenomenon Duan Lingtian consolidated with his True Energy Consolidated Beast is actually a divine dragon phenomenon. The group of Moon Illumination sect's elders exclaimed one after another. Senior brother Duan Lingtian is really heaven-defying. Exactly. Not only has his cultivation base broken through to the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage, but he has also consolidated such a heaven-defying divine dragon phenomenon. Senior brother Duan Lingtian has really created a miracle among the younger generation of our Moon Illumination sect. I wonder if senior brother Duan Lingtian can defeat Elder Lu Huan. After all, Elder Lu Huan is at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage and has a more powerful True Energy Consolidated Territory technique. The group of Moon Illumination sect's disciples watched the scene in the sky with anticipation in their eyes. At this moment, Duan Lingtian told them the answer with his actions. All they saw was Duan Lingtian casually taking out a sword. With a wave of his hand, the air vibrated and Lu Huan's stagnant territory was torn apart. Lu Huan was still in shock when Duan Lingtian swung his sword again and severed one of Lu Huan's arms. Due to the fact that it was a mirror image recorded by Tai Wu, a Saint Stage powerhouse, using the mirror image talisman, every detail was recorded clearly. Even the Moon Illumination sect's disciples with a weak cultivation base could see the entire process clearly. They did not miss any details just because Duan Lingtian's speed was too fast. How powerful! How terrifying! Everyone in the Moon Illumination sect, whether it was the group of elders, the group of deacons, or even the group of disciples, was dumbfounded. They were all shocked by the technique Duan Lingtian had displayed. Those who had a conflict with Duan Lingtian before gasped one after another, as they were drenched in sweat. Naturally, they were drenched in cold sweat. A few moments later, everyone saw Duan Lingtian piercing Lu Huan's chest with his sword, killing him instantly. At this moment, nobody pitied Lu Huan anymore. They all thought he deserved it. After all, he was the one who wanted to kill Duan Lingtian first. "We've avenged Master!" In the moon illumination sect's outer court area, Ling Yun and Xiong Hu looked at each other. They could see the excitement in each other's eyes. "God bless our moon illumination sect! God bless our moon illumination sect!" Jian Wei, the sect leader of Moon Illumination sect, and the few other Moon Illumination sect's supreme elders were extremely excited. They were thrilled that a monster like Duan Lingtian had appeared in the Moon Illumination sect. They saw the future of the Moon Illumination sect in Duan Lingtian. Chapter 1555. When Qian Kong left, Bai Lihong had also left his mansion and arrived near the Moon Illumination sect's monastery gate. What he wanted to do was to intercept Duan Lingtian and make him leave the Moon Illumination sect. Naturally, the reason he wanted to do that was because of Qian Kong. In his opinion, Qian Kong must be certain that Duan Lingtian was the one who killed Zhao Feng when he saw what happened. Based on Qian Kong's attitude toward Zhao Feng's death, it was impossible for him to let Duan Lingtian go. As soon as Bai Lihong left, Qian Kong arrived at his mansion. His face turned grave immediately when he discovered Duan Lingtian was nowhere to be found. "Don't tell me he hasn't returned yet?" The moment Qian Kong thought of this, he searched the entire Moon Illumination sect as fast as he could. In the end, he appeared near the Moon Illumination sect's monastery gate and waited there. "Bai Lihong!" When Qian Kong arrived near the Moon Illumination sect's monastery gate, he noticed Bai Lihong immediately. His face turned grave immediately. However, he did not want to alert Duan Lingtian. Instead, he hid at the side. Bai Lihong was waiting, and so was he. As the person involved, Duan Lingtian had no idea what was happening in the Moon Illumination sect at all. Currently, he was returning to the Moon Illumination sect's estate as though nothing had happened. Soon after, he saw a little black dot appearing in the distance. As he continued to move forward, the little black dot grew bigger and eventually transformed into the Moon Illumination sect's estate. The Moon Illumination sect's monastery gate also appeared clearly before his eyes. "I'm back." A smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when he saw the Moon Illumination sect's monastery gate. "I'll find some time to return to Mound Hill City and inform teacher about Lu Huan's death. I'm sure teacher will be very happy at that time." Duan Lingtian! Just as Duan Lingtian continued to make his way to the Moon Illumination sect's monastery gate, a thunderous roar resonated from the Moon Illumination sect's monastery gate. It was so loud that it spread in all directions. At once, everyone in the Moon Illumination sect's estate heard the thunderous roar. At this moment, the sky mirror image above the Moon Illumination sect disappeared. Most of the people in the Moon Illumination sect's estate were stunned for a moment before they rushed toward the Moon Illumination sect's monastery gate one after another. They could faintly sense that something interesting was going to happen at the place where the roar came from. "It's Marshal Uncle Qian!" When the group of Moon Illumination sect's elders and disciples rushed out of the Moon Illumination sect's monastery gate, sect leader Jian Wei, who was hovering in the sky, could not help but be stunned when he recognized the owner of the voice. "Junior brother Qian? Senior brother Qian?" At this moment, the other few Moon Illumination sect saint stage powerhouses, who were also the supreme elders of the Moon Illumination sect, could not help but frown. "Not good!" Jian Wei was the first to react, and his expression changed drastically. "What?" The other few supreme elders of the Moon Illumination sect immediately looked at Jian Wei. "Marshal Uncle Qian must have seen Duan Lingtian's strength. He must be certain that Duan Lingtian killed Zhao Feng. We must stop him." The moment his words left his mouth, Jian Wei vanished from his spot and rushed out of the Moon Illumination sect's monastery gate as fast as he could. When the other supreme elders heard his words, they immediately regained their senses as well. Horror dawned on them as well. Junior brother Qian is foolish. Senior brother Qian is too rash. As the few of them caught up to Jiang Wei, they could not help but curse him inwardly. At this moment, they also realized the severity of the matter. They knew Qian Kong's temper very well. Since he was certain Duan Lingtian had the strength to kill Zhao Feng, he would definitely not show mercy to Duan Lingtian. After all, he was the kind of person who would rather kill 1,000 innocent people than let one person go. However, in their eyes, Duan Lingtian was the Moon Illumination sect's treasure and shouldered the Moon Illumination sect's future. Due to this reason, they would not allow Qian Kong to touch Duan Lingtian. However, based on the current situation, the situation was not optimistic. Even if they arrived in time, Duan Lingtian might have already been killed by Qian Kong. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian was also taken aback by the roar that resonated in the distance. He was still in a daze. "Junior brother, run!" Another familiar voice resonated in the air. He could tell it was his senior brother, Bai Li Hong's voice. At this moment, Bai Li Hong's voice was filled with anxiety, as though he had encountered something that caused him to panic. Upon hearing Bai Li Hong's voice, Duan Lingtian panicked for no reason. At this moment, he felt a suffocating feeling spread throughout his body. Around his body, the area within 100 meters of him instantly turned into a golden ocean. Territory. Moreover, it's not an ordinary Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage's territory. This was the thought that appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind at this moment. Horror dawned on him immediately. Even at this moment, he still had no idea what was going on. Why would someone who seemed to be a Saint Stage powerhouse make a move on him? "Duan Lingtian, I'll make you accompany my son, Zhao Feng, in death." Just when Duan Lingtian was almost suffocated by the golden ocean-like territory, and could not breathe at all, the person who had roared earlier shouted at Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. Duan Lingtian, who was already on the verge of suffocating, almost fainted when he heard this voice transmission. At this critical moment, under the heavy pressure, the vast true energy in Duan Lingtian's qi swept out and quickly flowed through his 99 saint veins. With the help of the 9 dragons' conveyance, the true energy completed a major circulatory cycle in just a blink of an eye before it whistled and rushed into Duan Lingtian's qi. In an instant, the qi in between Duan Lingtian's eyebrows trembled and seemed to explode. The feeling of fainting appeared again. However, this time, Duan Lingtian did not feel oppressed. Instead, he felt his body and mind lightened. All of this was because he had made a breakthrough. Under the heavy pressure, he had completed his breakthrough to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. Everything was just a matter of time. Originally, Duan Lingtian was only a step away from the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. He had not cultivated for such a long time on the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda for nothing. However, due to some reasons, he had not been able to break through the last layer of paper. This time, due to the pressure from the territory of the suspected Saint Stage powerhouse and the thunderous voice transmission, Duan Lingtian managed to complete the final breakthrough and take the most crucial step. After he had broken through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage, although the pressure from the Golden Ocean was still there, it was not as strong as before. However, the suffocating sense of crisis was getting stronger and stronger. At the same time, he felt a terrifying aura sweeping toward him at an extremely exaggerated speed. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian instantly activated his strange pupil. His spiritual energy was rapidly depleted, causing the scene in his field of vision to slow down. Seizing this critical moment, Duan Lingtian quickly took out the Jasper Celestial Sword. The true energy in his qi that had expanded after his breakthrough continuously surged into the Jasper Celestial Sword. However, in the end, Duan Lingtian still retained 10% of his true energy. 90% of his true energy was quickly injected into the Jasper Celestial Sword. At this moment, the Jasper Celestial Sword began to tremble violently as it emitted a terrifying aura. The green energy on the sword was constantly flashing, causing the surrounding air to tremble. Without any hesitation or time for Duan Lingtian to think, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and swung the Jasper Celestial Sword out. At this moment, Duan Lingtian discovered that his heart was extremely calm. It was as though he had vaguely established a connection with the jasper celestial sword in his hand. This connection was magical and difficult to describe with words. However, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel it. Whoosh! The sound of the sword whistling in the air disappeared in a flash, as though it was a flash in Duan Lingtian's ears. At the same time, under the watchful eyes of the group of Moon Illumination sect's elders and disciples who had rushed out of the Moon Illumination sect's estate, an old figure that was not far away from Duan Lingtian was directly slashed into half. At the same time, the golden ocean in the sky disappeared as well. Junior Uncle Qian! Junior Brother Qian! Senior Brother Qian! At the instant the old figure was slashed into half by the sword ray, a few sorrowful cries resonated in the sky far away. It was none other than Jiang Wei, the sect leader of Moon Illumination sect, and the few supreme elders of Moon Illumination sect. Initially, they were a little disappointed. They thought Duan Lingtian would not be able to escape from Qian Kong's evil clutches. However, the sudden scene in front of them left them completely dumbfounded. Duan Lingtian had killed Qian Kong with just a sword strike. At the same time, not only were Jiang Wei and the others dumbfounded, but even Tai Wu, who was hiding in the sky and watching the show, was shocked as well. Cold sweat even broke out on his forehead. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. He was thankful that he did not snatch the mysterious sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. Although he knew his strength was far more powerful than Qian Kong, who had been killed. However, even he did not dare to say he could block that sword strike with 100% certainty. That sword strike was too fast and too powerful. It was so fast that it shocked him. It was so powerful that it made his heart tremble. Junior brother, run! Although Bai Li Hong was also shocked by Duan Lingtian's domineering sword strike, he was the first to react and urged Duan Lingtian to run. Perhaps he did not know how Duan Lingtian could perform such a terrifying sword strike, but he could vaguely sense that Duan Lingtian must have met certain conditions to perform that sword strike. It would be difficult for Duan Lingtian to perform the same sword strike now. I'll protect your family and friends, Bai Li Hong continued to urge him. Qian Kong? Upon hearing Bai Li Hong's words, Duan Lingtian's train of thought instantly became clear. So Zhao Feng is really Qian Kong's illegitimate son? At this moment, Duan Lingtian recalled Qian Kong's voice transmission and realized his previous guess was right. Zhao Feng was really Qian Kong's illegitimate son. However, he could not figure out how Qian Kong knew he was the one who killed Zhao Feng. Chapter 1556. However, Duan Lingtian knew there was no time for him to think about it. Qian Kong was the supreme elder of the Moon Illumination sect. As a saint stage powerhouse, he was like a guardian in the Moon Illumination sect. Killing Qian Kong in front of so many people meant that he had committed a serious crime. Most importantly, he had killed Qian Kong with just one strike of his sword. It was not because he was powerful, but because he had borrowed the Jasper Celestial Sword's energy. Borrowing the Jasper Celestial Sword's energy had cost him 90% of his true energy. Currently, he only had 10% of his true energy left in his Qi. Senior brother, I'll leave Uncle Feng and the others in your hands. The moment the thought left his mind, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At that instant, Sword Qi filled the area within a 100-meter radius with him as the center. Streaks of incomparably sharp sword light whizzed past, setting off the area within a radius of 100 meters as if it was a sword domain. This was the territory that Duan Lingtian had mastered after he had broken through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. However, Duan Lingtian could not control what kind of territory the true energy consolidated territory was. However, after breaking through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage, Duan Lingtian knew what kind of territory he had comprehended. It was the 10,000 Swords territory. The reason Duan Lingtian comprehended this territory was because he knew it had something to do with the Sovereign Heart Sword. When Duan Lingtian found out what kind of territory he had comprehended, he naturally knew what it was. Due to this reason, 10,000 swords filled the area within a 100-meter radius with him as the center. After a while, the 10,000 swords flew toward him rapidly. From an outsider's perspective, it looked like the 10,000 swords were going to pierce his heart. The scene of 10,000 swords whistling through the air was extremely spectacular. Only the ear-piercing sound of swords whistling through the air was left in the wake of the 10,000 swords. In just a blink of an eye, the 10,000 swords gathered under Duan Lingtian's feet and transformed into a solid and dazzling sword. Then, it seemed as though it had transformed into a streak of light as it disappeared into the distance. What a terrifying territory! What a fast speed! His speed is much faster than an imminent Saint Stage powerhouse or even a Saint Stage powerhouse. High up in the sky, Tai Wu was also shocked when he saw this scene. However, looking at his complexion, he doesn't seem to be in a good condition. It's very obvious that using that mysterious treasured sword earlier also consumed a lot of his true energy. It's impossible for him to perform a second sword strike in such a short time. As a Saint Stage powerhouse, Tai Wu's judgment was not bad. It was easy for him to see through Duan Lingtian's current situation. Therefore, he immediately chased after him. When Tai Wu chased after him, the few Moon Illumination Sect's supreme elders, including Jiang Wei, the sect leader of Moon Illumination Sect, finally regained their senses. Their expressions were grave as they chased after Duan Lingtian. They had never imagined that things would develop to such an extent. Duan Lingtian had killed Qian Kong. Who was Qian Kong? That was a powerhouse from the older generation in the Moon Illumination Sect. He was a grand elder of the Moon Illumination Sect whom they had known for many years. Yet today, he had fallen before their eyes. The person who killed him was a Moon Illumination Sect's disciple. Although they thought highly of Duan Lingtian and felt that if Duan Lingtian continued to grow, he would definitely lead the Moon Illumination Sect to glory, things had developed to such an extent that they could no longer control it. It would be fine if they were the only ones who saw Duan Lingtian killing Qian Kong. However, the problem was that more than half of the Moon Illumination Sect's people had seen it. Although Qian Kong was the Moon Illumination Sect's supreme elder, and many of the Moon Illumination Sect's disciples had never seen him before, the Moon Illumination Sect's elders and some of the Moon Illumination Sect's disciples recognized him. If someone who killed a Moon Illumination Sect's grand elder like Qian Kong could still be nurtured by the sect and become the sect's leader in the future, it would undoubtedly be a huge joke. Therefore, the moment Duan Lingtian killed Qian Kong, they knew the Moon Illumination Sect could no longer tolerate Duan Lingtian. Since they could no longer tolerate him, and Duan Lingtian might hate the Moon Illumination Sect because of Qian Kong, they were left with only one choice, which was to kill Duan Lingtian to prevent future troubles. They could not take the risk. If they took the risk, Duan Lingtian would undoubtedly be a potential threat to the Moon Illumination Sect when he grew stronger. They had to nip this threat in the bud. At this moment, they had already forgotten about Bai Lihong. Although a 3-star Saint Inscription Master was rare, it was insignificant in the face of the sect's survival. While they were chasing after Duan Lingtian, sect leader Jiang Wei did not forget to instruct the few vice sect leaders. Keep an eye on Duan Lingtian. Don't let him and the people in his mansion leave. Several vice sect leaders rushed back to Bai Lihong's residence at the first moment. They were just in time to intercept Bai Lihong, who was preparing to leave with Feng Wu Dao and the others. To be more precise, they had intercepted Bai Lihong and Feng Wu Dao's group. Elder Bai Li, the sect master has ordered that you and the people in your residence are not allowed to leave. If you have offended him in any way, I hope that you can forgive us. A few vice sect masters surrounded Bai Lihong and the others, and one of them said, "Gentlemen, how about we make a deal?" Bai Lihong looked at the few vice sect leaders and asked indifferently. He did not panic. "What deal?" Several vice sect leaders frowned. "If you let me go, I'm willing to give each of you a saint weapon inscribed with 3-3-star saint inscriptions," Bai Lihong said. Bai Lihong's words lit up the eyes of the few vice sect leaders. "Are you serious? I can swear on the lightning penalty oath. However, it's not convenient for me to swear on the lightning penalty oath in the sect now. I'm sure the vice sect masters don't want others to hear the resonance of the 9x9 heavenly tribulation, right? Bai Li Hong added. Let's go! At this moment, the few vice sect leaders looked at each other. Not only did they disobey sect leader Jiang Wei's order, but they even personally escorted Bai Li Hong, Feng Wu Dao, and the others out of the Moon Illumination sect's estate. Naturally, they were extremely discreet when they left. Nobody noticed them at all. The reason they did so was because the temptation of Bai Li Hong's promise was too great. Even the sect leader and the few supreme elders did not have a saint weapon inscribed with 3-star saint inscriptions, let alone them. To them, Bai Li Hong's life and death were of no importance. The most important thing was to obtain the benefits in their hands. As for the sect leader, Jiang Wei, they could completely shirk the responsibility, and say that they had chased after Bai Li Hong but failed to catch up to him. When they arrived at a place far away from the Moon Illumination sect's estate, Bai Li Hong swore on the lightning penalty oath and negotiated a deal with the few vice sect leaders of the Moon Illumination sect. The few vice sect leaders of the Moon Illumination sect were satisfied and let him go. Although they had yet to obtain a saint weapon inscribed with 3-star saint inscriptions, they were not worried that Bai Li Hong would go back on his word since he had swore on the lightning penalty oath. Moreover, the lightning penalty oath that Bai Li Hong swore said that he would give each of them a saint weapon inscribed with 3-star saint inscriptions within 3 years. 3 years was not a long time to them. Naturally, Jiang Wei, the sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect, was unaware of what had happened here. Otherwise, he would be so angry that he would throw up blood. When Bai Li Hong brought Feng Wu Dao and the others away from the Moon Illumination sect, the group of Moon Illumination sect's elders, deacons, and disciples near the mountain gate of the Moon Illumination sect's estate had already regained their senses. The scene that had happened earlier had given them a great shock. The Moon Illumination sect's elders who recognized Qian Kong, in particular, muttered in shock. Duan Ling Tian. He actually killed Elder Qian Kong? How? How's this possible? Elder Qian Kong is our Moon Illumination sect's supreme elder. He's a saint stage powerhouse. But he, unbelievable. Unbelievable. How's it possible for Duan Lingtian to be so powerful? The group of Moon Illumination sect's elders were shocked from the bottom of their hearts. Some of them were even trying to confirm that they were not dreaming. Elder Qian Kong? Supreme Elder? Saint Stage Powerhouse? Naturally, the group of Moon Illumination sect's disciples heard the words of the Moon Illumination sect's elders. At once, the identity of the old man who was killed with their own eyes spread out. Qian Kong was the Moon Illumination sect's supreme elder, a Saint Stage powerhouse. Oh my God! I'm not dreaming, am I? Senior brother Duan Ling Tian killed Elder Lu Huan and Elder Qian Kong? Elder Qian Kong is a Saint Stage powerhouse. A Saint Stage powerhouse is almost invincible to martial and Dao cultivators below the Saint Stage. Don't tell me senior brother Duan Lingtian is also a Saint Stage powerhouse? When senior brother Duan Lingtian left earlier, he seemed to have cast his territory with the true energy consolidated territory. His strength is not as simple as what he showed in front of Elder Lu Huan. The true energy consolidated territory is the symbol of a paramount Saint Rudiment Stage powerhouse. Senior brother Duan Lingtian is at least a paramount Saint Rudiment Stage powerhouse. Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage? In my opinion, senior brother Duan Lingtian is a Saint Stage powerhouse. Otherwise, how could he kill Elder Qian Kong? I also think senior brother Duan Lingtian is a Saint Stage powerhouse. The group of Moon Illumination sect's disciples discussed among themselves. When they mentioned Duan Lingtian, their faces were filled with awe and shock. They were not the only ones. Even the group of Moon Illumination sect's elders did not realize that although Duan Lingtian had killed Qian Kong, he had cast a heavy blow. Apart from Tai Wu from the Mountainshade Black Market, even the few Saint Stage powerhouses, including Jiang Wei, the sect leader of Moon Illumination sect, had noticed this as well. They knew it would be difficult for Duan Lingtian to cast such a powerful sword strike again in a short period of time. That was why they dared to chase after him. Otherwise, how would they dare to chase after a powerhouse who could kill Qian Kong in just one strike? Naturally, the reason they chased after Duan Lingtian was not only to kill Duan Lingtian to prevent future trouble, but they could also see how extraordinary the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was. As Saint Stage powerhouses, apart from having a good eyesight, they also had a keen sense that far surpassed ordinary martial artists. Chapter 1557. Due to this reason, the few Saint Stage powerhouses, including Jiang Wei, the sect leader of Moon Illumination sect, coveted the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. Due to this reason, they chased after him without any hesitation. In the distance, Duan Lingtian's face was turning paler as he flew on his sword. The sword strike he used to kill Qian Kong earlier seemed simple, but it had actually depleted 90% of his true energy. The remaining 10% of his true energy had been used to form the 10,000 swords territory using the true energy consolidated territory. Subsequently, the 10,000 swords territory transformed into a flying sword and carried Duan Lingtian away from the Moon Illumination sect. One must admit that the flying sword was very fast. However, due to its fast speed, it consumed a lot of energy as well. After flying for a short distance, Duan Lingtian discovered that the true energy in his body was almost depleted. Meanwhile, the spiritual energy in his mind was almost depleted due to the strange pupil that he had cast earlier. His true energy was almost depleted, and his spiritual energy was almost depleted as well. Currently, Duan Lingtian only felt extremely uncomfortable. This was not physical discomfort, but it was mental discomfort. What should I do? The few Saint Stage powerhouses from the Moon Illumination sect will definitely catch up with me. After killing Qian Kong, Duan Lingtian noticed a few figures flying out from the sky above the Moon Illumination sect's estate. They were none other than the few Saint Stage powerhouses from the Moon Illumination sect. Although he could kill Qian Kong with a single sword strike, it was all thanks to the Jasper Celestial Sword. Without the Jasper Celestial Sword, he would only be invincible below the Saint stage even if he had broken through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. Without the Jasper Celestial Sword, he might not even be a match for the weakest powerhouses above the Saint stage, let alone killing a Saint stage powerhouse with a single strike. Currently, using the Jasper Celestial Sword took a huge toll on him. He had consumed 90% of his true energy to kill Qian Kong. They're catching up to us soon. At the same time, Hua Lao's voice resonated from the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to remind Duan Lingtian. Hua Lao, what should I do now? Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Not only did the flying sword beneath his feet slow down, it even began to fade, as if it could disappear at any moment. Find a place that won't be exposed to wind and rain, then put the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda inside. As long as they don't destroy the surrounding environment, you should be safe. Hua Lao pondered for a moment, and reminded him. As soon as Hua Lao said this, Duan Lingtian naturally guessed Hua Lao's intention. That works! Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate. He stepped on the flying sword and descended from the sky. He directly rode the sword into a dense forest, and a huge rock appeared in front of him. That's it! Duan Lingtian mobilized his remaining true qi and lifted the boulder. Then, he dug a hole under the boulder and threw the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda into it. Then, before the boulder fell again, he entered the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda with a single thought. Boom! As the boulder fell, the small hole where the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was completely covered. It was not afraid of wind and rain at all. Under such circumstances, unless the pursuers behind him went crazy and destroyed the surrounding environment, it was impossible to force Duan Lingtian to show himself. After Duan Lingtian entered the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he immediately went to the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Apart from recovering his true energy, he also began to recover his spiritual energy. To him, this was an urgent matter. While Duan Lingtian was hiding, Tai Wu, the Saint Stage powerhouse from the Mountain Shade Black Market stationed in the Nine Sect Alliance's district, also appeared in the sky above the forest where Duan Lingtian was hiding. He's hiding? Tai Wu looked at the forest beneath his feet and smirked coldly. Then, as though he had noticed something, his eyes narrowed before he hid again. While Tai Wu was hiding, Jiang Wei, the sect leader of Moon Illumination Sect, and a few other Moon Illumination Sect's supreme elders also appeared in the sky above the forest. They stopped moving and looked around. His aura seems to have disappeared in this place, Jiang Wei said with a frown. Let's look around. At once, the group of Saint Stage powerhouses from the Moon Illumination Sect split up to patrol in the sky while the rest entered the forest and began a thorough search. As Saint Stage powerhouses, their spiritual energy had already given birth to the divine consciousness. Nothing could hide from their divine consciousness. Tai Wu, who was hiding in the sky, had a grave expression on his face. He was not afraid of any of the Saint Stage powerhouses from the Moon Illumination Sect. However, if these Saint Stage powerhouses from the Moon Illumination Sect joined forces, he was no match for them. Due to this reason, no matter how anxious he was, worried that Jiang Wei and the others would beat him to it, and snatch the mysterious treasured sword from Duan Lingtian, there was nothing he could do. All he could do was watch. I hope you'll hide well and not be discovered by them. Otherwise, you'll disappoint me, Tai Wu thought to himself. His words were obviously directed at Duan Lingtian. One could imagine how speechless Duan Lingtian would be if he heard Tai Wu's words. While Tai Wu was feeling anxious, the group of people from the Moon Illumination Sect searched the surroundings for an entire hour before they finally gathered again. However, all of them returned empty-handed. Upon seeing this, Tai Wu sighed in relief. We didn't find him. Jiang Wei frowned. His aura clearly disappeared here. Don't tell me he can fly or burrow into the ground? Perhaps he has some way to remove his aura and prevent us from detecting it. One of the Moon Illumination Sect's supreme elders speculated. That's possible. Another supreme elder of the Moon Illumination Sect agreed with this supreme elder of the Moon Illumination Sect. That's the only possibility. Otherwise, how could a martial cultivator who hasn't even entered the Saint Stage escape from our divine consciousness? In the end, the few Saint Stage powerhouses from the Moon Illumination Sect, including Jiang Wei, reached a consensus. How would they know that Duan Lingtian's aura was also isolated by the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda after he entered it? As a celestial supreme treasure, the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was still capable of this. Now we can only split up and search for him. Soon after, the few Saint Stage powerhouses from the Moon Illumination Sect reached a consensus again. They split into 3 groups and searched for Duan Lingtian's whereabouts in a carpet style. Seeing the few people from the Moon Illumination Sect had split up, Tai Wu, who was hiding in the sky, did not show himself. His expression was calm, as though he was waiting for something. Soon after, the few high-ranking officials from the Moon Illumination Sect, including Jiang Wei, returned from 3 different directions and gathered again. It was apparent their departure earlier was just an illusion. Their purpose was to lure Duan Lingtian out, since they were not sure if Duan Lingtian was still in this area. Currently, they had confirmed that Duan Lingtian was no longer in this area. At this moment, they finally split up and searched for Duan Lingtian in 3 different directions. At this moment, Tai Wu finally showed himself. Humph. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm the closest to him, and know he's hiding in this area, I'm afraid I would have been fooled by him like those trash from the Moon Illumination Sect. After Tai Wu showed himself, he looked down at the forest beneath his feet and smirked coldly. Based on his words, it was obvious he was certain Duan Lingtian was still in this area. Duan Lingtian, although I don't know what kind of secret technique you've used to hide, you'll still have to show yourself in front of me, Tai Wu, no matter how strange your secret technique is. Tai Wu sneered and extended both of his arms. At this moment, a surge of vast true energy appeared on each of Tai Wu's arms. It seemed to have transformed into 2 dragons that kept swallowing and hissing. In the next moment, as Tai Wu's arms shook, the 2 dragons transformed from true energy lashed out at the forest below like 2 huge whips. Wherever they passed, the wind howled and the cranes screamed as though the air had been sucked out. Bang! Bang! At the same time, the 2 dragons landed in the forest, causing the ground to tremble as though there was an earthquake. Although the two dragons did not hit the gigantic rock that the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda was hiding in, due to the trembling ground, the gigantic rock was sent flying. At this moment, the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda that was hidden under the gigantic rock was sent flying as well. Before the fourth level of the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda was repaired, the space inside was unstable. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian, who was hiding in the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda and recovering his true energy and spiritual energy, was sent flying out of the pagoda. Since he did not have much true energy left, Duan Lingtian rolled on the ground a few times after he was sent flying out. He was covered in dust and looked extremely wretched. Oh no! At this moment, he finally regained his senses and realized the thing he did not want to happen the most had happened. Originally, he knew he had taken a risk by hiding in such a way. This was because he did not know if his pursuers would destroy the surrounding environment. If it was destroyed, he would be sent out of the seven treasures' exquisite pagoda immediately, even if he was hiding in it. However, he had no other choice but to take the risk. Now, the truth had proven that he was unlucky. I can't believe I still failed. When Duan Lingtian realized he was unlucky, he could not help but sigh inwardly. He immediately looked at the figure that was descending from the sky. However, when he saw the black figure, he could not help but frown. It doesn't seem like any of the saint stage powerhouses from the Moon Illumination sect. Moreover, the feeling he gives me doesn't seem like he's from the Moon Illumination sect. The person who had appeared was, naturally, Tai Wu. Duan Lingtian. After Tai Wu appeared, he studied Duan Lingtian with interest. You're quite capable to be able to deceive those trash from the Moon Illumination sect. Unfortunately, you're still too inexperienced to play tricks in front of me, Tai Wu. Who are you? Duan Lingtian's face turned grave. He realized he had guessed correctly. This black-clad middle-aged man was not from the Moon Illumination sect. However, since this person dared to call the saint stage powerhouses from the Moon Illumination sect trash, he must be more powerful than the few saint stage powerhouses from the Moon Illumination sect. It doesn't matter who I am. All you need to know is that you'll die in my hands today. Chapter 1558. Although Tai Wu was considered a high-ranking official in the Mountain Shade Black Markets branch in the Nine Sect Alliance's district, his identity in the Mountain Shade Black Market's upper branch was still an assassin. All assassins in the Mountain Shade Black Market would have to swear on the lightning penalty oath that they would never reveal their identities outside. Otherwise, they would be killed by the lightning penalty. I don't think there's any enmity between us. Why do you want to kill me? Upon hearing Tai Wu's words, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice. There's no enmity between us. Unfortunately, a man's wealth is his own ruin. I've taken a fancy to the sword in your hand. Tai Wu smiled sinisterly. At the same time, a hint of greed could be seen in his eyes. Sword? Upon hearing Tai Wu's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned at first. However, he quickly regained his senses and realized the sword Tai Wu was talking about was his Jasper Celestial sword. Don't play dumb! You haven't even entered the saint stage yet. Didn't you rely on that sword to kill Qian Kong from the Moon Illumination sect? Although Qian Kong is trash, he's still a saint stage powerhouse no matter what. If you don't have that sword, it's impossible for you to kill him with just one strike. Tai Wu smirked. You're talking about this, right? Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly as the Jasper Celestial sword appeared in his hand with a raise of his hand. When Tai Wu saw the Jasper Celestial sword in Duan Lingtian's hand, his eyes lit up immediately. If you're interested in this sword, I don't mind giving it to you. However, the prerequisite is that you'll have to use it first. With a flip of his hand, Duan Lingtian grabbed the body of the Jasper Celestial sword and handed the hilt to Tai Wu as though he was really going to give the sword to him. Boy, what are you trying to do? When Tai Wu saw how cooperative Duan Lingtian was, he became a little fearful. He did not reach out to take the sword. Instead, he asked with a grave expression. What can I do? Duan Lingtian laughed at himself. If I can still do something, why would I be here talking nonsense with you? You're a saint stage powerhouse. Don't tell me you're so cowardly that you don't dare to take the sword that I'm giving to you. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he emphasized the word give. Tai Wu only realized that Duan Lingtian did not have the strength to wield the sword in his hand, Duan Lingtian's hand. Otherwise, just as Duan Lingtian had said, he would utterly not waste his breath on him, and would have swung his sword over since long ago. The scene of Duan Lingtian killing Qian Kong with his sword was still vivid in his mind. That sword strike appeared ordinary, but it actually contained an extremely powerful and frightening strength. Wu's sword celestial. Wu's celestial al done. He tai tian's tian wu s done he duan sword done wu duan done sword s celestial al wu's. However, his expression quickly changed. This was because he realized the jasper celestial sword that was as light as a feather in Duan Lingtian's hand was terrifyingly heavy in his hand. Even if he exerted all his strength, he could not pick it up. Lad, what's going on? You're a Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator, so why can't I pick it up? Tai Wu asked in a deep voice as he withdrew his hand after a long while. In his opinion, there must be a secret in Duan Lingtian's sword. If he wanted to pick up the sword, he would have to master the secret first. I'm giving the sword to you. You can't blame me if you can't pick it up. Duan Lingtian shook his head and sighed. At the same time, Tai Wu did not notice the fear in Duan Lingtian's eyes had disappeared and was replaced with indifference. It was as though his mentality had undergone a great change in an instant. Lad, you must be up to something. Tai Wu's face turned pale as he shouted. I advise you to tell me the secret of this sword if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, even if I can't obtain it, I'll kill you. When Tai Wu reached the end of his sentence, his eyes flashed with killing intent as though he was about to devour someone. What kind of trick can I play? Duan Lingtian continued to shake his head. He did not panic as Tai Wu had expected. Instead, he looked indifferent as though he did not care about Tai Wu's threat at all. Lad, are you doubting my words? Do you think I won't kill you? Tai Wu asked coldly as his expression darkened. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and did not reply. Lad, since I can destroy you, I can naturally kill you as well. I advise you to cooperate with me honestly. Perhaps I'll spare your life if I'm in a good mood. Tai Wu sneered. You'll destroy me? Upon hearing Tai Wu's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned. He did not know what he meant. I'm sure you don't know what happened in the Moon Illumination sect before you returned to the sect, right? Tai Wu smiled sinisterly. Although I don't know why Qian Kong attacked you, there's no place for you in the Moon Illumination sect even if you didn't kill Qian Kong today. Killing an inner court elder of the Moon Illumination sect is a crime punishable by death in the Moon Illumination sect. Killing an inner court elder of the Moon Illumination sect? You mean Lu Huan? Duan Lingtian frowned. He was even more puzzled by Tai Wu's words. I don't know who Lu Huan is, but since the Moon Illumination sect's elder you killed had a cultivation base at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage, it's only natural that he was an inner court elder of the Moon Illumination sect. Tai Wu snorted. Perhaps you don't know this, but before you returned to the Moon Illumination sect, I recorded the scene of you killing the inner court elder of the Moon Illumination sect into the mirror image talisman. Then, I projected the image stored in the mirror image talisman into the sky above the Moon Illumination sect's estate before you did. However, Tai Wu was unaware of this. If Duan Lingtian did not kill Lu Huan, nothing would have happened to Duan Lingtian even if the matter of him killing Lu Huan was exposed. Lu Huan's death was mostly his own doing. Although Lu Huan was dead, nobody in the Moon Illumination sect sympathized with him. Everyone thought he had dug his own grave and deserved to die. After Jian Wei and the others from the Moon Illumination sect saw Duan Lingtian's strength, they regarded him as a treasure. If it was not for the incident that happened later, they would have trained Duan Lingtian as the next successor to the sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect even if it was not for Duan Lingtian. So that's how it is. Upon hearing Tai Wu's words, Duan Lingtian finally had an answer to some of the questions in his heart. No wonder Qian Kong wants to kill me. As it turns out, he's already found out about my true strength. Since he knows about my true strength, it's only natural that he knows Zhao Feng's death has something to do with me. Duan Lingtian was enlightened. Boy, I'll give you 15 minutes. If you don't tell me the secret of this sword after 15 minutes, I'll definitely kill you. As soon as Tai Wu finished speaking, he even swore on the lightning penalty oath as though he wanted to be more persuasive. Boom! 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 As the 99 heavenly tribulation responded to the tribulation oath, Tai Wu faced Duan Lingtian in a victorious manner. It was as though he was not worried Duan Lingtian would reveal the secret of the sword in his hand. Ha ha! Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, laughed when he saw Tai Wu swearing on the lightning penalty oath. He laughed in a carefree manner. What are you laughing at? Tai Wu flew into a rage out of humiliation. I'm laughing at your ignorance. After Duan Lingtian's smile faded a little, he said nonchalantly, However, since you like swearing on the lightning penalty oath, I'll play with you as well. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he also swore on the lightning penalty oath. If I have a way to make this person use the sword in my hand, I'm willing to be killed by the lightning penalty. This was the lightning penalty oath Duan Lingtian swore on. After he swore on the lightning penalty oath, Duan Lingtian did not suffer from the lightning penalty at all. This meant that Duan Lingtian was not lying. You have no way to make me use it? Impossible! Impossible! Then how can you use it? You're just an ant at the saint rudiment stage. How can you use a sword that even a saint stage powerhouse like me can't pick up? When Tai Wu realized Duan Lingtian was not lying, horror dawned on him immediately. Initially, his imagination was perfect. As long as he obtained the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand, he would be able to leave the 9 Sect Alliance's district and return to the Mountain Shade Black Market's upper-level branch. Not only did he want to return, but he also wanted to kill all those who had gone against him in the past. However, reality told him that he could not use the sword that he had always dreamed of. Nothing is impossible in this vast world, Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. Since I can't use it, don't even think about using it. Die! Die! Tai Wu's eyes suddenly narrowed as he stared at Duan Lingtian. After he shouted coldly, the true energy in his body surged as he was about to kill Duan Lingtian. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance anymore. Just when Tai Wu was about to lose his mind, Duan Lingtian spoke nonchalantly again. At the same time, he casually tossed out an item. A stone tablet with a missing corner appeared out of thin air. After Duan Lingtian tossed it out, it seemed to have transformed into a cannonball as it charged toward Tai Wu as though it was on steroids. Boom! Before Tai Wu could make his move, the stone tablet hit his body. In the next moment, although Tai Wu did not seem to be injured, he fell down. His eyes were dull as though he had lost his soul. As for him, he had indeed lost his soul. To be more precise, his soul had been suppressed. Naturally, the thing that suppressed his soul was the Devil Seal tablet that Duan Lingtian had just taken out. When Tai Wu was trying to take the Jasper Celestial Sword away from Duan Lingtian had already discovered that Tai Wu was a devil cultivator. After finding out that Tai Wu was a devil cultivator, he was no longer worried. With his current Saint Rudiment stage cultivation base, it was impossible for a devil cultivator at the first stage of the Saint stage to escape from the Devil Seal tablet in his hand. The Saint stage was divided into many stages. Previously, Duan Lingtian had heard from his senior brother, Bai Li Hong, that the strongest powerhouse in the 9 Sect Alliance's district was only at the peak of the first stage of the Saint stage. In the entire 9 Sect Alliance's district, there were only 2 such powerhouses. Chapter 1559. After killing Tai Wu, taking his spatial ring, and destroying his corpse, Duan Lingtian immediately left the forest that was destroyed by Tai Wu. Currently, the most important thing for him was to find a secluded place to recuperate. As for other matters, he would have to wait until his true energy and spiritual energy had recovered. The group of Moon Illumination Sect Saint Stage powerhouses, including Sect Leader Jian Wei, returned to the Moon Illumination sect one after another in disappointment after searching for Duan Lingtian for more than 10 days to no avail. As soon as Jiang Wei returned to the Moon Illumination sect, he was furious when he heard about Bai Li Hong escaping with his men. He was not stupid. His first thought was that the few vice sect leaders had let Bai Li Hong go. However, what could he do even if he guessed it? Could he sentence them to death or expel them from the Moon Illumination sect? The few vice sect leaders of the Moon Illumination sect were all eminent saint stage powerhouses. All of them were the pillars of the Moon Illumination sect. Moreover, none of them would be able to break through to the saint stage at any time. It would be a loss to the Moon Illumination sect if any of them died. Due to this reason, Jiang Wei did not do anything even though he was furious. The few vice sect leaders of the Moon Illumination sect had taken this into consideration when they decided to let Bai Li Hong and the others go. No matter what, the Moon Illumination sect had lost Qian Kong, Bai Li Hong, and a peerless genius like Duan Lingtian. The loss was immeasurable. Due to this reason, Jiang Wei, the sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect, did not have a pleasant expression on his face. Naturally, although he did not continue to search for Duan Lingtian, he did not give up. He secretly sent the elders he trusted in the Moon Illumination sect to search for Duan Lingtian's whereabouts. If my Moon Illumination sect can obtain that sword, it won't be impossible for my Moon Illumination sect to become the leader of the 9 sections. When Jiang Wei recalled the mysterious sword Duan Lingtian had used to kill Qian Kong, his heart burned with eagerness. He was determined to obtain that sword. At the same time, Duan Lingtian was hiding in a remote place, cultivating on the 3rd floor of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. More than 10 days had passed in the outside world, but more than a month had passed in the 3rd floor of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. Duan Lingtian's true qi had almost fully recovered, and his mental strength had also recovered. The reason he did not wake up from his cultivation was because Duan Lingtian was further consolidating his cultivation base at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. After all, he had broken through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage in a hurry, so his cultivation was not stable yet. This time, he planned to use this opportunity to completely consolidate his cultivation base at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. After he had stabilized his cultivation base, he would make another trip to the Moon Illumination sect. He was very worried about Bai Li Hong and his friends. Although Duan Lingtian was worried, he did not think the Moon Illumination sect would execute them. After all, even if the Moon Illumination sect executed them, the disadvantages would outweigh the advantages. In his opinion, as a 7th-rate sect, the Moon Illumination sect would not do such a stupid thing. While Duan Lingtian was consolidating his cultivation base at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage, the faraway Azure Cloud Mansion was not calm at all. Whoosh! A swift figure landed on the floating island like a gust of wind. Elder Rome! Elder Rome! On the other hand, the rows of black armored guards patrolling the island in the sky also stopped and bowed respectfully when they saw the newcomer slowing down. The person whom they addressed as Elder Rome was an old man. The old man was dressed in a gray robe. Although his hair was white, his face was ruddy, and he had a sage-like aura. However, at this moment, his expression was slightly gloomy. The old man nodded at the black armored guards he encountered on the way. With a flash of movement, he sped up again. Soon after, he entered the most luxurious building on the floating island and the most spacious mansion. Lord Mansion Master! Soon after, the old man saw the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Ruffin. Elder Rome, you look like you're in a hurry. Did something happen? Duan Ruffin asked. The old man in front of him had followed him for many years and was in charge of gathering information for his subordinates. If something had not happened, it was impossible for him to come looking for him in such a hurry. Mansion Master, if I'm not mistaken, the young Mansion Master's full name is Duan Lingtian, right? The old man asked after taking a deep breath. That's right. Duan Ruffin nodded. Then, he asked with a joyful expression on his face. What? Did Elder Ku bring Tianer back? No. Faced with the surprised Duan Ruffin, the old man shook his head and smiled wryly. Then, he said, I've received news that the dragons are secretly searching for a young man named Duan. It's said that the dragon's clan leader personally gave the order. Moreover, there's a portrait in the hands of the dragon's intelligence department. This is a copy of the portrait by my subordinates. I think the person in the portrait looks a little like you, Mansion Master. For this reason, I suspect the person the dragons are looking for is the young Mansion Master. The old man raised his hand and took out a portrait before he passed it to Duan Rufang. Duan Rufang opened the portrait and looked at it. His eyes narrowed immediately. With just a glance, he could tell the person in the portrait was his son, Duan Lingtian. What's going on? My son is still in the mortal continent. How did he offend the dragons? Duan Rufang's expression turned grave. He had to be cautious about this matter since it concerned the dragons. Although the Azure Cloud Mansion was not afraid of the Dragon Clan, he could not help but worry about his son's safety when he thought about how the Dragon Clan was looking for his son. Moreover, it was obvious the Dragon Clan was not looking for his son to return to the Dragon Clan for tea. I can't figure it out as well. By right, the young Mansion Master should be in the mortal continent now. Mansion Master, you also said you left the voice transmission jade slip for the young Mansion Master and asked Kumi, that old fellow, to wait for him at the southern border of the Dao Martial Saint Land. By right, if he leaves the mortal continent, he should look for Kumi immediately. However, until now, there's still no news from Kumi. The old man was the general manager of the Azure Cloud Mansion's intelligence department. To a certain extent, he could be considered as Duan Rufang's eyes and ears in the Dao Martial Saint Land. He would be able to find out immediately if there was any commotion in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Naturally, if it was just some insignificant force, he would not pay any attention to it at all. Something must have changed in this matter. Duan Rufang's eyes gleamed brightly as he said in a deep voice, Rong Yuan, I plan to make a trip back to the Cloud Continent. Tell Madam that I have something to attend to at the last minute. Don't tell Madam about this. I'm afraid she'll be worried. Yes. Rong Yuan was also the general manager of the Azure Cloud Mansion's intelligence department. He was also Duan Rufang's right-hand man. When he heard Duan Rufang's words, he immediately responded respectfully. After Duan Rufang passed down his order, he immediately left the Azure Cloud Mansion. He left alone without bringing anyone with him. His destination was the southern district of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Lord Mansion Master? Kumi, who had been waiting at the southern coastal district of the Dao Martial Saint Land for a long time, did not expect the Lord Mansion Master would personally make an appearance. He was shocked. Kumi, follow me to the Cloud Continent, Duan Rufang said indifferently when he saw the old man who was completely covered in a grey robe. After he finished speaking, he took the lead and made his way to the Cloud Continent. The old man did not dare to dawdle and immediately followed him. Although this old man was also dressed in grey like Rong Yuan, he was on the other end of the spectrum compared to Rong Yuan's sage-like demeanor. Just by standing there, he inadvertently exuded a gloomy and cold aura, as if thousands of ghosts were coming to visit him. He was also holding a walking stick in his hand. If Han Xuanai was here, she would definitely be able to recognize him with just a glance. This old man was the person who had stopped the group of people from the Green Wave Han Mansion when they were leaving the Dao Martial Saint Land from the south in a grandiose manner. The old man had stopped the group of powerhouses from the Green Wave Han Mansion with just his strength alone. Moreover, even the strongest powerhouse by her side, Mui, was respectful to the old man. Kumi, Rong Yuan brought back a piece of news. He said that the dragons are looking for my son, Duan Rufang said while they were on their way. Although his tone was calm, Kumi could hear a trace of terrifying coldness in it. Young Mansion Master? Isn't the young Mansion Master on the Cloud Continent? Upon hearing this, Kumi's emotions could not help but fluctuate a little. Have you encountered anything out of the ordinary while you've been here all these years? For example, did some powerhouses leave the Dao Martial Saint Land and go to the Cloud Continent? Duan Rufang asked. 2 days ago, there was a group of people who went south. Kumi pondered for a moment before he said, At that time, it was the people from the Green Wave Han Mansion. However, they didn't go to the Cloud Continent. They searched the vast sea for a long time as though they were looking for someone. After a period of time, they returned after they found nothing. Did you see anyone from the dragons? Duan Ruffing asked again. People from the dragons? Upon hearing Duan Ruffing's words, Kumi's heart skipped a beat. Then, he said, a year ago, Diju, the five-clawed golden dragon, passed by this place. I've met him before. According to him, he went to an island on the separation cloud continent and not the cloud continent. Not long ago, he just came back from there. Although he forced a smile in front of me, I could tell he seemed to have suffered a setback. Then I must be right. It must have something to do with Diju. Upon hearing this, Duan Ruffing's face turned grave immediately. Upon hearing Duan Ruffing's words, Kumi seemed to have guessed something as well. Horror dawned on his face immediately. Mansion Master, I was careless in this matter. If something really happened to young Mansion Master because of Diju, I, Kumi, will definitely take Diju's life even if I have to spill my blood on the dragons. Kumi's words were said in an extremely cold and sinister manner. There's no point in saying all this now. The most important thing now is to go to the Cloud Continent to investigate this situation. Since the dragons are looking for my son, I'm sure he's fine now. The moment Duan Ruffing thought of this, he secretly sighed in relief. Chapter 1560. According to the Oracle Man, he was Duan Ruffing's son. He was not a short-lived person. Realizing that there might be some conflict between the dragons and Duan Lingtian, Duan Ruffing and Kumi immediately sped up and headed south to Cloud Continent. With their speed, it did not take long for them to arrive at Cloud Continent. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of all this. After stabilizing his cultivation base at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage, Duan Lingtian left the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. After leaving the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he immediately went to the vicinity of the Moon Illumination sect. After lying in ambush for a few days, he finally found an opportunity to knock out a Moon Illumination sect inner court disciple who had just returned from outside. He then disguised himself as him and took his inner court disciple token before entering the Moon Illumination sect's estate without any obstruction. After entering the Moon Illumination sect's estate, he immediately went to the inner court. Soon after, he learned that Bai Li Hong had left the Moon Illumination sect with Feng Wu Dao and the rest. He could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Since senior brother has left with Uncle Feng and the rest, it means that they're safe. With senior brother's strength and identity as a 3-star Saint Inscription Master, let alone in the 9 Sect Alliance's district, he won't have to worry about not having a place to stay even if he leaves the 9 Sect Alliance's district. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he felt relieved. After confirming that Bai Li Hong and the rest were fine, Duan Lingtian went to the outer court again to secretly check on Ling Yun and Xiong Hu. However, unfortunately, Ling Yun and Xiong Hu were not there. Could something have happened? Worried that his identity would be exposed, Duan Lingtian did not investigate further and left the Moon Illumination sect's estate first. After leaving, he went to Mound Hill City. However, he did not show himself. Who knew if the Moon Illumination sect had arranged for someone to wait for him in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City? After asking around outside Mound Hill City, Duan Lingtian realized that Fang Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City, was fine and was not implicated at all. He could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Then, the sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect isn't crazy. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he left Mound Hill City. After leaving Mound Hill City, Duan Lingtian's first thought was to go to Han River City. After senior brother brought Uncle Feng and the rest out of the Moon Illumination sect, I wonder if they'll settle down in Han River City. I'll try my luck there. Maybe we can find some useful information in Han River City. Having made his decision, Duan Lingtian headed towards Han River City. As the number 1 city within the 9 Sect Alliance's territory, Han River City was naturally the first to receive news. Duan Lingtian had been to Han River City before, so he was familiar with the place this time. After arriving at Han River City, Duan Lingtian spent the next few days in a restaurant, listening to the discussions of martial and Dao cultivators from all over the 9 sect alliances. However, he was shocked to find that the news about the Moon Illumination sect did not spread out at all. Whether it was the death of a saint stage powerhouse in the Moon Illumination sect or the fact that Bai Li Hong had left the sect, none of them spread out. This made Duan Lingtian feel a little strange. Duan Lingtian did not know that when the few saint stage powerhouses from the Moon Illumination sect returned after failing to find him, the sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect, Jiang Wei, had urged the group of inner court and outer court elders to swear on the lightning penalty oath that they would not spread the news of what happened that day. The news of what happened that day naturally referred to the matter of Duan Lingtian killing Qian Kong and Bai Li Hong leaving the Moon Illumination sect. Both of these matters were enough to affect the foundation of the Moon Illumination sect. After all, Qian Kong was one of the few saint stage powerhouses in the Moon Illumination sect. Bai Li Hong was the only 3-star saint inscription master in the Moon Illumination sect. If outsiders learned that Qian Kong was dead and Bai Li Hong had left the Moon Illumination sect, it would undoubtedly be a heavy blow to the Moon Illumination sect. After staying in Mound Hill City for a few days, Duan Lingtian did not manage to find out any useful information. For a moment, he was at a loss. Now, where should he go? To him, even the 9 sect alliances district was not a safe place. For this reason, he did not plan to stay in the 9 sect alliances district for long. The situation in the Dao Martial Saint Land was similar to the Cloud Continent. The closer one was to the central area, the more powerful martial and Dao cultivators there would be. The forces there were as many as the hairs on a cow. There was no lack of 6th-rate forces or forces that were above 6th rate. I'll head north first and head to the capital of Windfall Nation. Soon, Duan Lingtian made up his mind. When he was still in the Moon Illumination sect, Duan Lingtian had learned about the forces around the 9 sect alliances. He knew that the vast land in the north of the 9 sect alliances district belonged to a 6th-rate saint nation called Windfall Nation. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, apart from sects and clans, there were also saint nations among the 6th-rate forces. Of course, these so-called saint nations were also clans in the beginning. However, they were not willing to stay in one place, so they ruled the vast land around them and established their own nation. More than half of the 9 great sects in the 9 sect alliances district came from the vast land that was occupied by Windfall Nation. Because they would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix, they came to this remote and barren land in the current 9 sect alliances district and continued to build their own sect space, continuing to live their carefree and ungoverned days. It was said that due to Windfall Nation's vast land, they did not care about the barren land in the 9 sect alliances district. For this reason, the 9 great sects lived a carefree life in this area. What separated Windfall Nation and the 9 sect alliances district was a barren desert. In this desert, apart from all kinds of powerful wild beasts, there were all kinds of harsh natural environments as well. Even with Duan Lingtian's current cultivation base, if he did not use the flying sword consolidated from his 10,000 swords territory to travel, it would take him at least 10 days to completely cross this desert. Perhaps, the reason why Windfall Nation did not occupy the land in the 9 sect alliances district is mainly because of this desert. Standing at the border of the 9 sect alliances district, Duan Lingtian, who was about to cross the desert and enter Windfall Nation's district, could not help but think to himself as he looked at the endless desert in front of him. What Duan Lingtian did not know was that when he entered the desert, his cheapskate father, Duan Rufeng, had already arrived at the 10 great dynasties in the south of Cloud Continent. After entering the Darkhan dynasty, he entered the Darkstone Empire, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and finally the Crimson Sky Kingdom. "Kumi, just wait for me here," Duan Rufeng said to Kumi indifferently as he looked down at the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. "Yes, Lord Mansion Master." In front of Duan Rufeng, Kumi was extremely respectful and did not dare to overstep his boundaries. Subsequently, Duan Rufeng entered the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. One must admit that Duan Rufeng was very smart. He knew to return to the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. In the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city, he finally found the clue that he was looking for. Originally, Duan Lingtian had intentionally left these clues for Li Fei before he left Cloud Continent. This was because he knew that as long as Li Fei was still alive, she would definitely return. However, to his surprise, the person who obtained the clues he left behind first was his cheapskate father, Duan Rufeng. Even the voice transmission jade slip that Duan Lingtian left for Li Fei had also landed in Duan Rufeng's hands. Through the voice transmission jade slip that Duan Lingtian left behind, Duan Rufeng also found out about the ins and outs of this matter. What a good dragons! What a good Diju! Good! Very good! I'll definitely ask the dragons for an explanation for destroying my son's sect. Killing intent flashed in Duan Rufeng's eyes. However, when he found out that one of his daughters-in-law had been taken away, his heart sank again. Zoroastrianism? What's the background of that daughter-in-law of mine? Her twin sister actually calls herself a Zoroastrianism. Shouldn't Zoroastrianism people be in the upper province? Why would she come to the lower province? That's not right. Ro once said that my daughter-in-law, Kerr, grew up with Tian'er since childhood. How could she possibly have anything to do with Zoroastrianism in the upper province? However, it's someone who calls herself a Zoroastrianism person who took her away. Not only that, but that person even calls herself her twin sister. Not only that, but that woman who calls herself Kerr's twin sister is so powerful that she's even stronger than Diju. The moment Duan Rufeng thought about this, his heart felt a little heavy. Although he did not take Diju seriously, he still knew a little about how powerful Diju was. After all, Diju was one of the only 2 5-clawed golden dragons in the upper province. Although he had yet to fully mature, his strength was still extraordinary. If that woman was really Kerr's twin sister, then her actual age would only be slightly over 30 years old. Slightly over 30 years old, but her strength was far more powerful than Diju. She's so young, but she already possesses such monstrous strength. It seems like she's not lying. She's most likely a Zoroastrianism person. Only the outstanding young talents from the top first-rate forces in the upper province would possess such monstrous strength at such a young age. The moment Duan Rufeng thought about this, he could not help but gasp. Even he had only heard of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. He had never come into contact with anyone from the upper province. Since ancient times, the Dao Martial Saint Land is divided into the 3 religions and 9 sects. The 9 sects refer to the forces in the Dao Martial Saint Land from the 1st rate to the 9th rate. The 3 religions refer to the 3 top first-rate forces with the longest inheritance in the Dao Martial Saint Land. They're also the 3 most mysterious and powerful sections. Zoroastrianism is one of them. Ever since the Dao Martial Saint Land was divided into 2, the 3 great sects and the other powerful forces that rose to power entered the upper province. For so many years, nobody in the lower province mentioned the 3 great sects. Chapter 1561. In fact, Duan Lingtian had given it a lot of thought before he decided to cross the vast desert and head to the capital of Windfall Nation. When he was still in the Moon Illumination sect, he had heard his senior brother, Bai Lihong, mention Windfall Nation many times. Based on Bai Lihong's words, it seemed like he was looking forward to going to Windfall Nation. He had even said that if it was not for the Moon Illumination sect, he would have gone to Windfall Nation long ago. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian felt Bai Lihong might have brought Feng Wudao and the others to Windfall Nation. Not only that, but this feeling was very strong as well. What Duan Lingtian did not expect was when he was crossing the desert and heading to Windfall Nation, his cheapskate father would leave Cloud Continent not long after he obtained the clue he left behind in the Crimson Sky Kingdom on Cloud Continent. Let's go to the Moon Illumination sect. Duan Rufeng and Kumi came and went like the wind. From the time they arrived on Cloud Continent to the time they left, it only took them a day. Of course, they didn't even spend 1/10 of the day on the road. This was because the clue Duan Lingtian left behind mentioned that he had brought Feng Wudao and the others to the Moon Illumination sect. He also introduced the Moon Illumination sect as a 7th-rate sect in the Dao Martial Saint Land. At the same time, he also mentioned the general location of the Moon Illumination sect. Due to this reason, Duan Rufeng brought Kumi back to the Dao Martial Saint land and arrived at the Moon Illumination sect immediately. Duan Rufeng stood with his hands behind his back in the sky above the Moon Illumination sect. He had a calm expression on his face, and one could not tell if he was happy or angry. However, if one looked into his eyes, one could see the anticipation in the depth of his eyes. He was looking forward to seeing his son again. "Who's the sect leader of Moon Illumination sect?" Kumi took a step forward. His voice was like thunder that reverberated in the air. In just a blink of an eye, it spread through the entire Moon Illumination sect. The entire Moon Illumination sect was shocked. The voice came from the sky. "There's a flight prohibiting formation in the sky above our Moon Illumination sect's estate. The owner of the voice must be a saint-stage powerhouse." The group of elders and disciples in the Moon Illumination sect immediately realized the problem. All of them had a shocked expression on their faces. Why did a saint-stage powerhouse come to the Moon Illumination sect? Moreover, based on his words, it seemed like he wanted to see the sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect. At the same time, the forbidden area of the Moon Illumination sect was in an uproar. Where did this Saint Realm expert come from? Jiang Wei, the sect leader of Moon Illumination sect, and the other saint-stage powerhouses of Moon Illumination sect were gathered together. They looked at each other, not knowing who had arrived. However, since the visitor was looking for Jiang Wei, it was impossible for Jiang Wei to avoid meeting him. After all, he was a saint-stage expert. Although they did not know how strong the saint-stage powerhouse was, the other saint-stage powerhouses from the Moon Illumination sect followed Jiang Wei and soared into the sky to meet the person in the sky above the Moon Illumination sect. Soon, Jiang Wei and the others saw a skinny old man. The old man's entire body was shrouded in gray robes. He held a walking stick in his hand and stood there, imperceptibly exerting a great pressure on them. As Saint Realm experts, they immediately realized that this old man's strength was far above theirs. At this moment, a hint of dread appeared in Jiang Wei and the others' eyes. However, when they saw the middle-aged man standing at a higher spot not far behind the skinny old man, horror dawned on them. The middle-aged man stood with his hands on his back. His entire body exuded an otherworldly aura. At first glance, he looked like an ordinary person. However, based on the position he was standing at and the aura of a superior being that was faintly emitting from his body, it was enough to show that his strength was most likely above the skinny old man. The skinny old man was obviously his underling. He was his lackey. Who are the two lords? Jiang Wei and the others had come in a menacing manner. However, when they realized the two men were not to be trifled with, they lowered their heads in unison and behaved humbly. Although they were saint-stage powerhouses, they knew they were at the bottom of the saint-stage powerhouses. Naturally, they did not dare to be careless when they encountered a more powerful saint-stage powerhouse. Who's the sect leader of Moon Illumination sect? Not only did Kumi ignore Jiang Wei and the others, but he even repeated his question. His tone was filled with impatience. Jiang Wei and the others did not dare to flare up when Kumi ignored them. Jiang Wei immediately replied, Lord, I'm Jiang Wei, the sect leader of Moon Illumination sect. May I know why you've come to my Moon Illumination sect, Lord? Jiang Wei's voice was filled with anxiety. The skinny old man in front of him gave him too much pressure. The feeling of being stared at by the skinny old man was like being stared at by a venomous snake. Moreover, it was a venomous snake that he did not have the confidence to fight against. Is there a person called Duan Lingtian in your Moon Illumination sect? Kumi asked in a deep voice. The moment his words left his mouth, he quickly glanced at Jiang Wei and the others' faces. He did not miss the changes on their faces at all. When they heard Kumi mentioning Duan Lingtian, horror dawned on Jiang Wei and the others immediately. However, they forced their expressions back to normal in just a blink of an eye. However, in their hearts, a wave of shock had been set off. This mysterious and powerful person was actually here to look for Duan Lingtian. Was Duan Lingtian not from the mortal continent? Why would such a powerful person come to look for him? At this moment, A sense of uneasiness rose in Jiang Wei and the others' hearts. Sect leader, did you notice that the middle-aged man seems to have a 60 to 70% resemblance to Duan Lingtian? At this moment, one of the Moon Illumination sect's supreme elders secretly glanced at Duan Rufeng and transmitted his voice to Jiang Wei. At this moment, his voice seemed to tremble a little. Upon hearing that, Jiang Wei also secretly studied Duan Rufeng. He did not pay much attention to Duan Rufeng's appearance earlier, but now that he had taken a closer look, he was shocked to discover that the middle-aged man did indeed look similar to Duan Lingtian. The expression between their brows, in particular, seemed like they were made from the same mold. Oh no! Jiang Wei's heart skipped a beat as a hint of panic flashed across his eyes. At this moment, Jiang Wei also realized that the relationship between Duan Lingtian and the two men in front of him was not as simple as it seemed. Without any hesitation, Jiang Wei immediately transmitted his voice to the other few Moon Illumination sect's supreme elders. Senior uncles, junior uncles. Let's speak in unison and say that we don't know any Duan Lingtian, nor did we know there was such a person in the Moon Illumination sect. Upon hearing that, the few Moon Illumination sect's supreme elders responded one after another. At this moment, they also realized that Duan Lingtian's background was not as simple as they had imagined. At this moment, they even regretted pursuing Duan Lingtian. If they did not pursue Duan Lingtian, there would not be any conflict between them and Duan Lingtian. No matter how powerful Duan Lingtian's background was, he would not make things difficult for them. However, at this moment, everything was no longer up to them. At this moment, there was only one thought in their minds, and that was to think of a way to get rid of the two men in front of them. After getting rid of the two men, they would look for a way to salvage the situation. Otherwise, if the two men in front of them learned about what had happened to Duan Lingtian and their Moon Illumination sect, they did not doubt that they would destroy the Moon Illumination sect. Lord, although I'm the sect leader of Moon Illumination sect, I've never heard of a person called Duan Lingtian in the Moon Illumination sect. Jiang Wei looked at Kumi and pretended to be calm as he spoke. You've never heard of him? Upon hearing Jiang Wei's words, Kumi's eyes gleamed coldly. Yes, I've never heard of him. Jiang Wei replied affirmatively. If he hasn't heard of him, what about all of you? Kumi's gaze landed on the few Moon Illumination sect's supreme elders behind Jiang Wei. At the same time, a devilish grin appeared on the corner of his mouth. Lord, I've never heard of him as well. Lord, I've never heard of him as well. At once, the few Moon Illumination sect's supreme elders shook their heads one after another, indicating that they had never heard of Duan Lingtian. Tian is not here? At this moment, Duan Rufeng frowned as well. Earlier, he had already searched the entire Moon Illumination sect's estate with his powerful divine consciousness, but he did not find any trace of Duan Lingtian at all. Have you really never heard of him, or are you unwilling to tell us? Kumi asked with a faint smile as he looked at Jiang Wei and the others. Upon hearing Kumi's words, Jiang Wei and the others narrowed their eyes. They realized that the powerhouse in front of them might have noticed something. However, they still pretended to be calm and indicated that they had never heard of Duan Lingtian before. Lord Mansion Master, they don't seem to be very cooperative. If Kumi was alone, he would not have been able to restrain himself from using his own method to find out everything. However, since Duan Rufeng was here, he did not dare to act recklessly. Kumi, since when did you have to report such a small matter to me? Duan Rufeng said nonchalantly. He could not help but feel a little anxious when he did not find any trace of his son, Duan Lingtian. Moreover, he could sense the uneasiness in Jiang Wei and the others as well. It was obvious they were pretending not to know his son, Duan Lingtian. Lord Mansion Master? When Jiang Wei and the others heard how Kumi addressed Duan Rufeng, horror dawned on their faces. Mansion Master was not a title that could be used by just anyone. There were many forces in the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, only those fifth-rate forces or above dared to call themselves a mansion and control a mansion. The title of Mansion Master was usually reserved for the leaders of fifth-rate forces or above. The leaders of fifth-rate forces or above. Thinking up to this point, Jiang Wei and the others felt their vision darken, and they even felt as if the sky had darkened. However, they calmed down one after another when they heard Jiang Wei's voice transmission. Perhaps he's trying to scare us. These were Jiang Wei's exact words. Upon hearing Jiang Wei's voice transmission, the other few Moon Illumination Sect's Supreme Elders calmed down immediately. They also felt it was impossible for a leader of a fifth-rate force or above to appear in their Moon Illumination Sect. Their Moon Illumination Sect was merely a seventh-rate force. Chapter 1562. Moreover, just by looking at the middle-aged man's appearance, one could tell he had a close relationship with Duan Lingtian. There was a high chance they were related by blood. If Duan Lingtian really had such a relationship with the leader of a fifth-rate force or above, how could he possibly appear in the Moon Illumination Sect? The moment Jiang Wei, the sect leader of Moon Illumination Sect, and the few Supreme Elders of Moon Illumination Sect thought to themselves. However, in the next moment, horror dawned on their faces. This was because they were shocked to discover that the skinny old man's cane had suddenly appeared. As the skinny old man struck the ground with his walking stick, the area within 100 meters instantly turned dark, as if night had fallen. At the same time, withered tree branches shot out from the void as though they had been given life. Whoosh! 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 The speed of the withered tree branches was so fast that Jiang Wei and the others could not react in time. In just a blink of an eye, Jiang Wei and the others were bound by the flexible withered tree branches. *T. My true origin has been sealed. Just as Jiang Wei was about to struggle, his expression changed drastically. This was because he was shocked to discover that the withered tree branches that bound him actually possessed a sealing energy that suppressed the true origin in his body, causing him to be unable to mobilize the true origin in his body. My true origin has been sealed as well. Oh my God! What kind of territory is this? At the same time, the few Supreme Elders of Moon Illumination Sect cried out in horror. Their voices were filled with panic and fear. Even they could not remember when was the last time they were so terrified. At the same time, when Jiang Wei and the others looked at Kumi again, their eyes were filled with terror. Although they knew this skinny old man was not to be trifled with, they did not expect that they would be like 3-year-old children in front of an adult. They were completely powerless in front of this skinny old man. Just by consolidating his territory, he was able to bind them and control their life and death. Lord, I've really never heard of Duan Lingtian before, Jiang Wei said in a trembling voice. Lord, we're really not lying. If you don't believe us, you can ask the other people in our Moon Illumination Sect, one of the Supreme Elders of Moon Illumination Sect said. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Upon hearing the words of the Moon Illumination Sect's Supreme Elder, Kumi replied in a hoarse voice. At the same time, his gaze locked onto Jiang Wei. To be more precise, his gaze locked onto Jiang Wei's eyes. Look at me! After locking his gaze on Jiang Wei's eyes, Kumi suddenly shouted in a low voice. His voice seemed to have condensed into a sound line that pierced into Jiang Wei's ears. Jiang Wei was so shocked that he subconsciously looked at Kumi and met his eyes. It was at this moment that Kumi's eyes began to shine with a crimson light. At the same time, 2 crimson rays shot out from Kumi's eyes and pierced into Jiang Wei's eyes. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Wei's eyes, which had been lively at the beginning, became dull and lifeless. This is... Upon seeing this, the other few Moon Illumination Sect's Supreme Elders were stunned. Then, as though they had just seen a ghost, they shouted, Soul Search! It's the soul-searching technique! Soul-searching secret technique! Impossible! Impossible! How could an expert who has mastered the soul-searching secret technique appear here? The few Supreme Elders of the Moon Illumination Sect muttered under their breaths, as they watched the scene before their eyes in disbelief. However, the scene that was deeply reflected in their eyes seemed to tell them that nothing was impossible. No matter what, the few Moon Illumination Sect's Supreme Elders were saint-stage powerhouses. They had a certain understanding of the legendary soul-searching secret technique. They knew those who mastered the soul-searching secret technique were all-powerful. Not only did these people mainly cultivate spiritual energy and divine consciousness, but their cultivation base was also unfathomable. At the very least, even in the sixth-rate sects, clans, and sixth-rate saint nations, there was no one who possessed such a cultivation base. At this moment, their hearts almost stopped beating. At this moment, they could not help but recall how the powerhouse who had cast the soul-searching secret technique addressed the middle-aged man. "Lord Mansion Master. Mansion Master. Don't tell me this middle-aged man who looks similar to Duan Lingtian is really the leader of a fifth-rate force or above." "That must be it. Only the leader of a fifth-rate force or above would be able to command a powerhouse who has mastered the soul-searching secret technique." The moment the few moon illumination sect's supreme elders thought of this, despair rose in their hearts. They knew that in front of the soul-searching secret technique, Jiang Wei had no secrets to speak of. Everything Jiang Wei knew, the other party would know as well. After a while, the crimson ray that shot out from Ku Mi's eyes gradually dimmed. At the same time, he also stopped casting the soul-searching secret technique. However, his eyes had become exceptionally ice-cold. "Huh!" After Ku Mi stopped casting the soul-searching secret technique, Jiang Wei, the sect leader of Moon Illumination sect, had also recovered. He was also confused when he regained his senses. When he saw Ku Mi staring at him coldly, he said again, "Lord, I've really never heard of Duan Lingtian in our Moon Illumination sect." Upon hearing his words, the few Moon Illumination sect's supreme elders had a bitter expression on their faces. "Sect leader, it's useless for you to say anything now. This lord has already cast the soul-searching secret technique on you earlier," one of the Moon Illumination sect's supreme elders said bitterly. Upon hearing this, horror dawned on Jiang Wei's face. "As soul-searching secret technique?" Naturally, he knew what the soul-searching secret technique was. At the same time, he also knew a powerhouse who could cast the soul-searching secret technique was extremely terrifying. Moreover, there was no powerhouse at that level even in sixth-rate forces. Even a sixth-rate force without a powerhouse at that level could easily annihilate a seventh-rate sect like the Moon Illumination sect. At once, despair rose in Jiang Wei's heart. "Lord Mansion Master." At this moment, Ku Mi also told Duan Rufeng everything he had learned from Jiang Wei using the soul-searching secret technique. This included Duan Lingtian's past in the Moon Illumination sect and everything that happened after that. He killed Lu Huan, the Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage Inner Court Elder of the Moon Illumination sect. He killed Xian Kong, the Saint Stage Supreme Elder of the Moon Illumination sect, with just a sword strike. Subsequently, he even managed to escape from the hands of a few Saint Stage powerhouses. Ku Mi also told Duan Lingtian about the extraordinariness of the sword in Duan Rufeng's hand. During this process, Jiang Wei and the others also heard Ku Mi addressing Duan Lingtian as young Mansion Master. At once, they learned about the relationship between Duan Lingtian and the middle-aged man whom the skinny old man addressed as Lord Mansion Master. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian was his son. At this moment, only despair was left in their hearts. It did not cross their minds that Duan Lingtian would be the son of a leader of a fifth-rate force or above. Just like the Oracle man said, "My son is really a person with great fortune." That sword allowed him to display such an attack at the Saint Rudiment stage. I'm afraid it's even more powerful than the 10 Super Saint weapons on the 10 Great Saint weapons ranking. Upon hearing Ku Mi's words and learning that Duan Lingtian was safe, Duan Rufeng sighed in relief. "Lord Mansion Master, they..." Ku Mi glanced at Jiang Wei and the others indifferently before he respectfully asked for instructions from Duan Rufeng. "You can deal with them as you deem fit." Duan Rufeng replied indifferently before he added, "Let's go to the dragons." The moment his words left his mouth, Duan Rufeng vanished into thin air. It was as though he had vanished into thin air before Jiang Wei and the others' eyes. His speed was so fast that Jiang Wei and the others shuddered in fear. However, when they saw Ku Mi glaring at them menacingly, horror dawned on them as they cried out in horror, "Lord, please spare our lives! Please spare our lives! We have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai and offended the young Mansion Master. Lord, please spare our lives for the sake of not harming the young Mansion Master. Lord, we're willing to help look for the young Mansion Master." When Jiang Wei and the others sensed the killing intent emitting from Ku Mi, they began to beg for mercy. At this moment, the so-called dignity of a saint-stage powerhouse was completely thrown to the back of their minds. To them, nothing was important in the face of their lives. Being alive was the only thing that mattered. If a person died, there would be nothing left. This was especially true for saint-stage powerhouses like them. Only they knew how difficult it was to get to where they were now. They were really unwilling to die just like that. Noisy! The instant Ku Mi spoke coldly, he did not seem to have made any movement. However, the dead branches that grew out of thin air within a 100-meter radius seemed to have transformed into pythons as they swept toward Jiang Wei and the others. In just a few moments, Jiang Wei and the others were crushed into minced meat. They could not be any more dead. At the same time, Ku Mi also followed Duan Ruffin. After Ku Mi left, the sky within a 100-meter radius that seemed to have fallen into darkness finally regained its light. The countless dead branches in the dark night disappeared as well. Jiang Wei, the sect leader of Moon Illumination sect, and the few remaining supreme elders of Moon Illumination sect had also completely disappeared from this world. Naturally, the people from Moon Illumination sect did not notice this at the moment. After some time, the people from the Moon Illumination sect discovered that their sect leader, Jiang Wei, and a few other supreme elders had disappeared into thin air. They had disappeared without a trace. Without the support of the saint-stage powerhouses, it was only natural that the Moon Illumination sect began to decline. It was no longer as glorious as before. Naturally, all of this was a story for later. At the border of the vast desert to the south of Windfall Nation, a travel-worn figure had also arrived today. This is Windfall Nation? The person who arrived was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had crossed the vast desert from the 9 Sect Alliance's district to Windfall Nation. Duan Lingtian stood in the sky above the Windfall Nation's border and looked ahead. All he could see was an oasis. It was like a completely different world from the desert behind him. Let's continue forward and ask someone for directions to the capital of Windfall Nation. Chapter 1563. However, Duan Lingtian still felt a certain amount of exhaustion from traversing the vast desert without rest and sleep throughout the journey. It was not physical exhaustion, but mental exhaustion. Before asking for directions, Duan Lingtian found a place to rest. After resting for a night, he continued his journey towards the north the next morning. Finally, after traveling north at full speed for an hour, he saw an inconspicuous little village. Smoke rose from the chimney as he looked from afar. A small village like this that was situated on the vast grassland was like a perfect painting when reflected in Duan Lingtian's eyes. Duan Lingtian stepped on the air and landed when he was close to the little village. Before he entered the village, Duan Lingtian saw 2 figures darting out and blocking his path. Who are you? The people who blocked Duan Lingtian's path were 2 middle-aged men who looked strong. They looked at Duan Lingtian, the uninvited guest, warily. There's no need to be nervous. I'm just a passerby who wants to ask for directions. Duan Lingtian forced a smile as he spoke. At the same time, he secretly activated his divine eye and probed the cultivation base of the 2 middle-aged men. They were martial cultivators at the paramount mortal shedding stage. Duan Lingtian was shocked that there were martial cultivators at the paramount mortal shedding stage in such a small village. In fact, in the Dao Martial Saint Land, ordinary 9th-rate forces would only have martial cultivators at the paramount mortal shedding stage at most. However, Duan Lingtian also noticed that the heaven and earth spirit energy had become much richer as he approached the village. It was obvious there was a saint stone reserve buried under the village. With Duan Lingtian's current cultivation base, he could easily sense that it was a 9th-grade saintstone reserve. As expected of Windfall Nation, even a small village at the border is comparable to a 9th-rate force. Duan Lingtian exclaimed inwardly. When the 2 middle-aged men heard Duan Lingtian's words, their expressions softened a lot. However, they still asked cautiously, "Where are you going?" "The capital," Duan Lingtian replied. "The capital?" The 2 middle-aged men were shocked when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. One had to know that not just any martial cultivator or Dao cultivator would dare to go to the capital through them. They were at the border of Windfall Nation. It was a long distance from here to the capital. Without a certain level of strength, one would not dare to go to the capital alone. After all, who knew how many bandits would try to kill him along the way? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded and asked with a smile. Can you show me the way? For the two middle-aged men, this was as easy as lifting their hands. After a short while, they both pointed in the same direction, which was the northeast direction. Thank both of you. Duan Lingtian thanked them with a smile and was about to leave. At this moment, the sound of wind whistling could be heard from afar. It was so ferocious that Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned. Naturally, the two middle-aged men did not hear the sound when Duan Lingtian heard it. Duan Lingtian looked in the direction of the sound and saw a group of people walking toward them. At first glance, there were at least several dozens of people. These several dozens of people were led by a middle-aged man who stood on a wild beast. The middle-aged man had a curly beard as he stood on the wild beast that looked like a gigantic lion. He looked majestic. The leader is at the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage. That wild beast is at the early Saint Rudiment stage. As for the remaining several dozens of people, the weakest one is at the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage. They seem to be here for this village. Who are they? After activating his divine eye, Duan Lingtian immediately probed the group's cultivation base. These people were nothing in his eyes. Due to this reason, he did not choose to avoid them. Moreover, it was obvious these people were here for the village in front of him. If he was just passing by, he might not have bothered. However, no matter what, he still owed the two villagers a favor. It would be inappropriate for him to leave at this moment. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also noticed the two middle-aged men's faces turned solemn. Ha! Chui villages old and young, aren't you going to come out and welcome us? As the middle-aged man with curly beard who was the leader laughed, the group of people he brought with him stood in the sky outside the village. They looked like dark clouds that covered a large area of land outside the village. Ha! Duan Lingtian, who thought these bandits were here to massacre the village, was stunned when he saw the scene in front of him. Based on the middle-aged man with curly beard's tone, he seemed to be acquainted with the people in this village. They're a bandit group from the southern border of Windfall Nation. They're comparable to an 8th-rate force. Every once in a while, they'll come to our village to collect a large amount of saint stones as protection fees. As though one of the middle-aged men could see Duan Lingtian's confusion, he smiled wryly and transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian finally understood. If that was the case, there was no need for him to interfere. Even if this village was comparable to a 9th-rate force, since it was located in Windfall Nation, it would be easy for it to be destroyed if it did not have a backer. Perhaps, with the protection of a bandit group that was comparable to an 8th-rate force, it might be able to survive longer. This was the law of survival. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also saw another group of people flying out of the village. The person in the lead was an old man dressed in green. The old man looked helpless, but he still forced a smile on his face. Third Chief, this is our Chui village's protection fee this year. The old man put on a humble expression in front of the curly-bearded middle-aged man. At the same time, he took out a spatial ring and tossed it to him. The curly-bearded middle-aged man reached out to catch it. After confirming it, he grinned. The number is correct. Old man Chui, see you next year. After the curly-bearded middle-aged man finished speaking, he turned the head of the wild beast under his feet around and prepared to leave with his people. Just when Duan Lingtian and the group of Chui village's people were about to watch the curly-bearded middle-aged man leave with his people, Duan Lingtian noticed that one of the two old men following closely behind the curly-bearded middle-aged man suddenly shifted his gaze to him. In the next moment, he saw the old man looking at the curly-bearded middle-aged man. At once, Duan Lingtian faintly sensed that something was amiss, and he could not help but frown. At this moment, the curly-bearded middle-aged man also turned the head of the wild beast under his feet around again. His gaze instantly landed on Duan Lingtian. You're not from Chui village? The curly-bearded middle-aged man stared at Duan Lingtian as he asked in a deep voice. At the same time, whether it was the group of bandits behind the curly-bearded middle-aged man or the group of people from Chui village, all of their gazes landed on Duan Lingtian. The village head of Chui village, the old man in green, even frowned. Duan Lingtian was just about to say that he was indeed not from Chui village, but he was interrupted as soon as he opened his mouth. Third Master, this is also from our Chui village, but he rarely shows himself. After the village head of Chui village learned from the two middle-aged men that Duan Lingtian was just a passerby asking for directions, he was also compassionate and spoke to the curly-bearded middle-aged man in a timely manner. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also heard the voice of the village head of Chui village. Young man, they're not to be trifled with. Just pretend that you're from Chui village. Hearing the village head's words, although Duan Lingtian was not afraid of these bandits, he still felt warm in his heart. At the same time, he shut his mouth and did not refute the village head's words. After all, the village head had good intentions. Old man Chui, do you really think that I, Third Master Deng, am blind? How can your Chui village produce such a young man with such temperament? The curly-bearded middle-aged man sneered. Hearing the curly-bearded middle-aged man's words, the village head of Chui village was speechless. At the same time, he could not help but look sideways at Duan Lingtian seriously. However, he discovered that Duan Lingtian had an extraordinary temperament. At first glance, he could tell that he did not come from a small village. Old man Chui, I can pretend that I didn't hear what you said just now. Now I want to hear you say it again. Is he from Chui village or not? Let me remind you, you better think carefully before you speak. You should know the consequences of lying in front of me. The curly-bearded middle-aged man continued to sneer. For a moment, cold sweat broke out on the forehead of the village head of Chui village. He could only cast a guilty look at Duan Lingtian. At this point, naturally, he did not dare to stand up for Duan Lingtian anymore. Duan Lingtian smiled at the village head of Chui village knowingly. Then, he looked at the curly-bearded middle-aged man and said indifferently, You have a good eye. I'm indeed not from Chui village. I'm just passing by Chui village and happened to ask for directions. I knew it. How could there be someone with such temperament in Chui village? The curly-bearded middle-aged man had an as expected expression on his face. At the same time, he glanced at Duan Lingtian indifferently and said, I, Third Master Deng, am in a good mood today. I don't want to see blood. Hand over your spatial ring and scram. In a good mood? You don't want to see blood? Upon hearing the curly-bearded middle-aged man's words, Duan Lingtian smiled instead. Judging from your tone, it seems like you've got me. After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian flew away without waiting for the curly-bearded middle-aged man's response. Naturally, his speed was not fast. He maintained his speed at the early Saint Rudiment stage. However, even with such a speed, Duan Lingtian had already flown far away while the curly-bearded middle-aged man and the group of bandits behind him were still in a daze. The direction Duan Lingtian was heading toward the northeast, the direction where the capital of Windfall Nation was located. You don't know how to appreciate favors. The curly-bearded middle-aged man finally regained his senses. His expression turned grave immediately as killing intent surged in his eyes. He immediately urged the wild beast under his feet to chase after Duan Lingtian. The group of bandits also followed after him in a mighty manner. That young man's in trouble. When the group of people from Chui village saw this, they sighed. They could tell the young man's speed was not fast. At the very least, he did not have any advantage in front of the curly-bearded middle-aged man. He's still too young and impetuous. So what if he hands over his spatial ring? Don't tell me that worldly possessions are more important than his life? Chapter 1564. When third brother Deng turned around to chase after Duan Lingtian, he originally planned to leave his wild beast and chase after him alone. After all, the wild beast under his feet was only at the early Saint Rudiment stage. Its speed was only on par with Duan Lingtian, so it would be difficult for him to catch up with Duan Lingtian. As an intermediate Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator, it was easy for him to catch up with an early Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. It was apparent that Duan Lingtian's speed made him realize that Duan Lingtian was only an early Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. Huh! Soon, third brother Deng gave up on the idea of chasing after him. This was because he noticed the young man had stopped after flying for a distance. He even turned around as though he was waiting for him and the group of people behind him to catch up with him. At this moment, uneasiness rose in his heart. At this moment, he even had the thought of turning around and running away. However, when he thought about how many of his underlings were watching from behind, he gritted his teeth and chased after him. He's just an early Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. I'll just kill him. In this remote place, the sky is high and the Emperor is far away. Even if he has an extraordinary background, who would know that I, third brother Deng, killed him? The moment third brother Deng thought of this, he made up his mind. Soon, third brother Deng led the group of bandits to surround Duan Lingtian. What? Have you thought it through? Are you willing to leave your spatial ring behind? Third brother Deng sneered at Duan Lingtian. I'll give you one more chance. Leave your spatial ring behind and I'll spare your life. Upon hearing third brother Deng's words, the two old men who were following behind him were surprised. In fact, this was not the first time they had encountered such a situation. However, each time, as long as the target had the thought of escaping, their third chief would immediately chase after the target and kill him. However, this time, their third chief actually gave this young man a second chance. They could not help but be surprised. Maybe the third chief thinks he can be spared the death penalty since he stopped on his own accord. The two old men exchanged glances and saw the same thought in each other's eyes. However, how would they know? Third brother Deng began to feel a sense of dread toward this young man in front of him. What if I don't give it to you? From the beginning to the end, Duan Lingtian looked calm as though he would not change even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. Third's face changed when he heard Duan Lingtian. Brat, you're courting death. Third chief. Kill him. Kill him. At this moment, third brother Deng's several dozen bandits with him. Third S to kill Duan Lingtian shouted too. If it were not for the fact that third brother Deng had not given the order, they would have dashed forward and torn the ungrateful young man into pieces. Kill him, kill him! At this moment, third brother Deng had no way to back down after hearing the wishes of his subordinates. Thus, he yelled and gave the order. Kill. Kills too. At that instant, apart from third brother Deng, the wild beast under his feet, and the two old men behind him, the other bandits made their moves one after another. They charged toward Duan Lingtian as though they were going to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian, who was besieged, had a disdainful smile on his face. Seeing the several dozen bandits closing in on him, the void within a 100-meter radius around Duan Lingtian began to tremble. Then, in the void within a 100-meter radius, streaks of sword light appeared out of thin air. Each of the streaks of sword light looked like a real sword. At first glance, there were more than 10,000 swords. Territory! At this moment, third brother Deng and the two old men behind him reacted immediately. Horror dawned on them when they realized they had kicked an iron plate this time. What a joke! Only experts who had mastered the true energy condensed domain were able to use the domain. Powerhouses who mastered the true energy consolidated territory technique were all at the paramount Saint Rudiment stage or above. Let alone them, even their great chief was only a perfectioned Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. There was still a long way to go before he reached the paramount Saint Rudiment stage. Even the great chief would have to act humble in front of a paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. However, they were actually chasing after a paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. At the same time, horror dawned on third brother Deng and the two old men. Among the 10,000 sword rays in the sky, several dozens of them seemed to have transformed into meteors as they streaked across the sky. Each sword ray took away a bandit's life. The strongest among these bandits was only at the early Saint Rudiment stage. In Duan Lingtian's 10,000 sword territory, they were like fish on a chopping board. In just a blink of an eye, apart from third brother Deng, the wild beast under his feet, and the two old men behind him, the rest of the bandits were killed by the sword rays. Their bodies fell from the sky like rain and turned into a pile of minced meat. At this moment, third brother Deng finally regained his senses. Lord, I, third brother Deng, have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I, third brother Deng, have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. After realizing what had happened, Deng Laosen, whose face had turned extremely pale, started to slap himself again and again, making himself look like a pig's head. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. He hoped that the powerhouse in front of him would spare his life. In front of the powerhouse, he could not muster up any will to resist at all since he knew it was useless. Naturally, he was also complaining in the depth of his heart. He was complaining that Duan Lingtian, a paramount Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator, had pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger. He had purposely displayed the speed of an early Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse in front of them. Was he not digging a hole for them to jump into? If Duan Lingtian had displayed the speed of a paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse when he left earlier, they would not even dare to let out a fart, let alone chase after him. Naturally, they would not be able to catch up to him even if they wanted to. Lord, please spare my life! Lord, please spare my life! The two old men behind third brother Deng, on the other hand, immediately kneeled in midair. They lowered their heads and begged Duan Lingtian for mercy. Their voices were trembling from fear. At this moment, their mentality was no different from third brother Deng's. Even the wild beast under third brother Deng's feet could instinctively sense how terrifying Duan Lingtian was even though it did not have much intelligence. It began to become restless. If I'm really just an early Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator, and I'm not willing to hand over my spatial ring, do you think I'll still be alive? Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly in the face of the three men's begging. In fact, even if Duan Lingtian did not ask, he would have gotten the answer anyway. Due to this reason, before third brother Deng and the other two men could speak, Duan Lingtian commanded the sword chi in the 10,000 sword territory to shoot out again, killing third brother Deng and the other two men and the wild beast. None of them were left alive. When Duan Lingtian left Chui village, he realized third brother Deng and the others did not intend to massacre the village. However, he did not intend to intervene. The Chui village had to hand over the protection fee because it was their way of survival. Duan Lingtian did not want to destroy it. However, even though he did not want to intervene, third brother Deng and the others had their eyes on him. At that moment, he did not intend to hold back at all. However, in order not to implicate the Chui village, he purposely lured third brother Deng and the others away from the Chui village. He only made his move when he arrived here. I'm getting more and more familiar with the 10,000 sword territory. Under Duan Lingtian's control, the area within a radius of 100 meters with him as the center turned into an ocean of swords. The 10,000 swords flew in the air, creating a spectacular scene. In the end, after collecting the spatial rings of the group of bandits, Duan Lingtian also gathered the 10,000 swords and transformed them into a flying sword under his feet. The flying sword carried him toward the northeast direction at an even faster speed, heading toward the distant capital of Windfall Nation. While Duan Lingtian was making his way, a sorrowful cry resonated in a mountain range not far from the Chui village. Third brother! A white-haired old man with a sturdy build looked at the shattered soul pearl in front of him with bloodshot eyes. A chilling aura spread out from his body. Big brother, what happened? Soon after, a middle-aged man dressed like a scholar appeared. When he saw the shattered soul pearl, horror dawned on him. This is third brother's soul pearl? No matter who it is, I'll find him and avenge third brother. The old man's eyes were red, and his voice was filled with hatred and coldness. I'll go and investigate right away. The middle-aged scholar's expression was extremely grave. Although the three of them were not blood-related brothers, their relationship was even closer than blood-related brothers. Since Duan Lingtian did not purposely destroy the corpses, the bandits quickly discovered the corpses of third brother Hu and the others. Not only that, but they also brought the corpses back to their lair. Big brother, I've asked the people in the villages around the place where third brother died. According to the time, third brother died when he was chasing after a young man. The middle-aged scholar was not only the second in command of the bandits, but he was also the strategist and think tank of the bandits. Soon after, he managed to find out something. "I've asked the people in the Chui village." That young man had asked them for directions and said he wanted to go to the capital. The capital? When the old man heard the middle-aged scholar's words, he gritted his teeth and said, "Then I'll kill him in the capital." "Big brother, you're planning to go to the capital?" The middle-aged scholar frowned. "Big brother, judging from the wounds on our brothers, several dozen of them died at the same time. I'm afraid that young man's true strength is not inferior to yours. I've also observed the place where third brother died, and I didn't find any other traces. I suspect he cast his territory and is a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. For third brother's sake, I must go to the capital. When I left that year, the Fourth Imperial Highness made a promise to me that I can ask him for help in the future. As long as it's within his ability, he won't refuse. Even if he's an ordinary Saint stage powerhouse, let alone a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse, he'll still die as long as the Fourth Imperial Highness gives the order." The old man's eyes were red as though he had lost his mind. "Second brother, go look for the people in the Chui village again and ask them to describe that person's appearance, and draw a portrait. As long as the portrait is drawn, I'll head to the capital immediately. Big brother, I thank you on behalf of third brother." Chapter 1565. In Windfall Nation, those who were addressed as highnesses were undoubtedly the princes of the Windfall Nation's emperor. As a sixth-rate saint nation, the Windfall Nation's foundation was extremely strong. It was not something a seventh-rate sect like the Moon Illumination sect could compare to. There were only a few saint-stage powerhouses in the Moon Illumination sect. Moreover, they were the weakest type of saint-stage powerhouses. In a top sixth-rate force like the Windfall Nation's imperial family, there were at least several dozens of saint-stage powerhouses. There was no lack of powerful saint-stage powerhouses among them. The reason why Duan Lingtian did not destroy the corpses of the bandits was because he thought it was unnecessary. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, the group of bandits was only from a bandit gang that was comparable to an eighth-rate force. A mere eighth-rate force was nothing to him. Due to this reason, he did not bother to destroy the corpses. However, it did not cross Duan Lingtian's mind that the great leader of an eighth-rate force's bandit gang would be related to the imperial family of a sixth-rate saint nation like the Windfall Nation's imperial family. If he could figure it out, he would not have saved the trouble. Everyone would make mistakes in their life. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, had inadvertently made the mistake of underestimating his enemy. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. He was still on his way to the Windfall Nation's capital. "With my speed, I should be able to reach the Windfall Nation's capital tomorrow," Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he hurried on his flying sword. Almost at the same time, the old man who was the great leader of the bandit gang that Duan Lingtian killed had also obtained Duan Lingtian's portrait, and was prepared to head to the Windfall Nation's capital. If Duan Lingtian saw this portrait, he would definitely be shocked since he looked 90% similar to him. Those who had seen the portrait would be able to recognize him immediately if they saw him again. "Big brother, the promise that the Fourth Imperial Highness made to you is something that you've spent most of your life on. Are you really going to use it on third brother?" After a few days, the middle-aged scholar who was the second in command had calmed down a lot. Before the old man left, he could not help but ask, "Second brother, don't say such things in the future. I don't like it," the old man said in a deep voice. "Big brother, if third brother were to know of this in the underworld, he would definitely be very happy," the middle-aged scholar said. "So what if you're happy? Death is like an extinguished lamp. Anyway, it's time for me to leave." As soon as the old man finished speaking, he left. Looking at the old man's receding figure until the old man's figure completely disappeared in front of him, the middle-aged scholar came back to his senses and muttered, "Big brother, if the person who died this time was me, would you also use the promise the fourth prince made to you?" As he thought about it, the middle-aged scholar's gaze became somewhat absent-minded. In the capital of Windfall Nation. Even though Duan Lingtian had seen the magnificence of the 9 sect alliance's Han River City, he was still shocked by the capital of Windfall Nation. Originally, in his opinion, the biggest city on Cloud Continent was like a small village compared to Han River City. However, after arriving at the capital of Windfall Nation, Duan Lingtian had a deeper understanding of the saying, "There's always a taller mountain in every flash." Compared to the capital of Windfall Nation, Han River City was just like a rural town. Whether it was its appearance or the size of the land, it was not worth mentioning at all. When he arrived at the capital of Windfall Nation, Duan Lingtian kept a low profile as he walked in. Naturally, this was also because he had no choice but to keep a low profile. When he was close to the capital of Windfall Nation, he noticed that there was also a flight prohibiting formation in the capital. The feeling he got from this flight prohibiting formation was similar to the one in Moon Illumination sect. The only difference was that it covered a wider area and was more difficult to set up. When he arrived at the capital of Windfall Nation, the first thing Duan Lingtian did was to look for a restaurant and enter. Whether it was on Cloud Continent or the Dao Martial Saint Land, the most lively and well-informed places were undoubtedly the restaurants. He did not come to the capital of Windfall Nation blindly. He had his reasons for coming here. Firstly, he wanted to see if Bai Li Hong had brought Feng Wu Dao and the others to Windfall Nation. Secondly, he wanted to see if he could find out more about Xuan Nai's background in Windfall Nation. Xuan Nai is really something. Why didn't she tell me the name of the force behind her? Now that I want to look for her, I don't know where to start. Duan Lingtian sighed. The clues that Xuan Nai left behind for him were a pile of 5th grade saint stones, 4th grade saint stones, and her surname, Han. The reason Duan Lingtian wanted to find out about the force Han Xuanai was not because he wanted to look for someone to rely on. However, he could faintly sense that the force behind Han Xuanai was not simple. His purpose was to find his fiancée, Li Fei. Based on my initial estimation, the force behind Xuanai should be a 5th-rate force. It's very likely to be a 5th-rate clan. After combining everything that he knew, Duan Lingtian speculated inwardly, Han clan, Han clan. I'll focus on finding out more about this when I come to the capital of Windfall Nation. As time went by, the dishes and wine that Duan Lingtian ordered were served. At the same time, the number of people in the restaurant increased. When there were more people, it was only natural that it would be lively. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had also heard a lot of gossip. However, it was all about some good-for-nothing rich kid from some clan in Windfall Nation's capital. However, during this process, Duan Lingtian was secretly shocked. This was because he heard from the customers around him that even some of the clans in Windfall Nation's capital had a strength that was comparable to a 7th-rate force. These clans would more or less have a few saint-stage powerhouses in charge. Just one of the clans in Windfall Nation's capital has a strength that's not inferior to the Moon Illumination sect. At this moment, Duan Lingtian realized that his horizons had been broadened. In the past, he had stayed in the Moon Illumination sect in the 9 sect alliances district. Although the Moon Illumination sect was not the most powerful, it was still a force that could be considered as one of the top forces. However, the moment he arrived at the capital of Windfall Nation, he realized that the Moon Illumination sect was nothing compared to this place. Just based on the clans that he had heard about, there were 3 forces that were not inferior to the Moon Illumination sect. In the Windfall Nation's district, apart from the capital, it was obvious that there were many 6th-rate forces as well. With such a comparison, Duan Lingtian suddenly felt that the 9 sect alliances district was too small. At the same time, he felt that he had made the right choice by coming here. Have you heard? The great young master of Situ clan's condition is getting worse and worse recently. I heard that he won't make it past this month. Suddenly, a middle-aged man sitting at a table near Duan Lingtian said to another middle-aged man at the same table. He tried his best to lower his voice as though he was worried that someone would hear him. If Duan Lingtian did not open up the saint veins that connected his ears, he would not be able to hear his voice even if he had a cultivation base at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. However, Duan Lingtian could hear him clearly now. Situ clan? Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. He had learned about the Situ clan from the other customers' discussion earlier. The Situ clan was a big clan that could be considered as one of the top clans in the Windfall Nation's capital. Not only that, but it was also closely related to the Windfall Nation's imperial family. It was said that the younger sister of the current clan leader of Situ clan was one of the imperial concubines of the current Windfall Nation's emperor. Situ clan's great young master? The one who was rumored to be possessed? The other middle-aged man asked in a low voice. That's right, it's him. The former nodded. Speaking of which, he's really unlucky. Not long after His Majesty bestowed him with a saint weapon inscribed with a 4-star saint inscription, he was possessed. In my opinion, he's not blessed enough to enjoy His Majesty's reward. It's really strange. There are so many saint refinement masters in the imperial family who are good at refining medicine, but none of them managed to find out what happened to him. The latter chimed in. I heard that those saint refinement masters in the imperial family who are good at refining medicine have checked his body and concluded that there's nothing wrong with his body. The former added. It must be God punishing him. However, I heard that the Situ clan's great young master is a good person. He doesn't seem like an ordinary good-for-nothing rich kid. Why would he be punished by God? As the saying goes, good people don't live long, but scourges live for thousands of years. What a pity! I heard that the clan leader of Situ clan issued a reward some time ago. Anyone who can cure the Situ clan's great young master will be rewarded with a 4-star Divine Strider talisman and a 4-star Golden Energy talisman. Even if he takes out a 4-star Offensive Dao talisman, I'm afraid nobody can cure the Situ clan's great young master. That's right. Put everything else aside, after the Situ clan's great young master was bewitched, a black mark that resembled a spider appeared between his brows. Until now, nobody knows what it is. The conversation between the two middle-aged men entered into Duan Lingtian's ears word by word. A black mark that resembled a spider? Upon hearing their conversation, Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Some information appeared in his mind. It was the information in the saint token that contained the inheritance of the strange inscription art that his senior brother Bai Li Hong had given him. Could it be the devil inscription? Duan Lingtian was shocked. The devil inscription was also a type of saint inscription. It was also an extremely obscure existence. In the Dao martial saint land, only devil cultivators and saint inscription masters could master the devil inscription. However, the price to pay was extremely high. Moreover, it was extremely obscure. It was so obscure that only a few people in the Dao martial saint land knew about its existence. Moreover, the requirement to inscribe the devil inscription was extremely high as well. Most importantly, the devil inscription was different from ordinary saint inscriptions. If it was classified as a saint inscription, it would be considered an unorthodox saint inscription. It was a saint inscription that harmed people. I heard from the others that the great young master of Situ clan encountered this incident because he was rewarded with a saint weapon by the Windfall Nation's emperor. Moreover, it's a saint weapon that's inscribed with a 4-star saint inscription. Don't tell me the Windfall Nation's emperor wants to kill him? The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he shook his head secretly. He felt that it was impossible. Chapter 1566. Of course, although Duan Lingtian thought so, he was not sure. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, even father and son could turn against each other, let alone a nephew. However, the clan leader of Situ clan is really generous. A 4-star Divine Strider talisman and a 4-star Golden Energy talisman. Even I can't help but feel tempted. Indeed, Duan Lingtian was very tempted. A 3-star Divine Strider talisman would allow the user to possess the speed of a Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage Cultivator for a quarter of an hour. The 3-star Golden Energy talisman allowed its user to possess the defense of a Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage Powerhouse for a quarter of an hour. The 4-star Godly Strider talisman and the 4-star Golden Energy talisman, once used, would undoubtedly give one the speed and defense of a Saint Realm expert. Although Duan Lingtian's current strength was strong, he still had to use the Jasper Celestial Sword to kill the weakest type of Saint Stage expert. Moreover, the price he had to pay was also very high. It could be said that he had to sacrifice 800 of his own men to kill 1,000 of his enemies. As for speed, even if he displayed the fastest speed with the flying sword formed by the myriad sword territory, he would only be able to catch up to a Saint Stage expert. Compared to a Saint Stage expert, he was still inferior. "I've just arrived at the capital of Windfall Nation, and I'm unfamiliar with the people and the place. Perhaps this is an opportunity for me to establish myself in the capital of Windfall Nation temporarily." Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian was even more tempted. He had just arrived at the Windfall Nation's capital. Whether it was to look for Bai Li Hong or to inquire about the force behind Han Xuanai, he would undoubtedly need connections. However, the current him had no connections at all. The matter of the Situ clan's eldest young master being possessed gave Duan Lingtian an opportunity. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was 80% certain that the great young master of Situ clan was indeed affected by the devil inscription. That was why he was bewitched. The jade slip that recorded the strange inscription art also had a description of the demonic inscriptions. At the same time, there was also a method to break it. Moreover, according to the two middle-aged men, the devil inscription on the Situ clan's eldest young master did not seem to be anything special. However, even if it was not a very impressive demon inscription, if one did not know how to crack it, even a 9-star saint inscription master would not be able to crack it. A black mark in the shape of a spider. Could it be the Yin spider devil mark? Duan Lingtian muttered. In the jade slip that recorded the strange inscription technique, there was also an introduction to some common devil inscriptions and a way to crack them. It just so happened that there were records of the shadow spider devil pattern. It was a type of 1-star devil pattern and belonged to the most superficial type of devil pattern. Of course, if it was not for the fact that Duan Lingtian had mastered the strange inscription art, he would not have carefully read the information behind the jade token and would not have known about the existence of the devil inscription. Duan Lingtian was sure that although Bai Li Hong had seen the information in the jade slip, he definitely hadn't found any demonic patterns. That was because the information about mageweds wasn't very eye-catching in the jade slip. If one couldn't grasp the basic strange pattern technique recorded in the information at the beginning, most people wouldn't read the pile of complicated information at the back because they would feel that it was a waste of time. If it was not for the fact that Duan Lingtian had mastered the strange inscription art, he was certain he would have missed the records about the devil inscription at the back. "I'll go to the Situ clan to have a look. However, if I can confirm that it's really the Windfall Nation's emperor who wants to kill the great young master of Situ clan, it's better for me not to get involved in this mess. I've just arrived at the capital of Windfall Nation, and I haven't even done what I'm supposed to do. It's not a good thing if I offend the Windfall Nation's emperor." After casually eating some dishes and wine, Duan Lingtian walked out of the restaurant after paying the bill. He began to plan in his heart. After asking around about the Situ clan's location, Duan Lingtian made his way to the Situ clan. As one of the few big clans in the capital of Windfall Nation that was only second to the imperial family, the Situ clan's mansion was extremely grand. It occupied a vast area and was not much smaller than the Moon Illumination Sex Estate. In fact, the Moon Illumination Sex Estate was located in the wilderness. On the other hand, the Situ clan's mansion was located in the capital of Windfall Nation, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. Due to the fact that the 6th-grade Saint Stone vein owned by the Windfall Nation's imperial family was located under the imperial palace in the capital of Windfall Nation, the cultivation environment in the capital was very good. Coupled with the 7th-grade Saint Stone vein under the Situ clan's mansion, the cultivation environment in the Situ clan was far better than the cultivation environment in the Moon Illumination sect. At the entrance of the Situ clan, after a group of Situ clan's guards learned about the purpose of Duan Lingtian's visit, one of them immediately went in to report. Soon after, an old man appeared. The Situ clan's guard who had gone in to report was standing behind him. The old man had an ordinary appearance, but there was a shrewd gleam in his eyes. With just a glance, one could tell he was not a simple person. "Are you confident?" The moment the old man came out, he did not say anything. He just stared at Duan Lingtian's eyes as though he wanted to see if Duan Lingtian was confident or not. Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged. His gaze did not change as well. He only said indifferently, "Instead of asking me if I'm confident or not, why don't you bring me in to see your great young master? Shouldn't all of you be treating a dead horse as if it's still alive?" The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the old man's face turned grave. "Are you comparing my young master to a horse?" The group of Situ clan's guards immediately glared at Duan Lingtian with hostility. It was as though they would attack Duan Lingtian as soon as the old man gave the order. "It seems like the Situ clan isn't that anxious. Forget it, just pretend I didn't come here." Duan Lingtian shook his head and turned around to leave. However, the moment Duan Lingtian turned around, the old man blocked his path and said coldly, "Do you think you can just let this slide after insulting my young master? Do you really think there's no one in the Situ clan? Scram!" Duan Lingtian frowned as he slowly spat out a word. Just when Duan Lingtian thought the old man would lose his temper and attack him, an unexpected scene occurred. "Please!" Not only did the old man not lose his temper, but he even stepped aside and respectfully invited Duan Lingtian into the Situ clan's estate. Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned when he saw this. Could it be that the people from the Situ clan were born to be cheap? Why couldn't they not use force? "Mister, I apologize for my rudeness earlier. I just wanted to confirm if you're really capable. After all, my young master's condition is not good now, and he can't afford to be hurt anymore." The old man seemed to have noticed Duan Lingtian's confusion. His eyes dimmed as he sighed. "Now, are you sure I'm really capable?" Duan Lingtian looked at the old man with a faint smile on his face. "Just based on your confidence earlier, it's worth it for me to invite you in. Just as you said, we can only treat our young master's condition as if it's a dead horse," the old man added. "Lead the way." Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian was amused inwardly. However, he no longer put on a straight face. As the saying went, one does not slap a smiling person. Since the old man was so sincere, he would not leave just like that. Moreover, if he wanted to gain a foothold in the capital of Windfall Nation, the Situ clan was indeed his best choice. After entering the Situ clan, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he saw the scenery. As expected of a great clan in the capital of Windfall Nation, the decoration of the front courtyard was indeed refreshing. At the very least, the decorations of the other mansions that Duan Lingtian had been to were not as good as the Situ clan's. On the way, Duan Lingtian learned about the old man's identity. The old man was the Situ clan's outer mansion supervisor. Although the old man brought him into the Situ clan, Duan Lingtian could tell the old man did not have much hope that he would be able to cure the great young master of Situ clan. He was just going through the motions. As for the scene outside the mansion earlier, based on Duan Lingtian's speculation, it must be a test set by the Situ clan. There was no need for someone who was not confident to come in. This was the Situ clan's attitude. Under the old man's lead, Duan Lingtian passed through the Situ clan's front courtyard and walked through a long corridor. In the end, he stopped in front of a wide door at the end of the corridor. In front of the door, both Duan Lingtian and the old man were stopped. "As expected of a great clan in Windfall Nation, the security is really tight." Duan Lingtian clicked his tongue in his heart. After all, no matter what, the person who brought him in was still the manager of the outer court, yet he was actually mercilessly stopped just like that. "This mister is here to treat the great young master. Send someone to bring this mister to see Supervisor Fu." At this moment, the old man handed Duan Lingtian to the Situ clan's disciple who was guarding the door of the inner mansion. Then, he said to Duan Lingtian, "Mister, you'll arrive at our Situ clan's inner mansion after you pass through this door. They'll send someone to bring you to see Supervisor Fu, the inner mansion's supervisor. Supervisor Fu will bring you to see the great young master." Duan Lingtian nodded and entered the inner mansion under the lead of a Situ clan's disciple. After entering the inner mansion, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes again. The layout of the inner mansion was even more magnificent than the front courtyard of the Situ clan's mansion and the entire outer mansion. Just one look at it would make one feel relaxed and happy. Soon after, Duan Lingtian saw the inner mansion's supervisor, Supervisor Fu, whom the outer mansion's supervisor had mentioned. She was a beautiful woman who looked to be in her 30s or 40s. Although she was not as beautiful as his two fiancées, her voluptuous figure was seductive, causing one to be unconsciously attracted to her. After learning about Duan Lingtian's intention, the beautiful woman took a few more glances at Duan Lingtian before she frowned subtly. Although in the Dao Martial Saint land, it was not enough to determine a person's age just by looking at their appearance. A young and handsome man like Duan Lingtian still gave people the impression that he was too young and immature to handle matters. Naturally, Duan Lingtian noticed the beautiful woman's reaction. He could guess what she was thinking, but he was not bothered by it. He merely nodded and smiled at her. "Follow me," the beautiful woman said indifferently. After saying that, the beautiful woman led the way in front of him. Her voluptuous figure caused Duan Lingtian, who was following behind her, to take a few more glances at her. It was not that Duan Lingtian was lustful, but this was a man's nature. "What star saint inscription master are you?" the beautiful woman asked indifferently along the way. "I'm not a saint inscription master." Duan Lingtian shook his head in response. Chapter 1567. Don't tell me your Situ clan has a rule that only saint refinement masters can come here? If that's the case, I'll leave immediately. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly, with a nonchalant expression on his face when he saw the beautiful woman whose expression had turned slightly gloomy. Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman's expression eased up a little. Then, she looked at Duan Lingtian deeply but did not say anything else. She continued to lead the way. Although she did not know where this young man's confidence came from, she did not ask him to leave. Since he was already here, she would, naturally, give it a try. It would be a dereliction of her duty if she chased him away. Under the beautiful woman's lead, Duan Lingtian soon arrived at a spacious courtyard in the Situ clan's inner mansion. "I'll pass on the message." The beautiful woman greeted Duan Lingtian and walked into the courtyard without waiting for Duan Lingtian's response. Duan Lingtian stood quietly at the entrance with a gleam in his eyes. This Situ clan's inner mansion supervisor is not simple. Her cultivation base is at the paramount saint rudiment stage, and the feeling she gives me is no different from the vice-sect leader of Moon Illumination sect. She must be an imminent saint stage powerhouse. If it was before, he would have been afraid when he found out the beautiful woman was an imminent saint stage powerhouse. However, he did not feel anything at all now. With his current strength, even if he did not use the Jasper Celestial Sword, it would be difficult for him to find a match below the saint stage. Soon, the beautiful woman came out again, and with her was an old man. The old man was dressed in a neat white robe. Coupled with his white hair, he looked otherworldly and elegant. Every step he took was so natural in Duan Lingtian's eyes. Not only that, but it also gave Duan Lingtian a certain amount of pressure. Saint stage powerhouse! When Duan Lingtian saw how humble the beautiful woman was in front of the old man, coupled with the pressure the old man gave him, it was not difficult for him to guess the old man's strength. He could not help but feel shocked. This seemed to be the place where the great young master of Situ clan lived, right? How could there be a saint realm expert? A seventh-rate clan like the Situ clan only had a few saint realm experts at most. Unexpectedly, one had appeared here. It was no wonder that Duan Lingtian was not surprised. "This is Elder Ho." The beautiful woman followed the old man out and said to Duan Lingtian, "Elder Ho." Duan Lingtian nodded at the old man as a greeting. "Elder Ho is the Grand Supreme Elder of the Situ clan. Please show some respect." Right at this moment, before the old man could respond, the beautiful woman sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian to remind him. Her tone was mixed with a trace of displeasure. "Manager Fu, aren't you overstepping your boundaries? I came to your Situ clan because you have something to ask of me. Even if this Elder Ho is the supreme elder of your Situ clan, so what? Don't tell me you want me to bow and scrape?" Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the beautiful woman as he spoke without the slightest scruple. You! It was apparent the beautiful woman did not expect Duan Lingtian would say such a thing. Moreover, he did not use voice transmission but said it out loud. Her expression changed immediately as a cold gleam appeared in her eyes. What? Did I say something wrong? Duan Lingtian sneered. From the moment Duan Lingtian entered the Situ clan, he had already made up his mind. If he wanted to gain a foothold in Windfall Nation through the Situ clan, he had to maintain his dominance so that he would be valued. With his current strength and backing, he was indeed qualified to display his dominance in a clan like the Situ clan. At the same time, Duan Lingtian no longer looked at the beautiful woman. Instead, he looked at the old man in front of him. At this moment, Duan Lingtian noticed an indescribable smile on the old man's face. For some reason, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel wary when he saw the smile. Boom! At this moment, an earth-shattering explosion sounded in the air. Duan Lingtian only felt a gust of strong wind blowing toward him. It was so strong that it seemed as though it was howling in the air. Along with the strong wind, there were also bursts of fragrance. Duan Lingtian was no stranger to this fragrance. It came from the inner mansion's manager, Manager Fu. She was the beautiful woman who was originally following behind the old man. Manager Fu's sudden attack was out of Duan Lingtian's expectation. However, Duan Lingtian was not a pushover. In the face of Manager Fu's sudden attack, his right arm suddenly shook as he unleashed all of his brute strength. Coupled with the true energy that surged into his fist through his 99 sane veins, he punched out at lightning speed to meet Manager Fu's palm that had made a preemptive strike. The palm came out of nowhere as though it had transformed into a gigantic fan that was about to send Duan Lingtian flying. The iron fist struck after the enemy had made a move. It was awe-inspiring as it fearlessly met the beautiful woman's palm. At this moment, the fist and palm collided. Bang! Another thunderous explosion sounded. This time, Duan Lingtian and Manager Fu had exchanged blows. In this exchange, they did not use any Saint-grade martial tactic moves, true energy consolidated weapon, true energy consolidated beast, true energy consolidated territory, or any other external force such as Saint weapons. It was purely a competition of true energy. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not only rely on his true energy. After Duan Lingtian had broken through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage, his body had transformed again. The energy contained in it had become even more terrifying. Naturally, since Duan Lingtian had just broken through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage, he did not have an advantage in terms of true energy. Although he had 99 saint veins to channel his true energy, he had made a move after the enemy had made a move. Before he made his move, Manager Fu had already gathered all of her true energy in her palm and attacked him like a storm. She did not hold back at all. Due to this reason, he did not have an advantage in terms of saint veins. Accompanied by a wave of air that swept out from where the two of them collided, Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged. He stood in the same spot without moving at all, like a statue that was as immovable as a mountain. On the other hand, Manager Fu, who had a confident expression on her face earlier, had her confidence disintegrated in just a blink of an eye. In the next instant, she was sent flying for a few meters before she managed to stabilize herself in a wretched manner. This was only because Duan Lingtian had stopped in time. Otherwise, Manager Fu would have been in an even more wretched state. Can I go in now? After defeating Manager Fu, Duan Lingtian did not even look at her. Instead, he looked at the white-robed old man who had been standing nearby from the beginning until the end. He was Situ Ho, the supreme elder of Situ clan. He did not need to guess to know the old man had asked Manager Fu to make a move. Otherwise, even Manager Fu would not have dared to act recklessly in front of the old man. Of course. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Situ Ho nodded. It was as though he did not realize he had been exposed at all. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian instantly strode into the courtyard before him. At the same time, Situ Ho followed behind him. At the same time, he glanced at Manager Fu, whose face was slightly pale. There's nothing for you to do here. Yes. Manager Fu replied respectfully. However, before she left, she could not help but turn to look at Duan Lingtian's back. A hint of dread and disbelief flashed in her eyes. I'm sure he's not a saint stage powerhouse. However, his strength is obviously far above mine. Don't tell me he's a heaven-ranking powerhouse? The moment Manager Fu thought of this, her eyes shone brightly. The heaven ranking was a ranking list with a higher status in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Usually, only fifth-rate forces would be able to create a ranking list. In other words, the heaven ranking would usually have an entire mansion under its control. To be more precise, it would have all the powerhouses at the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage in a mansion. There were a total of 100 people in the heaven ranking. All of them were powerhouses at the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage. They were only a step away from the Saint stage. It was said that the weakest person in the heaven ranking had the strength to fight 3 ordinary imminent Saint stage powerhouses if they joined forces. If Duan Lingtian knew about the existence of the heaven ranking, he would definitely be shocked. This was because it was quite similar to the 9 Sect Alliance's Earth ranking. However, the Earth ranking was for powerhouses at the peak of the mortal shedding stage, while the heaven ranking was for powerhouses at the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage. In fact, the Earth ranking was an imitation of the heaven ranking. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, there were countless districts like the 9 Sect Alliances. Although there were many fifth-rate forces in the Dao Martial Saint Land as well, there were only a few dozen of them. Even if every fifth-rate force had a heaven ranking, there were only a few dozen of them in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Based on this, one could see how valuable the heaven ranking was. Powerhouses who could be listed in the heaven ranking were all outstanding powerhouses at the Saint Rudiment stage. Due to this reason, Manager Fu's attitude had completely changed when she guessed Duan Lingtian was a powerhouse in the heaven ranking. At this moment, when she thought of that almost perfect handsome face, for some unknown reason, Manager Fu's cheeks actually flushed slightly. It was as if she had the shyness of a young girl who was in love at this moment. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of the change in Manager Fu's attitude. Naturally, he was not interested in finding out. At this moment, he was walking into the room where the great young master of Situ clan was staying with Situ Ho, the supreme elder of Situ clan. It was a simple and plain room. It was hard to imagine this was the room of the next clan leader of Situ clan. Just this alone made Duan Lingtian have a good impression of the great young master of Situ clan. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also saw the great young master of Situ clan, Situ Hang, who was lying on the bed. Situ Hang had a handsome but firm face. However, his face was as pale as a sheet of white paper. The black spider mark between his eyebrows made him look even scarier and more frightening. When Duan Lingtian and Situ Ho entered, he struggled to sit up. One could see he was very weak. He was so weak that he looked like an ordinary person without any cultivation base. "Grandfather Ho?" He greeted Situ Ho before he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian. His pale lips moved as he asked, This is the mister who came to see you." Situ Ho seemed to have a good relationship with Situ Hang. When he spoke, the kindness in his eyes could not be concealed. "I've already given up. Why do you still have to?" Situ Hang sighed. "Don't give up so easily before it's too late," Situ Ho said solemnly. "All right. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.